Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump's top envoy, Steve Witkoff, meets Putin in Moscow just days before the ceasefire deadline. And Netanyahu clashes with his army chief as reports of a full Gaza occupation spark alarm at the UN, while Trump says it's up to Israel to decide. Plus, Trump lifts Syria sanctions, then slaps the country with record high tariffs. Experts warn of fallout. Donald Trump is now calling Russia an extraordinary threat to the US national security as he unveils his first major round of sanctions against Moscow. The move follows a high-stakes 3-hour meeting in Moscow between Vladimir Putin and Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff. The visit comes ahead of the president's Friday deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine or face broad economic penalties. For more on this, I'm joined by Norman Rule, former senior intelligence official. Norman, a pleasure to have you on the show. First of all, we've just been hearing from Donald Trump in the last half an hour, and he's saying Russia is an extraordinary threat to the US. We did see a smiling President Putin meeting US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Witkoff has been criticized for the tone of his previous visits to Russia. After Trump's comments, how constructive and useful were these talks?
Good evening to you and to your viewers. There is no evidence yet that the current round of talks have been constructive. That will only be measured in coming days as we see whether the pace of Russian air attacks on Kyiv, on Ukrainian civilian centers declines, and there's no indication that has happened. We can expect Russian statements on these talks to remain upbeat because that's part of their general propaganda. But I think we can also expect to see in coming days American statements to be increasingly strong and severe. The president is clearly out of patience, and he's putting the pressure on Moscow to make concessions before Friday.
And that's interesting because given Trump's history of unpredictable positions on Ukraine, he is holding a phone call right now with Volodymyr Zelensky. What should we be expecting from this? Because now, as you said, we see the frustration clearly with Moscow.
Correct. And I think the president's position, based upon his statements, is that he has been extraordinarily patient and generous with Moscow. But there have been hundreds of civilian strikes on civilian targets by Russia. The Russians have not demonstrated sincerity in any of the talks. They have not provided the president with any indication that his patience would lead to any sort of truce in any shape or form. And at this point, the president needs to provide a package of pressures, and that pressure will be sanctions, support for Ukraine, public statements that shows that America is united in this position, and a constant pressure as he moves towards Friday's plan for secondary sanctions on Russia's trade partners.
Norman, let's talk a little bit about military action against Ukraine from Russia. Today's meeting comes as Russian forces hit a recreational center in southern Ukraine, killing at least 2 people and injuring many more. Does this strike make military sense?
Well, it doesn't, but let's begin by saying that Russia conducted these strikes knowing that Steve Witkoff was coming to Moscow, knowing that the president's deadline was approaching. This was an opportunity for Moscow to show flexibility and an interest in peace. And instead, Moscow launched 45 drones against civilian targets in several cities, killing children. Now, we have seen hundreds of Russian missile and drone attacks on civilian targets throughout Ukraine. There is a raft of evidence. So why does Russia do this? And there are good reasons for Russia to do this based on its military doctrine. It disrupts and destroys critical infrastructure. This would work against Ukraine's morale. This disrupts its energy. It weakens civilian infrastructure, even moves populations within Ukraine to weaken Ukraine's ability to respond. And it also promotes the possibility that Ukraine is willing to make concessions just to reduce the pace of Russian attacks. But it shows that Russia is not following laws of war. Russia is not interested in reducing these sorts of attacks. And again, it puts the president in a difficult position because this cannot be defended. And Russia, again, shows it's not interested in halting these sorts of attacks. These attacks last night were a very important signal. Russia had an opportunity to change its ways, and it did not do so.
And Norman, President Trump has imposed an additional 25% tariff on India over these oil imports, the Russian oil imports. Trump is really starting to play his sanctions card, and we've seen that when it comes to Russia. But does Putin believe he still has the upper hand? Because as we said, he's intensifying attacks on Ukraine. He doesn't seem to be listening, and the package of sanctions that could be coming on Friday haven't deterred Russia at all.
Well, a couple of things are happening. The Russians are leaking the story that they may be interested in a possible cessation of air attacks by Friday. That's probably to delay sanctions. Russia is also leaking that perhaps their territorial interests are more modest, only several oblasts or portions of eastern Ukraine. But all indications are that Vladimir Putin has never veered from his original objectives, which is the ultimate destruction of Ukraine as an independent, sovereign country. This said, the president's approach over recent days and weeks has been a package approach. And the sanctions that the president has placed upon India are consistent with what we've seen in the last week and a half. The president has messaged senators that he would be doing this, and placing such significant sanctions on India will also message Turkey, China, and other countries that the president is serious. And therefore, this will also produce diplomatic pressure, hopefully, by these countries on Russia to make concessions and come to a peaceful approach for this conflict.
So a lot of people are wondering if Donald Trump is going to impose, we have seen this new 25% tariff on India over Russian oil today, but many people are saying, is Donald Trump going to chicken out on Friday and he's not going to go full steam ahead with this package against Russia? What's your feeling on that?
I think it's less important to focus on timing and more important to focus on the ultimate purpose of all of these actions. President Trump has shown flexibility on timing. He's willing to make extensions to tariff deadlines routinely, but ultimately he doesn't veer from his objective as to what he's looking for from his interlocutors. And in this case, he's looking for serious peace negotiations from Russia, and his willingness to target Delhi, which has gone from 0.1% of its oil sales from Russia prior to this conflict to now almost a third of its oil sales from Russia with profound sanctions, is a powerful message that he is willing to be committed to this approach by Friday. I would not think that he is going to change his ultimate objective, but it is possible he may change the deadline by a few days, but I would not read too much into that.
And just a response from India, they say the US tariffs unfair, unjustified and unreasonable after Donald Trump did announce an additional 25% tariff on India over Russian oil imports today. Norman Rule, thank you so much for your analysis and insights. Tensions are rising within Israel's leadership, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly clashing with Army Chief Eyal Zamir over plans to fully occupy Gaza. Defense Minister Israel Katz has publicly backed Zamir amid talks he could resign. At the UN, diplomats called the reports of expanded military action deeply alarming, and when asked where he stands, Donald Trump said it's up to Israel to decide. For more on this, I'm joined from Herzliya by Middle East correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, great to have you on the show. So Netanyahu has clashed with army chief over this Gaza plan. What dangers does this reported rift between the Israeli army and Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition government pose?
Well, I would say in a worst-case scenario, the IDF chief would resign. That would be a huge scandal, really, because he is the leader of the military. It would also have a trickle-down effect on other senior members, probably in the military, who could likely follow suit. It could also inspire soldiers not to participate in this occupation of Gaza. So really, if it really comes to a worst-case scenario where the IDF chief resigns because he believes that what Netanyahu and the government are doing is in violation of international law, that could have a huge repercussions for the military. But also, I would say this rift between Netanyahu and some of the far-right ministers, and then, of course, the senior military leadership, it also reflects the rift inside the Israeli public, because there are many, many people who oppose the annexation and the occupation of Gaza. Roughly half of Israelis, at least half of Israelis, oppose this, while the other half are, some of them, supportive of this, and others maybe don't really know where they stand. But this is definitely a really serious problem to have inside the leadership, having the IDF chief and the prime minister going head-to-head on such a crucial issue.
And Yotam, what are the practical implications of the Israeli army fully occupying Gaza? And what consequences could this military operation have, especially as the UN warns the plan is deeply alarming ahead of tomorrow's government vote?
Well, let's start with the implications for the hostages. That is one of the reasons why the IDF chief does not want to go ahead with this, because he believes that it's going to pose a danger for the hostages. First of all, because Hamas and other terror groups could start killing the hostages, as they did last year when they see that the Israeli military are coming close to where they are, but they could also be killed by IDF in mistakes. So that is a huge implication of starting to occupy Gaza. But then you have, of course, all the other repercussions. This means that Israel will going to have to probably have tens of thousands of soldiers stationed permanently inside Gaza, which will mean that a lot of them will be killed. That's something that the IDF chief reported. He also told Netanyahu that several soldiers could be killed in the beginning of this land grab. And of course, it also means that Israel is going to de facto have responsibility for more than 2 million Palestinian civilians. They will have to make sure that they have food, water, electricity, everything that has to do with infrastructure, essentially running their lives. That would be up to Israel. So it's a huge undertaking, and something that, of course, could last years depending on the next government and if they want to continue following the suit of this government.
And the UN has reported that nearly 90% of aid trucks entering Gaza since mid-May have been looted. What does this mean for the humanitarian crisis on the ground, Yotam? And how are these aid agencies now planning to respond to something like this?
It's a disaster, but we've seen this from day one. We've seen trucks with aid being looted by gangs, definitely also by terror groups. And this is really, it has huge repercussions for the civilians in Gaza, because a lot of aid is actually entering Gaza. Nearly 2 million tons of aid entered Gaza since October the 7th. But as you just mentioned here, from May 19th until now, that's the most recent data on this looting of aid, 90% of aid was looted. That means that hungry kids and civilians in general are not getting the aid that they need. And as for the UN, what they plan to do with this, look, they don't have an answer. They refuse to have IDF or the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation escorting the trucks, making sure that they're not looted. They refuse to have that. So what is the option, really? It is a disaster, because at the end of the day, it means that the civilians in Gaza are not getting the aid that's entering Gaza every single day.
And we have heard today, Yotam, more than 20 Palestinians have been killed after an aid truck overturns. And that's according to health authorities in Gaza. And as we know, we've seen those pictures of malnutrition in children in Gaza and adults. But I just want to move on to another part of the story. The US Senator Bernie Sanders said billions of taxpayer dollars are being spent on a policy which is starving little kids. His comments came after Trump was questioned on Israel's campaign in Gaza. Right now, where does the US stand?
First of all, I think it's important to mention that Bernie Sanders' accusation is, I would say, far-fetched, because quite literally, millions of dollars of American taxpayers' money is going to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which feeds civilians in Gaza. So quite the opposite. But another thing, obviously, where does the United States stand? Because Bernie Sanders represents the Democrats and the left wing. But of course, Donald Trump is in power now. He looks at this very differently. I would say essentially Donald Trump has given Israel carte blanche to do pretty much whatever they want. The only thing he needs to make sure of is that civilians in Gaza don't continue to starve, or at least those who starve won't continue to starve. So he is continuing to pressure Israel into making sure that more aid enters, and also that the U.S. will play a larger role in distributing aid going forward. This is pretty much the only issue where Donald Trump is holding Israel accountable, but anything else, ranging from occupation to military operations to ceasefire negotiations, he's kind of letting Netanyahu pretty much do whatever he wants.
Yotam Canfino, thank you for joining us and for your insights and analysis, as always. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 4 people have been killed and buildings swept away after intense rains rushed down narrow mountains in a Himalayan village in India. Authorities say around 130 people have been rescued as army helicopters are on standby to provide supplies to those stranded. Meanwhile, at least 11 Indian army soldiers were reported missing from a camp in nearby Halsal after the floods. The prime suspect in the murder of 4 people and the kidnapping of a baby in Tennessee has been arrested. Authorities say Austin Robert Drummond knew the victims through his girlfriend. Drummond is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of felon in possession of a firearm, and 1 count of possession of a firearm. Actress Keely Mack, known for her appearance in zombie drama The Walking Dead, has died at the age of 33 after battling glioma for the central nervous system. Mack held 35 actress and 5 producer credits during her career. Now, Iran has ruled out direct talks with the US, saying it will hold Washington accountable for attacks on its nuclear sites. The strikes in June, part of Israel's broader assault, derailed high-level negotiations on Tehran's atomic program. Iran's vice president has said Washington destroyed the negotiating table, deepening global distrust in US commitments. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by Mark Fitzpatrick, Associate Fellow at the Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. So, Iran has ruled out direct talks with Washington. What does that mean for the future of nuclear negotiations between both of the countries?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Leigh Ann. I don't think that Iran's refusal to talk directly to the United States impedes negotiations unless the United States team decides to take offense. But, for the last couple of years, Iran wouldn't speak directly with the United States. They did so indirectly via Oman, and talks proceeded. And they actually look like they might be getting somewhere, but they just broke apart over one key issue. So if the United States is willing to swallow its pride and say, okay, we can do the indirect talks, then they can go ahead and talk.
So you don't think that this is a major concern at all in the negotiations? Because, as you said, indirect talks have been happening. But how economically damaged is Iran at the moment, if we have a look at it? Because they have heavy sanctions on them, and we saw those big attacks in June on Iran's nuclear facilities. So where does Iran stand right now? What cards does Iran hold?
Yeah, you would think that Iran might not hold too many cards because, as you indicated, it's under economic pressure from sanctions. It's been under that pressure for several years. And one thing about sanctions is that over time, the impact erodes because the country against whom they are directed, Iran, finds workarounds. And Iran has been able to sell its oil to China via so-called teapot, smaller entrepreneurs and so forth. So they're getting by. They're not on the verge of collapse or anything. And then the second point you mentioned is very important, that Iran had its military capabilities severely degraded by Israel, both last year and then again this June, and the United States piled on. So Iran has to always realize that both Israel and the United States could attack again, and Iran is pretty much defenseless against that.
Tehran is demanding guarantees against military action. Do you see any realistic path for such assurances in the future?
Well, it's possible the United States could give such guarantees. The issue is whether they would be legally binding. Iran is always asking for legally binding guarantees, and no guarantees are going to be legally binding and lasting, because even if, say, President Trump were to give legally binding guarantees and the Congress backed that up, neither of which is likely, the next president, the next Congress could change that. So what Iran is demanding here is not really possible. And so, to get back to your original question, are talks feasible? I think, more important than Iran's refusal to meet directly is this demand for something, legal guarantees, that's just not feasible.
Iran's vice president says the US destroyed the negotiating table. How much damage has that done to global trust in American diplomacy when we look at Iran and the Middle East, Mark?
Yeah, as a former diplomat, it really bothers me that pledges that were made were broken. And I'm talking about, first of all, here in 2018, when President Trump in his first term broke the deal that his predecessor had reached with Iran and 6 other countries. It broke that even though Iran was honoring it. And then in June, when the United States was negotiating with Iran, and they had set up a 6th round of talks, and then 2 days before that, the United States attacked. That certainly undermines trust. And so when Iran says that the United States blew up the negotiating table, they're certainly right. Does that make it impossible for the United States to conduct diplomacy and strike deals? No, because the United States has so many cards, economic might and threat of tariffs and threat of military attacks, that other countries have to swallow their anger and make deals and get as much upfront as they can in case those deals are broken later.
And Mark, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about what happens next. So obviously we do see this ceasefire between Israel and Iran, and the possibility of moving to some sort of negotiations when it comes to the nuclear program. But right now, we don't know what enrichment is looking like in Iran. What does the future hold? Could this be destabilized again? Could the uranium program in Iran still be thriving? Does anyone have the answers to this?
I'm not at all optimistic about the future of this, because the basic issue remains that Iran insists on the right to uranium enrichment, whether it's happening or it's not happening right now because their facilities were bombed, but it might be happening in secret somewhere. And the United States insists on no enrichment, and those positions seem to be unalterable. There could be a path forward if there was a will on both sides. For example, the United States possibly could acknowledge that, in theory, Iran could enrich at some future point, and Iran could say, well, we're not enriching now anyway because our facilities have been destroyed, and so we won't do it for the time being. Some kind of if there was a will, they could reach something like that. Or there could be a way to enrich on, outside Iran. This idea has been floated, and Iran has rejected that. But as I say, if they really wanted to make a deal, diplomats can come up with solutions.
Yes, indeed. Mark Fitzpatrick, a pleasure to have you on and have your thoughts. Thank you for joining us. Japan has been commemorating 80 years since the United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. It killed some 80,000 people in an instant, but many more died from their injuries and radiation sickness. The country's prime minister vowed to continue the country's work against the proliferation of nuclear arms, so it never happens again. And he says means it never happens again. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo with this very story.
A bell to mark the moment that killed thousands. Officials, school children, and people from around the world held a minute's silence as they took part in the 80th anniversary commemorations of the US bombing of Hiroshima. It was the first time the atomic bomb was used. Some 140,000 people died. Most were civilians.
As Prime Minister, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the souls of those who fell victim to the atomic bomb. I would also like to offer my heartfelt sympathy for the survivors who are still suffering from the after effects of the atomic bombing.
Over 50,000 people from around the world took part in the memorial ceremony. They laid wreaths and flowers. Nearby, the flame of peace continued to burn. For as long as nuclear weapons exist, Japan has said it will keep the flame alive. Japan is the only country in the world that had been subjected to a nuclear bomb. That means that there is a painful, detailed knowledge here of what that looks like on the ground. So successive leaders have pledged to try to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons, but many people here are afraid that that won't be enough. Peace activists gathered at the riverside for their own moment of remembrance with a view of Hiroshima's atomic bomb dome. It's one of the few things that was still standing at Hiroshima's ground zero. The Peace Park and its dome serve as a powerful reminder of what's at stake.
I truly want the world to be peaceful, but there's just far too much mass killing going on of ordinary civilians. What's happening in Palestine is really the worst, isn't it?
Flower petals for a river that became poison. In the wake of the bombing, badly burnt people rushed to Hiroshima's multiple rivers for relief, but the water was radioactive. Once a place of carnage, now a place of culture.
After people see this, I want them to notice a painting they've never seen before, and to make them think. Thinking about things like this can become a starting point for thinking about peace, and that's something I truly hope for.
Though the number of nuclear weapons in the world have fallen well below their Cold War peak, there are still some 13,000, and each one is far more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. As Japan mourns, it also warns this could still happen again. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
In May, President Trump surprised audiences by announcing a full lifting of US sanctions on Syria. Yet, less than 3 months later, his administration imposed a 41% tariff on the country, the highest for any nation. Analysts warn the move could undermine Syria's fragile post-war recovery, limiting much-needed trade and also investment. For more on this, I'm joined from London by Abdul Aziz Al-Mashi, board member of the Syrian-British Consortium. A pleasure to have you on our show, Abdul Aziz. OK, a 41% trade tariff on Syria seems extremely steep as the country emerges from years of civil war. Why has President Trump imposed such a high levy on the country as trade between the two countries is just so small?
To be honest, we are all surprised by the impose of such a high tariff on Syria. But I think the tariff is more political than economic. As you mentioned, the trade between Syria and between the US has been minimal for decades. And we all heard President Trump saying many times that he wants to give Syria a second chance. He wants to see, peace and prosperity and stability in Syria. And that's why he left the sanctions from Syria, which is the right step in the right direction. But imposing a 41% tariff isn't really going to help. So the US should be encouraging the recovery and the reforms in Syria, and the new Syrian government trying to rebuild the country from the ruin, and that's why we are really surprised by the move. But hopefully the impact isn't going to slow the recovery for the long term. Obviously, lifting the sanction is the most important thing, and we don't think imposing a tariff is as serious as imposing sanctions. So the biggest obstacle was the sanction, and now it is our work as Syrians to try to lobby President Trump to reconsider his decision on this, because as you have seen, he has been changing his mind on the tariffs very frequently recently.
And will the new tariffs imposed on Syria stop the country developing beneficial trade ties with the US? And if so, what countries will step in to help Syria with aid and rebuilding?
Yes, absolutely. The tariff makes meaningful US-Syria trade very unlikely, at least in the short term. But we, in the meantime, already there have been countries in the region like Turkey, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia who already stepped in with the major investment and aid pledges. Even in some European countries, they are re-engaging. So while the US maintain economic pressure, other really, they are involved in the reconstruction of Syria and having gaining influence in the ground.
Security analysts are warning that instability in parts of Syria could tip it back into war and a greater humanitarian crisis. How concerning is the violence in Syria right now under the new leadership?
The violence is very concerning, to be honest, but I think it is important for us to understand what is driving it. Some of the instability isn't internal. It's been fueled by criminal armed groups who are backed up by external powers and who are trying to derail Syria from the path of recovery. We know, Israel has been playing a really dirty role in this. Also, Iran and the Russians had a massive hit by the fall of the Assad regime. So their influence in Syria have been reduced sharply. So a lot of regional power, they are trying to destabilize Syria. And that's why, the leadership, the new leadership should offer more hope. And in order for the new leadership to give a chance for Syria, we need to make sure that there are no armed groups out there, and that the Syrian government will obviously control the whole country, because you can't have a country which is fragmented and unstable. This is the biggest challenge when it comes to rebuild the country and also rebuild the trust between our communities.
Abdulaziz, some analysts speculate that the US tariffs could be a way to pressure Damascus into normalizing relations with Israel. You touched on Israel there for me. What do you make of this analysis?
I think this is a credible theory. The US has been pushing for a broader normalization in the region with Israel. And, Syria has always been a sticking point. So using tariff, as a leverage may be part of that strategy. However, in Syria, I think the priority and the main focus for the current government isn't to normalize the relationship with Israel, but to bring stability and peace to the country and rebuild the country. And to be honest, the new Syrian government, they don't even have the mandate to go and normalize the relation with Israel. They are just an interim government, and they don't have mandate from the Syrian people to go and strike deals with Israel that is going to impact, the future relation, the regional relations between us and between our neighbors.
Abdulaziz Al-Mashi, thank you so much for your insights and for speaking to us this evening. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Over 6.8 million WhatsApp accounts have been removed after being linked to scams. That's according to the parent company Meta, who say many of the accounts were tied to scam centres in Southeast Asia using forced labour. And 2 advertisements by Zara featuring unhealthily thin models have been banned by the British Advertising Standards Authority, the watchdog ruling that the supposedly irresponsible ads must not appear again. Zara said that both models in the now deleted ads had medical certification proving they were in good health when these pictures were taken. Turning to all the sports news now, and football player Son Heung-min has agreed to a contract with the Los Angeles FC after a decade at Tottenham Hotspur. The club reportedly paid a transfer fee of more than $20 million for the 33-year-old South Korean superstar. And 3 brothers are on the final stretch of a 9,000-mile journey across the Pacific Ocean. The trio of Ewan, Jamie and Lachlan McLean are rowing in an attempt to complete the fastest ever unsupported 3-man row across the Pacific Ocean. The brothers hope to raise over $1 million to fund clean water projects in Madagascar. A reminder of our top stories. Trump's top envoy Steve Witkoff meets Putin in Moscow just days before the ceasefire deadline. Netanyahu clashes with his army chief as reports of a full Gaza occupation spark alarm at the UN, while Trump says it's up to Israel to decide. Plus, Trump lifts Syria sanctions and then slaps the country with record-high tariffs. Experts warn of fallout. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
For 22 months, Israel has vowed to destroy Hamas. As the war in Gaza nears the 2-year mark, does victory now mean occupation? There are reports that Israel is poised to take full control of the Gaza Strip. What would that mean for the remaining hostages and the civilians caught in the crossfire? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
For 22 months, Israel has vowed to destroy Hamas. As the war in Gaza nears the 2-year mark, does victory now mean occupation? There are reports that Israel is poised to take full control of the Gaza Strip. What would that mean for the remaining hostages and the civilians caught in the crossfire? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Gaza is all but flattened. The health ministry there says 61,000 people are dead. Israel is accused of genocide and causing mass starvation, and the Hamas leadership in Gaza has been killed. But Israel's Prime Minister says the war needs to continue.
We must continue to stand together and fight together to achieve all of our war objectives. The defeat of the enemy, the release of our hostages, and the assurance that Gaza will no longer pose a threat to Israel. I will convene the cabinet to instruct the IDF on how to achieve these three objectives, all of them, without exception.
The world is starting to wonder if victory in Gaza actually means occupation. Israeli media is quoting a senior official close to the PM as saying, "The die is cast. We're going for a full occupation of the Gaza Strip." The Israeli Defense Force is reportedly against the idea, as is the group representing the families of the hostages. But supporters of the plan argue it's the only way to ensure Israel is safe and Hamas is destroyed. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if Israel is serious about occupying Gaza. Will Arab League calls for Hamas to disarm have any impact? And is starvation being used as a weapon of war? Joining us on the show to discuss the humanitarian and the political situation in Gaza is Ahmed Eldin, host of the Out Loud with Ahmed Eldin podcast and a journalist who writes on Substack. And Yaakov Amidror is back with us, a former Israeli national security advisor who served during a previous Netanyahu administration. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us. We could be approaching a very pivotal moment in this almost 2-year war. There is a deadlock in negotiations and now talk of an expanded military operation that could include the occupation of Gaza. Despite 22 months of fighting, having a far superior military and the backing of global superpowers, Israel says it still hasn't achieved its war goals. Yaakov, let's start with you. With all of that in mind, can and will Israel occupy the Gaza Strip?
We have to make now a decision. It is well understood in Israel that the Hamas has only one card. It's the hostages. Their attitude towards the hostages is a barbarian, primitive way of attitude towards hostages, even against the rules of Islam itself. They don't feed them, and they might die within days if that will continue, and Hamas is not going to stop it. And we have to make a decision. Do we accept the decision, the demand of Hamas and going back to negotiation about the condition of surrender of Israel, leaving the whole area of the Gaza Strip, retreating from the Gaza Strip and letting Hamas to control the area? or that we are doing what we didn't make up till now. It's to go to the area in which they are keeping the hostages. It would be big risk for the hostages, we know it, but we will have within a few weeks or months to conquer this 25% of the Gaza Strip and to eliminate the remnants of Hamas in this area, and the Gaza city will be like Rafah or Khan Yunis, probably totally destroyed, but Hamas will not be there. We will kill them where they are now. And here in Israel, there is huge argument between those who are saying, doesn't matter what will happen to Hamas, let's bring the hostages back home. You see what Hamas attitude is, they will die in their hands. Or, as I said, to go to a big war in Gaza.
Okay. Ahmed, what's your take? I know that you're going to disagree with a lot of what Yaakov has said, but do you think Israel can actually go through with this supposed plan of occupying Gaza?
Well, Melinda, I'm glad you asked and framed it that way. It's not that I disagree with what he said. He was speaking in illusions about the future. Let's not waste time. Yaakov, just yesterday, Israeli forces killed 74 Palestinians in Gaza. Can we start with that basic fact that civilians are being slaughtered daily in Gaza? Because somehow even that gets disputed. Do you agree that that's a fact?
No, I agree that Hamas is fighting behind his own people. And when we are coming to kill Hamas...
But I asked you a question not about Hamas. I asked you about actual human beings who are no longer with their families because Israel slaughtered them.
All right, let Yaakov answer, and then we'll come back to you, Ahmed.
If you want me to answer the question, don't ask it. But if you want me to answer the question, let me answer. Yes,
don't speak about Hamas.
Civilians.
Speak about the
No, we
Palestinians
kill civilians because Hamas is fighting within his own people. When we fought in the Gaza Strip, we moved all the...
within its own people? Israel doesn't have military headquarters in Tel Aviv?
When we fought after the 7th of October, we evacuated all the civilians after the 7th of October. Let me answer.
Okay.
You don't let me answer.
All right, Ahmed, we'll let Yaakov respond to the question you asked him, and then I'm going to come to you for reaction.
Sure.
Yes, Palestinian civilians had been killed and will be killed by the Israeli army because Hamas is fighting from within his own people. When we fought near the Gaza Strip, we evacuated all the Israeli civilians from the battlefield because we didn't want to fight within our own civilians, so Hamas will not have the excuse, as he did in the 7th of October, butchering, raping, killing babies, and so on and so forth. So we evacuated them out of the battlefield. Now Hamas, as in the previous 20 months, is fighting from his own, within his own people. So there is no, let me answer. There is no way to fight Hamas without killing civilians because they are together. Because they are together.
Okay, all right. So, Ahmed, what do you make of that? Yes, the civilians are being killed, but Yaakov said it's because Hamas is using them and hiding behind them. What do you make of that assertion?
Sounds like something a third grader would say, because Israel's military headquarters are also in Tel Aviv and in densely populated areas. So it's a mute argument because he can't argue the facts. The fact is 74 Palestinians were killed yesterday. Every day, nearly 100 civilians are killed. What the Israelis are now declaring, Melinda, is not an occupation. We know that Gaza has been occupied for decades. It's a total erasure of Palestinian life. It's an admission of the crime of ethnic cleansing and genocide. You'll remember in January 2024 when Netanyahu claimed there would be no occupation of Gaza. Today, we see the truth is undeniable, regardless of what he says about Hamas hiding behind whatever it is he's talking about. This is a war of ethnic cleansing. The aim, as they state and as they act, is to clear Palestinians off their land. As you may know, Melinda, UNICEF says an average of 28 children are killed by Israeli forces every single day in Gaza. That's the size of an entire classroom. And I just want to point out, dear Yaakov, one day I hope, before you leave us on this earth, you realize that the world knows you cannot claim to fight terrorism while systematically killing, as you just admitted, and you continue to say will be killed, an entire generation of children in front of the entire world.
Okay, Yaakov, respond to that. Was this always Israel's plan, to occupy Gaza and to clear Palestinians off that land, one way or the other?
First of all, Israel didn't make the war at the beginning. The war was imposed on us in the 7th of October by the atrocities of Hamas. They kidnapped Israelis.
Israeli military
just
was
let Yaakov finish, Ahmed, and then we'll come back to you.
Please, a little bit of normal conversation, if you can.
Okay,
it was imposed on Israel by the Palestinian atrocities. In the 7th of October, they butchered civilians in their homes. They raped women in front of their children, and then they killed the children. They burned families in their homes, and they took photos of it, and they had been very proud about their success.
Evidence.
You could see it in their GoPro machines. It's not something that Israel initiated, and it's not pictures that had been taken by the IDF. It's taken by Hamas members and civilians from Gaza. So the war was imposed by Hamas on us. Now we have to destroy and to kill and to eliminate the terror organization called Hamas. And this terror organization is fighting within its own people. If they tomorrow morning say, okay, we stop fighting, in 5 minutes it will be the end of the war. But what they are saying and what they are doing,
Can I interject, please?
Ahmed, let me speak, please. I'm very polite. I'm older than you, but you don't let me speak. I understand
you're
you
older
don't like
than me,
what I
but
say.
so is your propaganda.
I know that you don't like.
Okay, we're going to come to the Hamas disarmament shortly. We're going to come to that in our next segment.
Melinda, surely you don't want to host a show where propaganda
like
goes
many of our
unchallenged.
neighbors, you cannot face the reality of the truth. So, but please be polite enough to let me speak. So
okay, so then I'll put a question to you, Yaakov, for response.
In a minute, we decide to eliminate this terror organization, and surprisingly, they are fighting behind their own people. They are staying in their homes, they are fighting within their own wives and children. So there is no way to fight Hamas without killing Palestinians. It's not that that's what we want. We really don't want it, and we are in Israel, you can hear many voices saying, how we can avoid it. There is no way. Technically, there is no way to avoid it.
Can I answer?
Ahmed, let's get your response. But Ahmed, I also want you to respond directly to one thing as well. I want you respond to what Yaakov has been saying, but also whether you believe that the international community will stand by and allow Israel, if it does choose to go ahead with this occupation plan. I want your view on that specifically as well.
Well, first, let me just respond to Yaakov. By Yaakov's logic, that would justify carpet bombing central Israel. But no one would suggest that because me, unlike Yaakov, I actually do care about civilian protection. And this argument that Hamas uses human shields, yes, you're older than me, but so is this propaganda talking point. The UN, Amnesty International, and Israeli courts have all documented the Israeli forces, the occupying forces, using Palestinians, including children, as human shields, forcing them to enter homes or stand in front of tanks. So please don't pretend that it's Hamas who does this and Israel is the most moral army in the world. I also want to share with you, because I let you speak, maybe you'll let me remind you that two major Israeli human rights organizations, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, are saying what Israel is doing in Gaza is genocide and that it will spread to the West Bank if we do not stop it. And Melinda, to your last question about the international community, my question to all world leaders, including Yaakov, do you support what is being announced and what we are witnessing, the occupying of Gaza after leveling it, you're talking about photos on GoPros from 2 years ago. What about the aerial footage that's been filmed by Channel 4, by ITV, that shows you starving an entire population, shows you bombing them with more firepower than fell on Dresden, Hiroshima, and Aleppo combined?
But to go to my question, Ahmed, if you can answer it directly, do you think the international community will allow Israel to do this if they choose to?
Yes, I do, because they've allowed Israel to kill 1,400 people, including hundreds of children who are queuing desperate for food at US-backed so-called distribution points. We've seen parents, toddlers, grandparents shot, killed. I mean, Melinda, let's elevate this conversation. This isn't humanitarian aid. Let's talk about Gaza as it exists today, a territory more bombed, as I said, than Hiroshima or Dresden, with over 90% of homes destroyed. To answer your question, if they've allowed Israel to turn Gaza into a wasteland, I mean, look at the footage from Channel 4 and ITV today. Let's talk about the scale. This is a small territory. You can drive its length in half an hour. I mean, they've killed 60,000 Palestinians. The entire population cannot drink clean water. A place where 92%, as I said, of the homes have been destroyed. I mean, just today, 95 aid trucks entering Gaza, that's 16% of the 600 trucks that is the daily minimum that's needed for basic survival. I mean, do you need me to reference Michael Fakhri, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food, saying Israel has built the most efficient starvation machine you can imagine, and yet we're expected to listen to Yaakov blame it all on Hamas? I mean, come on.
Okay, we're going to come to starvation and whether or not it's being used as a weapon of war in our latest segment. Yaakov, I'm going to let you respond, but I also have a direct question for you. Former Israeli intelligence and military chiefs have made an unprecedented appeal to end the war. In their open letter, they said, and I quote, "It is our professional judgment that Hamas no longer poses a strategic threat to Israel." These are military and intelligence chiefs. Do you agree with what they say, or do you think they're wrong?
I think that they are right that Hamas is not, as for now, for today, a strategic threat for Israel. This is one of the three main achievements of Israel in the world. Hamas is not a strategic threat to Israel. Iran is much less strategic threat to Israel, and Hezbollah is about surviving, fighting about the survivability of the organization. They are in a very bad position.
So if Hamas is no longer a threat today, why does Israel want to keep fighting?
I want to emphasize, it's not a strategic threat, but Hamas is still a threat. Hamas is still a threat. They can launch rockets into Israel. They can make the life of the Israelis living around the Gaza Strip horrible, as they did in the past. And from the Israeli point of view, we are arguing between ourselves, should we risk the hostages and eliminate Hamas totally from the Gaza Strip? This is people say this is the Prime Minister plan. Or those like, what was this, the head of the intelligence and others are saying, let Hamas survive in Gaza, take the hostages back home, and when Hamas begin to do something, we will eliminate Hamas, and this elimination will be even more problematic from the Palestinian point of view than the elimination of today, because they will not have hostages in their hands. So it's a domestic argument within Israel. When should Israel will be smarter, by killing Hamas tomorrow and risking the hostages, or taking the hostages out and killing Hamas tomorrow? But there is no argument within most of the Israelis, 80% of the Israelis, that Hamas should be eliminated.
Ahmed, can Hamas be eliminated?
Not as an idea. The idea will remain in the Arab world, but as a terror organization can be eliminated.
Okay, yes. Ahmed, what do you think?
Who did he ask? Honestly, I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to begin about how...
With the atrocities in the 7th of October, begin with that.
How uncredible this man speaking to you is. Not only has Israel killed more than 200 journalists, not only is Israel preventing international journalists from entering Gaza. If we are to believe what Yaakov is saying, these lies, why not let journalists in? Now Israel is calling independent journalists terrorists because they don't want the world to see
so what, you deny the 7th of October?
Ahmed, can I finish? Are you interrupting me? Can you be polite?
Ahmed,
can I finish
as I let you finish earlier? I want to understand.
Melinda, can I
just understand what you say? Technically, you deny
Yaakov, let's let Ahmed respond, and then I'm going to move us on to our next segment.
I thought you said you were older than me.
If you want me to respect you,
if you want me to respect you, respect yourself and let me finish my point. I know my words are threatening because they're true. Over 130 journalists, including Christian Amanpour, Clarissa Ward, Mahdi Hassan, they're signing on to an open letter demanding free, unsupervised access to Gaza. Meanwhile, we see across the US, Yaakov, Jewish peace activists occupying the offices of Schumer and Gillibrand, much like in Israel and Tel Aviv itself. People are taking to the streets because they cannot watch another child starve. And quite frankly, across Europe and beyond, we're seeing 58 former EU ambassadors declaring Israel's assault a genocide. You'll notice every fact that I am putting forth, he is not talking about. All he is speaking about is Hamas and the boogeyman. The EU is even weighing suspending Israeli access to research programs. They should be doing so much more. But you know who is showing up? Wait, let me finish. He spoke at length. I'm almost done. Cultural institutions, from the Royal Ballet in the UK to music festivals, are canceling performances in Tel Aviv. Israel is becoming a pariah state. In Spain, Chile, South Africa, governments are going to start filing more genocide cases, as we're seeing, and we're even seeing 44 countries now join the largest civilian flotilla in history. Now, the reason this is happening, the reason on X, the hashtag United States of Israel is trending, is because millions see through the propaganda that Yaakov is sharing. They see the footage, they see the images, they hear the Israeli government actually announce that they will be occupying Gaza. They see Israeli parliamentarians getting kicked out of the parliament for bringing up the word genocide. I had a Holocaust survivor on my podcast, Melinda. And I want to ask
before you get into that story, I need to move us on. I've got to keep us on topic, Ahmed, because you raise all these issues of people coming together to denounce Israel, but for the first time, all 22 members of the Arab League have denounced Hamas's October 7 attacks and called on the group to disarm and release the hostages and surrender control of Gaza. It comes as the ceasefire talks have all but broken down, with the US saying it's no longer interested in a piecemeal, temporary deal situation, but Hamas says it won't disarm as long as the occupation exists. So answer me directly, Ahmed. Will the Arab League's calls for Hamas to disarm have any impact?
No, they won't.
Why?
And I think the reason that they won't is because...
Yaakov, just let Ahmed finish, then I'm going to come to you.
Look, Melinda, I think it's geopolitics at play. The UK, and it's been documented and proven and reported since this was announced, pushed the Arab states to condemn Hamas, yes, at a recent UN conference. It is true that it's the first time the Arab League states have called for Hamas to disarm, but it's irrelevant because the jig is up. The world knows that.
But why is it irrelevant, Ahmed? Because isn't a negotiation a two-way street?
Yeah, negotiation is a two-way street, but you don't negotiate ethnic cleansing and occupation and genocide. You negotiate peace. You know, let me put it this way. Genocide is not defense.
May I speak a little bit in the conversation?
You can speak. I'm almost done. Let me explain why it doesn't, Melinda, if you will let me. You can't starve entire populations and then expect to negotiate based on whether or not the person that you are oppressing collectively, that you are enacting crimes against humanity against, that we all, at least you and I, Melinda, can agree are documented every day. You can't negotiate the right to resist oppression. It is proven, this is something documented, it's not an opinion I have. If Israel wasn't committing genocide, it wouldn't need to starve kids or flatten hospitals.
All right, Yaakov, what do you think about that?
Killing 1,400 people.
I'm not surprised that the decision of the Arab League is not relevant, because what Hamas has in mind is another 7th of October. They say, and we believe them. And what they did in the 7th of October that Ahmed is not ready to condemn is raping women,
I am ready to condemn.
burning
I
children.
condemn it, but do you
just let
condemn
Yaakov
what Israel is
finish.
doing? Do you condemn the
speak.
dozens of
Let me
Octobers that
speak.
Israel is committing
You
since?
justified
No,
it.
you're
You
the one who
justified it.
condemn violence.
You
The
justified
audience
it.
knows
What they
who
did,
can't condemn
they
violence.
burned. Ahmed,
The
let me
audience
speak.
knows who is
Ahmed,
unable.
let
Did you
me-
condemn the
Ahmed,
killing of 74 people
Ahmed,
today?
Ahmed,
Did you?
let me speak.
Did you?
Ahmed,
Go ahead, do it. Condemn them.
Okay,
Ahmed, let
Yeah.
me speak, please.
Go ahead.
The people like Ahmed are not ready to condemn an organization which butchered children, rape women, burn families in their house, and then speak about I don't know what. But I remember you
Speak
asked
about
about the
facts
international
that are
community.
documented
Many
of
years
Israeli
ago,
military.
Ahmed, let me speak.
Let's
Ahmed,
move forward. We
Ahmed,
need to be
Ahmed,
looking
Ahmed,
at what's
Ahmed,
going to happen now,
Ahmed,
not what
we
happened on
need to
October
be-
7.
we
Mr.
need to be having
Ahmed,
a conversation
Ahmed,
about
let
facts,
me speak.
Ahmed, stop.
not
Ahmed,
about lies and propaganda
Ahmed,
that
stop
have been disproven.
and let Yaakov finish, please.
Ahmed, let me speak. Let me
Go
speak.
ahead, Yaakov.
guys.
Ahmed, let
understand
Yaakov
that
finish.
You don't want to hear about the character of the people
wanna hear
that you
lies.
are supporting. I understand these people which behave like animals. You are not ready to hear how they behave in the 7th of October.
Dehumanization begins. Yes, go
Yes.
ahead. Dehumanization.
No,
please,
I want
go
to say
ahead.
something different, totally different. You asked about the
Animals.
international
Continue.
community. Many years ago,
Are they
I was in a room.
animals too? The
Ahmed,
international community?
please,
I-
let Yaakov finish so that we can come to you, or else we're not going to get anywhere. Yaakov, please continue.
I didn't say that they are animals. I say they behave like animals. They are not animals. They are human beings. Behave like
My
animals.
mistake. Yeah. Carry on.
I know that your mistake. It's not the only mistake that you did. Many years ago,
Yeah,
I was
sure,
in a
go
room with the chancellor of Germany, and we spoke about the situation. And someone of her people said, "But you know, General, everyone says that you are wrong." And she said, "When I was in East Germany, everyone said that I was wrong, but I was right." The fact that so many people condemning Israel doesn't say anything not about justice and not about the right of Israel to defend itself. We are not ready to live near an organization like Hamas. After the 7th of October, this organization should be eliminated totally. If this organization continue to fight within his own people will be hurt by the war. We are very sorry about it, but it's the decision of Hamas where to fight.
Okay. First of all, I just think we need to flag that we can't be generalizing and using derogatory terms like behaving like animals to identify an entire group of people. We certainly don't stand and condone that here on Counterpoints.
It's not entire group. It's only Hamas members.
But you didn't make it clear, so just for our audience, I just wanted to make it clear that that's what we are directing. But Ahmed made a point that I want to put to you, Yaakov. You are asking Ahmed to condemn October 7 attacks, but let's turn it around as well and ask you, do you condemn what Israel has been doing in Gaza in certain situations that they have been harshly criticised for?
No, we didn't want to do it. Unlike
but
Hamas,
whether you wanted to do it or not, now that it's happening, do you condemn some of Israeli military's actions?
Everyone is preaching us what we should not do. And I understand why. The situation in Gaza is bad, very bad, for the people of Gaza. But the question is how to fight this organization, Hamas, after the atrocities of the 7th of October, without fighting within civilians, because where we fight, Hamas is making the decision. If Hamas will go out of the civilian area, we will fight Hamas without civilians. But Hamas decided, I believe intentionally, to fight behind his own people. So everyone who is preaching us not do it have to tell us what to do, because everyone has to agree that Hamas should be eliminated. After the 7th of October, no human being can agree to the existence of such an organization with the atrocities. So how to do it without it?
All right, Ahmed, you can respond to that, but I also want you to directly answer a question for me. Should Hamas disarm and leave Gaza in order to end the suffering for the Gazan people?
I think since it's Israel who is enacting the suffering, it is Israel who should disarm and leave Gaza, because Hamas is a resistance movement that was created in part by Israel. And I don't want to get sidetracked. People can Google that, and the Netanyahu government, how they helped foment and create Hamas. But I do want to ask, if I can, based on his last response, Jacob, not as a journalist, but as a human being, how many children must Israel kill before it becomes unacceptable to you? Because I think we're reaching a critical point where governments are still failing to live up to their legal obligations to prevent a genocide, not after it's been proven and occurred, but while it's happening. That's international law. And if, as the Netanyahu government said today, if occupation is the plan...
Can I answer? No, you answer. You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
All right, you did. You did ask him a question, Ahmed. All right, Yaakov.
I want to answer.
Go ahead.
From my point of view, not even one child should be killed. Not even one child in the Palestinian side should be killed. But at the same time, we cannot allow Hamas to exist after the atrocities of the 7th of October. And there is no way to fight Hamas.
That's not answering my question, Belinda. Because he's not answering my question, I'm going to reclaim my time. May I reclaim my time?
Ahmed, you don't let me answer.
Okay, we got your answer, Yaakov. You don't think one child should be killed. Okay. That was an direct answer to your question, Ahmed.
Not even one should be killed.
Not even one.
One is too much. One is too much.
Okay, so there's an answer to your question, Ahmed.
Now, why are you follow up?
Okay, Yaakov, just wait now, and we'll let Ahmed finish.
Why are you killing dozens every day?
But Ahmed, we need to. Ahmed, that's not the topic that we need to be focusing on. I'm asking you now on this particular section. We're talking about Hamas. We're going to talk about starvation of children in our next segment. I need you to focus on the topic that we're discussing. Should Hamas disarm? If they were to disarm, to allow the Gazans to have a semblance of peace and to rebuild, would that not improve the lives of the civilians that obviously everyone wants to stop being caught in the crossfire here?
Not Hamas. Hamas doesn't care about
But this is a question to Ahmed.
I guess my question is, why are we focusing on Hamas?
Well, because I'm the one asking the question to you, and I'd like you to answer it.
But Melinda, I'm answering you by saying I'm surprised that we're asking about Hamas disarming when the level of violence in the past year has been entirely one-sided. Now, we can discuss Iran and other things, but whether Hamas is clearly being used as a boogeyman to advance what Israel is. You're asking me about Hamas, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, because also on Counterpoints, we need to show both sides of the story. This is the side of the story that would nullify all of Israel's justification for war. There would be no more justification for war. Isn't that what Hamas and the people of Gaza want?
But Melinda, let's look at a wider context. That would be true if Israel wasn't doing ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, if Israel wasn't enforcing an apartheid regime for the Palestinians who are Israeli citizens. We're putting this focus on Gaza and Hamas when Hamas has not killed Israelis yesterday, last week, the month before, except Israeli soldiers. He's laughing, but these are facts that I'm sharing. They kill the soldiers that are occupying their land, that are detonating entire neighborhoods, that are committing war crimes every day. And we're talking about the people that are defending this population that's being starved, whether they should disarm. Why are we not talking about whether Israel should disarm? The scale of violence I addressed earlier, are these just dismissed and we go back to this boogeyman, letting him talk about Hamas and how there's no question.
In a moment, Yaakov, I'll come to you.
But I want to, Yaakov, as a human, okay, I know this is like, am I going to win this debate? I want to ask you, one second. As a human, 1 second. You can dismiss the truth spoken by people like Human Rights Watch, Israeli human rights organizations.
I can.
UN.
Yes, I can, and I am.
What about someone like? Can I ask you? What about someone like Dr. Gabor Mate, a Holocaust survivor whose grandparents were murdered in Auschwitz? He said to me on my podcast last week, what Israel is doing in Gaza is energetically almost identical to what the Nazis did. Do you think that when he says to dominate, as Israel is
Melinda,
doing, you must dehumanize? My question to you is, what part of your humanity have you had to shut off to defend this? Because if you won't listen to the legal experts, the doctors, the mothers burying their children in Gaza every day, why maybe you'll listen to this Holocaust survivor?
Okay, all right, now let Yaakov respond.
Let's begin let's begin with the genocide. Do you know what is the number of Palestinians today in the West Bank versus the number of Palestinians 10 years ago? In genocide, the number of people in the West Bank should not grow. And every year there are more Palestinians in the West Bank than the previous year. It's not a genocide. Technically, it's not a genocide. If we are doing a genocide, believe me, it will not look like that.
Okay.
What happened? And so there is no genocide in the West Bank. There is no genocide in Gaza. There is a war in Gaza. And the war began when Hamas decided at the 7th of October to attack Israel. And you cannot complain about a war which was initiated by Hamas and the Palestinians when you see the results on the Palestinians and Hamas.
Okay, Yaakov, I have a question for you. If Hamas agreed to release the hostages, disarm and leave Gaza, would Israel end the war tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, in 5 minutes. Israel was not in Gaza before the 7th of October. Not one Israeli was in the Gaza Strip before the 7th of October.
That's a lie. Israel was militarily occupying
No,
Gaza
you have imagination world. I mean, something which
you took out your colonies in 2005,
not
but you built more
one
colonies in
soldier
the West
or
Bank.
one
These are
Israeli.
hard, cold facts.
But Gaza was certainly not a free
Ahmed,
place. It has been under siege.
Ahmed, you are
I'm
lying.
Okay.
Not less than that.
The whole world is lying except you.
Not one soldier, not one Israeli soldier, and one Israeli citizen was in the Gaza Strip before the 7th of October.
He doesn't
not
understand
even
the
one.
definition of occupation,
let
alone genocide. That's not what occupation. That's not what the international legal definition is of an occupation. And as the ICJ rules, are we not going to use facts?
All right, now just take a breath. Ahmed, now you can calmly respond to the statement that Yaakov has made.
Yaakov, you call this self-defense, but genocide is not self-defense. You can't starve entire populations, as you are doing. You can't bomb children, disabling them.
We don't starve the whole population. It's lies.
You can't kill journalists and then
Gentlemen, we are going to move on to our final segment. I want everyone just to take a breath because we've got a little bit further to go, and I want to make sure both of you have the right amount of time and airtime to get your points across, because we need to ensure that our audience is seeing both sides of the story. The United Nations figures show that more than 1,300 Palestinians have been killed while seeking food since late May. The World Health Organization says more than 5,000 children under the age of 5 have been admitted for treatment of malnutrition in the last 2 weeks of July. Yaakov, is starvation being used as a weapon of war?
The answer is yes, by Hamas. Hamas is confiscating all the food which is coming into Gaza. You can see pictures.
Even though it's Israel that needs to facilitate the entry of that aid.
Yes. Israel is facilitating the entry of the food and the water into Gaza.
Enough
it has been
for all the people?
Yes. Today, yesterday, and the day before. Hamas is confiscated the food and the water, and Hamas is making decision who will starve and who will not. And we have pictures which had been published of Hamas terrorists eating breakfast and dinners with full table, and at the same time, in the house nearby, they don't let the Palestinians to have the food. Yes, there is starvation in Gaza, done by Hamas.
Okay, all right.
Hamas is
hold that thought, Yaakov. Ahmed, your response.
One sentence. Hamas is doing it because this is the best propaganda that they can show, that Israel is not letting the food come in. But the truth is, Hamas is starving the population of Gaza.
Okay. Ahmed, your response?
Just listen to your colleagues in the Israeli government when they call and announce the policy of starvation that Israel is guilty of, and that every single international human rights organization and many more leading Israeli Jewish scholars, including many inside Israel, are saying, don't listen to me, listen to them. We all know who's starving.
I don't listen to me, I don't listen to them, I know the truth.
As well as,
I know
why are you interrupting me?
Yeah, Paul, just let Ahmed finish his response and then we'll come back to you.
Honestly, I don't have much more to say. I think, children under 5 now suffer from severe acute malnutrition at rates unseen this century. By December 2023, already 80% of Gaza's population faced catastrophic hunger. It's been 2 years. And yes, as you said, about 1,400 Palestinians have been shot by Israeli soldiers and US security contractors while trying to get aid. Yet, even though that's a fact, that even aid workers themselves who work for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation are saying to the media, even though that's a fact, Yaakov wants us to believe that it's Hamas that is starving the Palestinians, shooting the Palestinians, and killing the Palestinians.
Okay, Yaakov, so are you suggesting that aid has been, that a sufficient amount of aid, what do I think they were talking, 400 or 600 truckloads of aid per day is going into Gaza? Because that's what has been agreed is the right amount. Is that going in?
Not every day, because there is a queue of trucks.
Not one day.
The entrance of Gaza.
Not one day.
Let me answer. You don't let me
speak. He's lying.
No,
because you're lying.
Because there is a queue of trucks in the gates of Gaza that had not been taken by the United Nations agencies because
but is it not Israel's responsibility to facilitate the entry of those drivers into Gaza?
We are facilitating to the area, which from then on it will be a dangerous area for our soldiers, and we let the agencies of the United Nations to take it. They're afraid to take it because they know that Hamas will go on these trucks and will take the food, and they're afraid from Hamas. So if you take the queue of cars, of trucks, in the entrance of Gaza, these are the numbers.
When you say that it's Israel's responsibility as an occupying power, I don't think he understands that regardless of his opinions, it is legally Israel's responsibility to allow the aid in. And we've seen the footage of Israeli settlers protected by soldiers preventing the aid from going in, including Israeli mothers protecting the aid. These are images that are fueling Israel's increased isolationism.
Okay, Yaakov, have you got proof? What kind of proof do you rely on that it's Hamas that has been hampering the aid?
Just to make people understand what we see. There is an opposition inside Israel for the fact that because we have those hostages in the hands of Hamas, that food will go to Gaza. They say they are not feeding our hostages, we should not feed them. In spite of this opposition, the government is overcoming the opposition and push the trucks into Gaza. What he saw is right. There are demonstrations inside Gaza against the fact that Israel is feeding Hamas inside Gaza. But in spite of this opposition, the government is doing it.
Okay, Yaakov, I have a question. What evidence or what can you point us to back up your claims that Israel is allowing in enough aid, but it is being stolen by Hamas? Because even the US former special envoy, David Satfield, said that Israel has not provided this evidence.
Linda, you don't need anything. Just see the pictures. The trucks are coming in and Hamas is taking the trucks hostages. I mean, if you go to Gaza, you see there are big stores of Hamas. One of them, by the way, had been taken forcefully by the people of Gaza because they understood that the food is in the hands of Hamas. So a few weeks ago, many people went to this big store of Hamas. So look at the picture. You don't need any organization to tell you.
Okay.
Look at the picture and you see how Hamas is doing it.
All right, Ahmed, do you think that Hamas has any responsibility for the humanitarian situation? Is its grip on power exacerbating perhaps an already difficult situation?
Yeah, I think unlike Yaakov, I can admit that there's some responsibility, but overwhelmingly, it is Israel's responsibility, as I've said, just as it's Israel's responsibility to investigate and hold accountable the 2 Americans that were killed by Israeli settlers in the past 3 weeks. Why are those American citizens being killed by Israeli settlers? Why can an Israeli settler kill someone who worked on an Oscar award-winning documentary and then a week later be released and continue to threaten and attack Palestinian people? I mean, it is mind-blowing to me that, and I appreciate why we're having this conversation, but you think the world believes that Israel is a democracy when it denies the 7 million Palestinians of basic rights who live in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem? I mean, what kind of democracy, Yaakov, detains children without trial, murders children every day? It's being documented on social media platforms, right?
Yaakov, if you want to respond directly to those claims.
I understand why Ahmed is moving to the West Bank and have some problems with the West Bank and the settlers and so on and so forth, because he doesn't have answers to the responsibility of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So he's jumping from Gaza Strip, an area in which there is, before the 7th of October, though, not even one Israeli, and now there are many Israelis because we are going after Hamas. And now he's jumping to the West Bank. West Bank, another meeting, I'll explain it.
Okay, Yaakov, final question to you. If Israel can assassinate Iranian officials with such pinpoint accuracy during their operation in Iran, how can there be so much collateral damage when they're protecting food delivery? Are these soldiers just not very good at their jobs?
This is the difference between a state in which there are military forces, and when you attack mainly the military forces. In the case of Iran,
70% of the deaths are women and children.
Let me answer.
Just let Yaakov finish, because then I'm going to put that to you, Ahmed.
I'm just trying to help to counter the lies.
We're almost out of time, so Yaakov, you finish up, and then I'll come to you, Ahmed.
No, I didn't answer you because you didn't let me. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
This is the difference between a state in which there are differentiations between the civilians in Tehran and the military guys, either the military or the guards of the revolution, because we attacked those with uniform, and they were not together with the civilians. We killed some civilians which are related to the nuclear project in their houses, but other than that, we killed those who are part of the military forces. In Gaza, there is no differentiation. Someone is living in his house, is fighting within his family, and if you want to kill him, you have to kill the family because they're fighting within their own families. This is the difference. This is what we are complaining about.
But this is during people lining up for food. This is not in their homes or accusations of Hamas hiding in hospitals, Yaakov. This is people who are lining up for food. So why are these soldiers not able to differentiate children lining up for food?
Because Hamas is coming without uniform within the civilians. You cannot differentiate between the civilians, Hamas fighting within civilians, with civilians labes, with not with uniform.
All right.
So at the end of the day, you cannot differentiate between them.
All right.
If they would do it,
we're
it would
almost
be
out
easy
of
for
time,
us.
so a quick final word for you on that particular point, Ahmed, and then we'll have to leave it there.
I understand that he needs to blame everything on Hamas because he doesn't want to confront, or any of the audience to confront, the facts and the truth, which is, as you justify this siege, this starvation, this genocide, your own people, Yaakov, Israeli doctors, Israeli lawyers, Israeli human rights groups are saying this is genocide. My last question to him and to the audience: when will you stop hiding behind the word security to justify collective punishment and genocide? Because the world sees Israel as it is, and the smoke from Gaza can't hide the truth and the facts.
Okay, gentlemen, I wish we had more time to thrash this out. All right, Mr. Amador, quick response. We're out of time.
We will finish five minutes after Hamas will be disarmed. Because after the 7th of October, Israel, it doesn't matter who will be the prime minister, by the way. It's 80% of the society in Israel. And yes, you can hear many voices from within Israel because Israel is a democracy, open democracy. Mm-hmm. Everyone can speak. The Arabs, the Jews, the Druze,
including the parliamentarian that was
all right. We don't have time to get into another whole big discussion on this particular point.
Gentlemen, you will not hear it from within Hamas because this is a dictatorship which kills its own people if they speak.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much to both of you. It has been, as always, an impassioned debate when we discuss this topic, but we like to put both sides of the story to our audience. So we thank you both for your very energetic responses. Thank you, Ahmed Eldon, host of the Out Loud with Ahmed Eldon podcast and a journalist who writes on Substack, and Yaakov Amador, a former Israeli national security advisor. We appreciate both your opinions here on Counterpoints. And thank you to everyone for joining us for another very heated Counterpoints debate. You can, of course, watch all our debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok so you don't miss a single thing. Thanks for your company.
Hello and welcome back. The French car maker Citroen, which is part of the Stellantis group, has unveiled a new SUV model this week. While facing stiff competition in the electric vehicle sector, the company, which has a more than 100-year-long history, saw a drop in sales in Q1 this year. Well, we're going to speak now to the Citroen CEO, Thierry Koskas, about the new model, where he sees the industry heading, and how he aims to win market share in the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Koskas. Really appreciate you taking the time. Just behind you, I think I can see two of the new cars, the Citroen C5, I think it's called, Citroen C5 Aircross, in fact. It's an electric vehicle, and it's got quite considerable autonomy, doesn't it? So what does this tell us about where Citroen views the future of car making?
Well, actually, we are presenting with the new Citroen C5 Aircross, our new flagship. It comes with multi-energy, but particularly, as you said, with an electric version, up to 680 kilometer range. We really think that this is part of the future. At the end of the day, the world is electrifying, and we are proposing cars that not only are affordable, but also very convenient for customers with such a high range. So we think it's part of the future of the car industry.
Okay, so it's affordable, and that seems to be a key word here. Perhaps that explains the language you've been using to describe this type of car, accessible electrification. Who would you say is the target audience or the target buyer of this car?
Well, we have actually, with the new C5 Aircross, two targets for Citroen. Number one is families. This is a very roomy vehicle. You can sit with 5 people in a very, very comfortable environment. There is a lot of room, particularly in the second row. And the second one, this is very much a B2B car, a car for companies where many executives will love to drive this car. So two targets really for us, families from one side and B2B fleet companies from the other side.
Mr. Koskas, I gather this car's got what's called multi-energy flexibility. So it's basically a hybrid that's also electric. And that's an opportunity at the moment, isn't it? Because there are some countries that aren't ready for fully electric cars. Where do you think this car is going to be most popular?
Well, we indeed offer multi-energy. Actually, you can have 3 types of engine with this vehicle: hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. And you know, in Europe and in the world, the situation is very different from one country to another. We have some countries, if you take the example of the north of Europe, that are now fully electrified. So we will sell, I would say, only the electric version. But we have other countries that are a bit remote in terms of electrification, and hybrid or plug-in hybrid version will be absolutely suitable. So as we have multi-energy offer, we will be able to adapt to any type of market. By the way, not only in Europe, but also in many countries in the world.
I was going to ask you specifically about your ambitions in the Middle East, because some parts of the Middle East aren't yet ready for fully electric vehicles. There isn't the infrastructure in a lot of markets outside the Gulf. Tell us a bit about which markets you think you're going to get, that you're going to zero in on in the Middle East. What's going to be your goal here?
Well, actually, we think that there is absolutely no fatality or no barrier to go electric. Actually, it's a question of do we have the right policies in place? When we look at the barriers for electrification, there is one, the price. At Citroen, we are addressing that. Then we have the infrastructure to recharge your car. And you can see that in some countries, some governments put a lot of effort to put a great infrastructure. So I think that we could see in the future in Middle East a lot of countries that would go electric. I think this technology is perfectly suitable for many countries. It's just a question of, do I have the right infrastructure? And this is very much something that we are welcoming at Citroen.
Mr. Koska, Saudi Arabia is aiming for 30% electric vehicles by the year 2030. Is Saudi a market you'd like to see Citroen grow in?
Well, we would love to, because Saudi Arabia, first of all, it's a great market. It's one of the biggest markets in Middle East. And the fact that there would be a political willingness to electrify the market is really, really something that we would be welcoming. I think that at Citroen, we are, first of all, present already in Saudi Arabia, and we have the perfect range of electric cars. We have small and affordable electric cars with EC3, for example, and we have bigger cars with a longer range, like the new C5 Aircross that is behind me. So we can answer to that. We are welcoming this willingness to go electric, and Citroen will be there to offer electric cars for Saudi customers.
And just staying with Saudi Arabia, I mean, it's getting a little bit more competitive there now, because Tesla opened a showroom in Saudi Arabia in the last couple of weeks. The Chinese EV maker BYD got in there sometime last year. And of course, you've got this population of more than 30 million people. So all in all, this ought to represent one of the most exciting markets in the region. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And you know, I think I first visited Saudi Arabia something like 20 years ago. So I know how the market is promising. And that's why it attracts so many brands, I would say, including, as you say, the Chinese brand. But I think that with Citroen, we have the right weapons to offer a great offer of cars in the Saudi market. We have very, very competitive products. You know, in Europe and in many countries in the world, including in Middle East, we are fighting against Chinese manufacturers, against others with great cars, including electric cars. So I think we are absolutely perfectly ready for the Saudi market, which is, again, a great market where we can sell both high-end cars, but also popular, smaller cars. So it's absolutely a great opportunity for Citroen, and we are extremely, extremely motivated to be present in the Saudi market.
I just want to ask you about the US tariffs. Are they having any impact on Citroen, and are they having an impact on your sales?
Well, actually, zero impact for the time being, because as you know, Citroen doesn't sell in the US. We are selling everywhere in the world, Latin America, Middle East, obviously, India, and so on, not in the US. So we are not directly concerned by the tariffs. Obviously, as part of Stellantis is because we have within Stellantis American brands, but at Citroen particularly and specifically, we are not concerned by the tariff topic at the moment.
Okay, but what about supply chain issues? Anything you've noticed?
No, actually, you know that we were facing supply chain issues back 2 years ago with a specific shortage on some components or whatever. That has now been solved. I would say we have now today a normal supply chain, and we are able to supply any car that the customer would need. And that's obviously very good. The demand is very high. We have now a very, very recent range. C3 was launched a year ago, C3 Aircross 6 months ago. So there is a lot of demand, and we are able to fulfill the demand, which is obviously great news for our customers.
Okay, where do you see the future heading with regards to electric vehicles? Where do you think the industry is going to be in 10 years from now?
Well, actually, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you that electrification will go up. Now, will we be at 100% in 10 years? I don't think so, but I would suspect that in many countries, particularly in Europe, we should be above 50%. I really, really think it's the future, as long as you offer affordable product to the customers, and as long as you have the right infrastructure to recharge your car. If the two conditions are met, we can really envisage a growth of the electric market above 50% within 10 years.
Is there any slowdown in demand for electric vehicles, as some are suggesting, as perhaps people go back to hybrids? I mean, is that something you're seeing?
Well, actually, a lot of people are talking about slowing down. I can tell you that at Citroën, we are not seeing any slowdown. Our the share of electric cars, pure electric cars in our sales is growing every day. We are now above 20% in Europe, so it's really, really growing. And for a very simple reason, it's very easy to explain to a customer that electric is great as long as it's affordable. The running cost is super cheap because you are going to run your car on electricity. It's much cheaper than petrol in most countries in the world. So it's easy to convince customers. So I really don't see any slowdown, at least for us. We see, on the contrary, a growth of electrification, and that's obviously very positive for us.
Okay, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thierry Koskas, the CEO of Citroën. Appreciate your time.
Many thanks.
And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal. Do stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. I'm disappointed in President Putin is how the US leader described his mood during his trip to Scotland, where he added that he was reducing the deadline for the Russian president to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. 10 to 12 days is the window Donald Trump offered, replacing the original 50-day deadline due to be reached in early September. The consequences of the Kremlin failing to do so would be massive secondary tariffs on Moscow's trade partners. Well, this turnaround in attitude towards Russia comes 5 months after the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, was very publicly berated during a meeting with Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House, when it seemed to many that Vladimir Putin was the favored party in the conflict that's now into its 4th year. Well, to pick apart some of the changing issues in the war, I spoke with veteran journalist Christian Karl, a columnist with Foreign Policy magazine who closely follows the conflict. Christian, thanks for making the time to discuss this issue, especially as it's quite topical. Donald Trump has now changed the deadline for Vladimir Putin to come up with a solution, a ceasefire. He said 10 to 12 days. Originally, it was going to be in September. What do you realistically expect to happen in 10 to 12 days?
I'm not sure I know what I expect to happen because Donald Trump is such a moving target. You know, he never really comes down decisively on the side of a particular option, or at least quite often does not come down on the side of a particular option. So I'm hoping that at the end of 10 to 12 days, we will see a very decisive statement imposing sanctions on Russia, but more importantly, secondary sanctions on China and India and the countries that have been buying Russian oil and gas since the start of the war, because that's what we really need. Sanctions against Russia are not very important. The United States does not have a lot of bilateral trade with the Russian Federation. It's just not a big target. The big target is those third countries which have been continuing to buy Russian energy. They're the ones we really need to crack down on.
Basically, when it comes down to Donald Trump changing his mind on and off, this doesn't mean that it's a fixed target anyway, does it?
I don't think it does. I mean, consider the fact he started off with a 50-day target. A lot of us were very skeptical. A lot of commentators, I think, were very skeptical about that. I certainly was. We've seen again and again and again that his deadlines and ultimatums are actually sort of sliding targets. You know, there's this phrase going around Washington that Trump is maybe, you know, always chickens out. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but he's certainly very fluid about the goals that he sets. I think he's always trying to leave himself space to declare victory, right? He likes to set up complicated situations, and then when there's some progress in his favor, he can make a big statement. He's very, very good at proclaiming his own successes. He's a real master at that. So I think what he often does is he sets up a complicated time frame or a complicated target or a target he knows is unrealistically high, and then when he achieves part of it, he claims a great victory. And he may very well do that in this case, too. But the main thing, again, is that we see serious sanctions against the people who have been supporting the Russian economy by buying its energy.
Do you think, Christian, that Vladimir Putin will take Donald Trump's pressure, his deadlines seriously?
I actually don't think that Vladimir Putin is taking Trump's deadline seriously. For one thing, he knows that the direct threat of tariffs on the Russian economy is not going to hurt him very much. He's not concerned about that. For another, I think he doesn't believe that it's going to be possible to crack down on this secondary market and the trading of Russian energy resources by people who are essentially evading sanctions. I don't think he believes that China and India will stop buying Russian energy and that Trump will punish them for it. He knows perfectly well that Trump has other agendas in play. Trump has a great relationship with Narendra Modi and wants to preserve his good relations with India. He has an entirely separate agenda of things that he wants to accomplish with China. So I think I'm really not holding my breath to see Trump impose these draconian sanctions on countries that are buying Russian oil and gas. I just don't believe it. I would be very happy to be proven wrong, because that would be a huge help to Ukraine to crack down on this trade in Russian energy. But I just don't believe it's happening. And another reason why I don't believe it's happening is because there's a very, very tough and expansive package of sanctions now moving its way through the Senate, sponsored by some very powerful senators, that would impose huge sanctions on these countries, third countries that are buying Russian oil. And Trump has not said a single word about whether he approves of that legislation or doesn't. We suspect that he isn't keen to sign off on that legislation because he doesn't want to give any of his power away to Congress. He's been very consistent in trying to prevent Congress from usurping what he sees as his powers to sanction countries or impose tariffs. But those sanctions that are currently making their way through the Senate are really quite draconian, and with the full power of the Congress behind them, they might actually get implemented and do something. But just leaving it all up to Trump, I think, is not really a very safe bet.
Now, critics might say he tends to think in a very linear way,
yes,
whereas the relationships are far more of a web. So, if he's going to punish China and India for buying Russian oil, it tangles up all the other relationships. There's the tariffs issue, there's the, apart from trade, there's the politics, the diplomacy. So is it possible to get anything done in a linear way in such a multi-connected world?
Well, I think that's a great point, Riz. I think the answer is no. Also, one reason why I'm also very skeptical about precisely that thing is that he doesn't seem to have a clear strategy. He seems very situational. It's sort of, a month ago, Putin was doing exactly the same stuff, but Trump didn't seem, or 2 months ago, 5 months ago, Putin was doing exactly the same things he's doing now. If anything, he's intensified his attacks on Ukraine, but he was essentially doing the same things then that he's doing now. Trump was fine with it. So now he's decided he's skeptical about Putin. And to be honest, I don't really understand why, because Putin's the same guy. He's pursuing the same strategy. He's never shown for a second that he wants to end the war. That's the bottom line. Putin started this war. Ukraine didn't start it. Putin started it. Very personally Putin, yes, and Russia. So why would Putin stop it? I haven't heard the strategic calculation from Trump. He just seemed to assume that Putin wanted to have a ceasefire to stop the war. Why? Why would he do that? It's his war. He started it. The only way he'll stop it is if somebody puts really, really hard pressure on him and makes him squeak. If you don't do that, nothing's going to happen. He doesn't want to end the war.
I'm going to get back to this in a second, but let me kind of march back through some of the history that certainly the critics bring up, and that is that Russia was promised NATO would not take even an inch step, going east. So those who support Vladimir Putin say, well, look, and Russia, say that basically Russia's been cheated, if you like, by the Western allies in their expansion into the former Soviet territory, and that this is the justification to a large degree. How do you, when you hear those kind of comments, how do you regard that? That there is some justification on the part of Putin, perhaps?
Well, first of all, we don't have to litigate the whole thing now, but the idea that the West promised it would not expand NATO and then broke its promise is a little complicated. One principle that NATO has always made very clear is that countries can apply to join, right? That's their free choice. And the people who ran NATO and the president of the various presidents of the United States never said, Poland or the Czech Republic can never apply to join NATO. They never said that. The idea that the West made a promise it wouldn't expand NATO is, I think, actually not quite right. There were specific promises made about not stationing Soviet troops in East Germany after the unification of Germany that were then kind of taken by some of the Russians in a more general way. But let's assume that Russia feels threatened by NATO. If Russia feels threatened by NATO, why, for example, then is Russia trying to simply take over all of Ukraine, destroy Ukrainian cultural institutions, bomb Ukrainian publishing houses and libraries, bomb Ukrainian churches with, precision-guided weapons in many cases? Why is it also staging a war on Ukrainian culture? And why does Putin persistently deny the existence of Ukraine as a nation?
So what you're saying is that the action of Russia against Ukraine is not commensurate with the idea of this broken promise.
Yeah. They seem to have a whole raft of other things they want to do in Ukraine, including denouncing, the whole country's leadership, which is led by a Jewish person, President Zelensky, as neo-Nazi, right? There seems to be a whole range of other cultural objectives here, which have to do with the fact that Putin is a Russian imperialist, and he's never been able to imagine a Russia without Ukraine, or at least a big chunk of Ukraine in it, right?
Isn't that the mistake a lot of people make, saying he wants to bring back the Soviet Union when it's actually more about the whole idea of being a czar?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's more about an imperial Russia. You know, someone once said that Russia without Ukraine is not really an empire, right? And I think that's probably true. Ukraine is a democracy. It has a lot of problems. It could hardly be otherwise. You know, it left the Soviet Union 35 years ago. But it is a democracy. Zelensky is a genuinely elected leader, which you can't say about Putin. So what you have right there on Russia's border is a big, strong, relatively wealthy and powerful country with a very vibrant democracy. When people don't like something in Ukraine, they take to the streets, they demonstrate, they demand better of their leaders. They don't just shut up and put up with it.
They even elected a comedian.
Which is pretty brilliant, actually. I see Zelensky as kind of a Ronald Reagan figure, you know, somebody who started off in show business and understood some of those skills transfer very well to politics. I mean, you could say that about Trump as well. But one thing that's very clear is that Putin does not see Ukraine as an independent nation. He doesn't see Ukraine as a nation that deserves to have its own destiny. He sees it as a vassal state, a state that belongs to him, essentially. And one of the reasons why it's such a huge threat to him is precisely because it's a democracy. You can't have a big, strong country with a bunch of Russian-speaking people in it acting like citizens of a democracy right on the border with Russia. That's the last thing Putin wants, right?
Like a viral spread into Russia.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get back to Ukraine, because I know you were there last year. But let's get back to this issue between, you know, the relationship between Trump and Putin for a minute. And I interjected just to get some historical perspective. But what do you think the actual relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is like?
Well, that's a great question. You know, I haven't been in the room. In some of their meetings, they even excluded note takers, and, you know, the famous meeting in Helsinki where it was just Putin and Trump and their interpreters in the room. So, you know, it's a little hard to say. I mean, they purposely tried to obfuscate that a little bit. But I think one thing that's very clear is that Trump does admire Putin's style of leadership. You know, I don't know that there was, you know, that Putin has compromising material on Trump from, you know, old Soviet days or post-Soviet days. I don't know. And to be honest, it's kind of irrelevant. We see what we see, which is a very clear pattern since Trump came to the presidency in 2016 of flattery and adulation of Putin, right? And, you know, most famously, again, in that meeting in Helsinki, where Trump disavowed his own intelligence agencies, the assessment of his own intelligence agencies, and said, I trust this guy more than I trust the people in my own government. That's I'm still trying to get over that moment, right? That was one of the most extraordinary moments in recent American history. People seem to have mostly forgotten it. So it isn't about whether Putin's got something on him. That's simplistic. We've seen a very clear pattern of Trump admiring Putin. I think it's simply because he admires Putin's style. He admires the style of leadership. He wants to be a leader like that. I think that's a pretty modest hypothesis. I mean, everything fits that pattern.
Well, another extraordinary moment, Christian, was when Volodymyr Zelensky turns up at the White House and suddenly gets a real earful from both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. What went through your head when you saw what was going on there?
Well, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I saw that meeting.
Were you expecting anything like that?
I was really not expecting anything like that. The degree of contempt, open contempt, that Vance and Trump were displaying towards Zelensky was quite astonishing. You could see it in Zelensky's face. He wandered into an ambush and didn't realize that's what was happening. He thought he was being received as a fellow head of state, you know, which under normal conditions should be a pretty basic assumption. And he wandered into an ambush, and he was completely, you know, I think he was also flabbergasted. It was really a shameful moment for the United States and for American diplomacy. The Ukrainians certainly have not forgotten it. right?
It rallied the Europeans against Russia a bit more, though, didn't it?
It did, absolutely. I think you're quite right about that. It was a huge wake-up call for the Europeans, and I think they have not forgotten it either. They've tried to put a good face on things. I think they've done a good job of trying to work with Trump. As we've seen from some recent reporting, they've been working flat out behind the scenes to repair that break between Trump and Zelensky, and they seem to have had a lot of success. It's been really quite a remarkable turnaround since then, but I don't entirely trust it, and I don't think the Ukrainians do either. Trump has said Putin's been doing some bad things lately. I don't like them. He's been sending missiles into Ukrainian cities. Well, where was he for the previous 3 years? It's like the rest of the war didn't happen. When the Russians have been perpetrating atrocities in Ukraine for almost 4 years now. I mean, it's going on. It's going to be 4 years pretty soon. So somehow that didn't elicit Trump's sympathy or indignation. It's kind of extraordinary. So one wonders how much substance there is to this recent shift, as many are calling it. I'm inclined to be a little skeptical. I still think that everything Trump has done shows that his instinctive sympathies go to authoritarian leaders. And Putin is somehow the embodiment of the values that he really wants to emulate. There is also the issue, if I may, Riz,
Please.
if I may,
Yeah.
of Trump apparently has this idea that he can woo the Russians, bring them over to our side, and create a common front against the Chinese. Some people call this the reverse Nixon. Nixon famously forged an alliance with Mao Zedong and Communist China to marginalize the Soviet Union. But I don't think you can do a reverse Nixon. I don't think Trump is the man to pull it off. I don't think it can be done. Russia and China are joined at the hip now, right? They are so close on so many levels, strategically, economically, mentally. They both decry the decadent West. You can't just, what is Trump going to offer them? Again, we have almost no trade with the Chinese. We might build up our trade a little bit, but we're the greatest energy exporter in the world. Russia is one of the other great energy exporters in the world. How do we synergize that? Actually, we're innate competitors economically. So I just don't see how that works.
So if Donald Trump admires Vladimir Putin and kind of likes the idea of emulating such a strong leader, is there any room for right or wrong with what's going on? Or is it just ego-driven?
What do you mean?
Well, if Donald Trump is big concern, or I guess the issue that he favors is that this is a strong leader. He likes that. He wants to emulate that kind of leadership. The issue of all the deaths, all the destruction stuff seems to kind of then be pushed to one side.
I think it is pushed to one side. I think Trump has shown very clearly he's a power politician. He doesn't have a very strong record on defense of human rights. He doesn't seem very concerned about those things unless there are other reasons to be concerned about them. Putin has been violating the human rights of Russians for going on 25 years now. He's launched this absolutely superfluous, gratuitous war in Ukraine, completely a war of choice. It was not forced upon him by anyone. And again, as I said earlier, Trump never seems to have been particularly disturbed by that. Trump feels threatened by China. He wants to contain China. But during his first term in office, he was strikingly silent about Chinese human rights violations. He could have used that as a very powerful cudgel against the Chinese, and they did pass some good, human rights legislation addressing the problem of minorities in China during his first term, but he barely said a word about it. He doesn't really seem fundamentally concerned about human rights. I don't think he trusts rhetoric about human rights. He, again, is a power politician. He believes in realpolitik. He believes in strong leaders. I think when you really pin him down on it, he'll say, oh, all that talk of human rights is kind of fluffy nonsense. yeah, I don't want to see people killed in Ukraine. I don't want to see babies starving in Gaza. But, you know.
All this time, as you say, nearly 4 years, the level of death and destruction has been pretty severe. Eyes shifted off Ukraine, Russia because of Gaza becoming so desperate. And the news cycle is fickle, as you know.
Yeah.
But the level of destruction is pretty great. Now, you're a Russian speaker, fluent Russian speaker. You were in Ukraine last year.
Yeah.
Around what, September, October?
September and October, yeah, 8 weeks.
What did you see there, Christian?
What I saw was very inspiring. I saw a nation of citizens, right? Not subjects, not people obeying a king or a dictator. A nation of citizens, people taking initiative, fighting for their own rights as citizens of a sovereign state. What you see here, you see a huge level of volunteerism. You see a huge level of civic activism. And above all, this incredible creativity, right, that people have shown in pursuing this war. When the Russians invaded, the Ukrainian military was caught off guard. You might remember that we gave lots of warnings, and Zelensky didn't necessarily take them that seriously. And so the Russians made a lot of progress in the initial hours of the invasion. And then what happened? Citizens grabbed guns and went out to the streets to defend their country. That is actually what happened. So, you know, I went in October to Kharkiv, which is a city about 40 miles from Russia, and I met members of this brigade that's defending the city. And the people who are in that brigade are, you know, PR executives, a poet, famous Ukrainian poet, lawyers, IT specialists who are part of this unit. They were not soldiers before the start of the invasion, and now they're fighting for their country. And they're devising all kinds of extraordinary creative strategies and gadgets and techniques to thwart what the Russians are doing. It's very inspiring. It's heartbreaking, too, of course, because the level of destruction is insane. But it is inspiring.
Were you expecting the level of resilience from Ukrainians and the fact they've been able to hold out so long?
I think it's one thing when you hear about it and you see the news. It's another thing when you see it in front of you, right? Just the spirit is incredible, right? Like people, you know, they don't want to give up what they have. You know, they've put a lot of work into this country since 1991, and they really don't want to give up their achievements, a lot of very hard-won achievements. You know, building up democratic institutions. And as I said, it's still very much a work in progress. But that's what people think they're defending, okay? They're defending these achievements that they have largely won through their own hard work and pluck.
What were the stories, while you were there, what were the stories that surprised you, Christian?
You know, that's a great question. I don't know. I found so much that was surprising. I was giving lectures at the Kiev School of Economics, which is a fantastic big shout out to the Kiev School of Economics. It's a fantastic, relatively young educational institution and enjoys a lot of support from the EU and various donors. You go in, you might think you were in Finland or something. You know, it's this beautiful modern building. And, you know, I was giving lectures on various topics. Then every now and then we'd have an air raid siren. And then the whole class would go downstairs to the air raid shelter and I would continue my lecture. You know, it's that kind of, you know, they weren't going to let the war stop their education. That would be a defeat. And it's that kind of resilience. I think that's a wonderful word that you picked up there that is very characteristic.
What level of destruction did you witness, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of society? Because sometimes we hear about, you know, people still go out, they meet in coffee shops, that life goes on. Again, it depends on where and, you know, where in the country and what's being attacked. But that again, resilience must take a bit of a hammering.
Look, I think it's an entire country. You can be deceived because, yes, those cafes are open and those restaurants are open and they're full and people are going out. But it is quite deceptive. There was a poll taken not too long ago. I can't remember the exact number, but basically it was something like 75% of Ukrainians said they had a loved one or a friend who had been killed in the war. So it's basically an entire society suffering from some degree of post-traumatic stress disorder. They cover it up pretty well. They're determined to go on fighting. But there's a reason why, you know, millions and millions and millions of people have left. They're afraid, right? Kharkiv was a city, you don't wander around. Kiev is not a bombed out city, right? It's not like the East End during the Blitz. You can wander around Kiev for hours and never see destruction, never, you know, forget the fact, never remember the fact that you're in a country at war. But if you go to Kharkiv, there are whole areas that have been blasted into rubble. When I was there a few weeks earlier, a young artist, the people very well known in the local community, had been just walking through a public park with a friend, and a shell came down and blew them to smithereens. And you experience that very directly in a place like Kharkiv. It's still a beautiful city. It's still surviving. Again, there are some restaurants open and people are going about their normal lives, but there you really feel it. And by the way, talk about resilience. I was driving through Kiev one day with my friend, and we passed through an intersection right in the middle of Kiev, and he said, by the way, in the opening days of the war, the Russians hit this intersection with a ballistic missile. It went right in there, and there was a gigantic crater, I think he said 10 or 15 feet deep. And, you know, absolutely devastating attack. And by the next morning, they had filled up the hole. You know, they just were determined not to let this dominate their lives. They were going to fill in the hole. And I think that's a pretty good metaphor of the whole situation. I mean, there is no possible reason why Ukraine should still exist. Putin has thrown everything he has at that country. If you had told me in January 2022 that, you know, Ukraine was still going to be around 4 months after Putin launched an all-out invasion, I would have laughed at you. And here they are.
Well, almost 4 years in, what sort of impact do you think this will have on the generations, the younger generations, when it comes to how they will regard Russia, the ones who are non-Russian Ukrainians or of Russian origin? How do you think this is going to play out in the long term when it comes to the relationship between Ukrainians and Russians?
Well, look, Ukrainians were already, all the polls showed, very pro-European and pro-Western before this phase of the war started. I mean, we have to remember the war really started in 2014, so it's been going on a long time. So I think that pro-Western orientation will only increase. The ties between Ukraine and Western Europe will only increase because of the millions of Ukrainians who have migrated to every country in Europe and are living there now. That's merely going to strengthen this bond. And I think we've seen in the course of the past 3.5 years how disgusted the majority of Ukrainians have become by what the Russians are doing.
What about the Russian Ukrainians? Well, I mean those of Russian origin.
Well, there are Russian-speaking.
Okay.
Russian-speaking, I think, is a good word.
But is it okay?
Sure.
I mean, ethnically, because of the way the Soviet Union mixed up people.
Yes.
I presume quite a few who are ethnically Russian in the sense of from that.
Sure.
They would have been mixed.
Yeah, that's a very mixed picture. Some of them sided with Putin. You know, felt they were being, that they were being infringed upon somehow by the Ukrainian government. Okay, I get it. There are some people from Eastern Ukraine who have sided with Russia, unquestionably. There are a lot of Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are completely on Zelensky's side. Kiev, before this invasion, was a Russian-speaking city, largely. There are parts of Ukraine where they speak Ukrainian, have always spoken, majority has already spoken Ukrainian, always spoken Ukrainian. But Kiev was very much a Russian-speaking city. And when I took trips with taxi drivers, we would speak Russian. Nobody had any problem with that. But, this sense of disgust is very palpable. And even in Kiev now, you hear people making an effort to speak Ukrainian and not to use Russian as a reaction. And, even after 2014, you could still, opinion polls showed when Russia first invaded Ukraine, 2014, and seized Crimea, opinion polls were still, up until that point, opinion polls, 2013, were still showing that most Ukrainians had a fairly favorable view of Russians. Okay? Ukrainians were not anti-Russian. What made them anti-Russian? Not some weird Western conspiracy. It was the actions of Russia. Russia has a great history of alienating people who are well disposed towards it. I mean, ask, the Iranians or the Syrians, having Russia as a friend sometimes is a bit worse than having Russia as an enemy.
Well, that's why I wonder, perhaps, as time goes on, whether Ukraine and Russia would ever be able to have a normal relationship anymore.
Yes.
You think they would?
That's a great question. When I asked my Ukrainian friends about it, some of them drew a comparison between Israel and Germany. Said right now it's unthinkable. Perhaps down the line, many years from now, especially if Putin's no longer in power and there's a different regime in place in Russia, then you might be able to talk about it, just as Israel and democratic Germany now have a fairly good relationship. The German, and how did that happen? The Germans accepted their collective responsibility for the crimes of the Holocaust. They recognized their crimes. They paid reparations to the Israelis, which were very helpful in the early establishment of the Israeli state. And they have good relations now.
Do you think that...
And that could one day happen between Ukraine and a more democratically oriented Russia.
Do you think Russia, without Vladimir Putin at the helm, if something was to happen to him, would continue this campaign? Or is this purely Vladimir Putin's campaign?
I wonder, that's a question I've debated a lot with my Ukrainian friends. To what extent do the Russian people support this war? And I suspect that a majority of Russians probably support what Putin is doing. And a lot of that is the product of propaganda and, very, very toxic Russian imperialist traditions. But if you take away the dictatorship in Russia and you expose people to broader information, I think some things might change down the road. I was a bureau chief in Tokyo and Moscow, and I also lived in Berlin, okay? So if you've lived in Berlin and Tokyo for a long time, you're constantly being made aware of how fluid cultures can be. People in the 1930s were convinced that Germans and Japanese were absolutely unreformable militarists. It was deep in their genes. There was no way they could ever be persuaded to abandon militarism. It was just part of who Germans and Japanese were. Well, look at them now. I lived in Japan. It is a nation of pacifists. It really is. They're not very keen on the military. So cultures change. And I actually believe that Russia can change as well. But right now, I'm afraid change looks pretty far off and illusory.
When it comes to the future generations then, what do you think would be the unifying factor?
Well, that's a good question.
Because right now you have language.
Yeah, the Ukrainian language is, has a lot of commonalities with Russian. It is a distinct language. It's not a dialect of Russian by any stretch of the imagination. It is a distinct language. And they have built up their own literary traditions, very, very rich cultural traditions. But there is a lot of shared history, right? The shared history of the Soviet Union, and going back way before that to the Russian Empire. So I often, even when I'm in modern Ukraine, I sometimes notice things that I remember from the old Soviet Union. Habits of speech, or just the way that people do certain things, the way they keep their gardens. There's a certain degree of shared cultural memory, which helps to explain why Ukrainians used to have a very pro-Russian viewpoint, right? They have a lot in common. And I don't think actually it would take that much to revive that commonality, that sense of shared history, if Russia, this is a big if, can recognize its collective responsibility for this horrible crime they've committed against the Ukrainians and show some remorse. The Russians do not have a great history of showing remorse for their conquests. Maybe that's one reason why Trump likes them. They have zero sense of DEI. They are not woke in the slightest. They just conquer you and then they expect you to be happy about it. So I wonder if they will ever get to the point where, like the Japanese, like the Germans, they will be in a position to accept responsibility for what they've done and reflect on it and draw some positive lessons from it.
Both sides have had large numbers of casualties. We've seen a lot of damage on both sides, human and, basically societal infrastructure and so on. The Ukrainians are always saying, and the ones I've interviewed have always said, oh, we are defending our country, we're defending our country. In the case of the Russian soldiers, not a lot of information is put out. It's not in Russia's interest, of course. But what do you think is the toll it's taking on the Russian people, losing their sons and daughters to this conflict?
I actually think that toll is immense. We don't know for sure, again, as I wanted to emphasize before, we don't really know the state of public opinion in Russia. It's very important to say that. I sometimes see people citing poll numbers, from polls taken inside Vladimir Putin's Russia. That's a joke. I mean, you cannot call up people on the phone and ask their opinions in a police state. For the same reason I wouldn't trust public opinion polls in Iran or China. Not to mention the blanketing effect of state propaganda. So it's a little hard to know what's going on in people's heads. But there's been an enormous loss of life. The British Defense Ministry estimates that Russian casualties, dead and wounded, now amount to well over 1 million. That's not an insignificant number of people. That has to have some effect. Russia is now on a wartime footing. A lot of the economy has shifted to war production. That, I think, has some positive effects for people, employment and, higher salaries. But it's terrible for the rest of the economy, and people are really starting to feel that through inflation and job shortages. And then finally, after the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan, we saw a lot of those veterans come home and turn into organized criminals. And there was this immense wave of criminality through the Soviet Union and then post-Soviet Russia that was largely fueled by those returnees from the Afghan war. The Afghan war was pretty insignificant compared to this war. I mean, the number of brutalized Russian veterans coming home, traumatized and, suffering from substance abuse and barely coping, that's going to have a gigantic ripple effect throughout Russian society. I'm not optimistic about that part.
Especially as it's been drawn out so long now, the conflict, into
Yes.
its fourth year,
Yes.
well into its fourth year. What about the dependency Russia has on North Korean troops, for example?
Yes.
Was that necessary, considering the size of the Russian population?
Well, it is quite interesting, isn't it, Riz? I mean, why would such a big country as Russia feel compelled to accept troops from a relatively small ally like
What do
North
you think
Korea?
was the reason?
I think the reason is simply that Kim Jong-un was asking them for the chance to send his troops into combat. He wanted his troops to have combat experience. And Putin saw an opportunity to get more men in the field, and so he complied. But I think that does tell you something about the Russian manpower situation. We call the Russian style of warfare in Ukraine, the meat wave, the use of cannon fodder, just throwing people at the objective and not caring at all how many get mowed down. Very traditional Russian attitude towards warfighting. But this is not the Napoleonic Wars, right? We're not in World War I, where, by the way, Russian defeat on the battlefield led to revolution. I think Russian citizens actually have different expectations nowadays. They don't just want to send their kids off to be slaughtered for no particular reason. So even though you'll see a lot of, Russians celebrating this war on TV in Russia, I'm inclined to think that at home it's a different story.
It seemed after certainly the first year, where it was a lot of human-on-human interaction
Yes.
and conflict, things shifted to drones.
Yes.
And I think, if you consider modern warfare, it was the first time drones really became a major factor, it seems, in
Yes.
such a conflict. What was your assessment of how that drone warfare progressed?
Well, drone warfare has advanced by leaps and bounds in this war. And one of the reasons for that is that Ukraine has showed an incredible ability to adapt and innovate. And that is because their response to battlefield challenges has been very, very creative and largely unbureaucratic. A lot of the power to develop new equipment has been outsourced to people right on the front lines, not to the defense ministry, but to people who are actually in the action. I call it flat war. You know, this is a very unhierarchical war, very unbureaucratic. So that has fueled this breakneck innovation. I think a lot of things I realize people don't know is that Ukraine was one of the heartlands of the Soviet defense industry during the Soviet Union. You know, the best rocket engineers, aeronautics designers, a lot of them were Ukrainians. So there's this cliche of sort of Ukrainians as, you know, rustic boobs. Not at all true. And that, you know, legacy of engineering and technical knowledge passed over into post-Soviet Ukraine. And we're now seeing how widely that was, you know, distributed among the technological elite and how flexibly they've applied it. But the problem is that Russia is adapting too, and in some cases very successfully. And of course, the latest iteration is the fiber optic drone, which is connected to the operator by a thin filament, which defeats electronic warfare, you know, jamming and things like that. Yeah. And Ukraine is having a hard time catching up on that one. So for the first time, it really feels like the Russians are starting to get a little bit of an edge in the drone war.
If the kind of destruction that's occurring carries on, there's not going to be much of Ukraine for Russia to occupy or run, it would seem.
Well, I think that's a great point. You know, you remember the idiotic American expression during the Vietnam War, you had to destroy the village to save it, right? And Russia has now basically destroyed eastern Ukraine in order to save it for Russia. There are not a lot of people still living in some of those places that Russia has annexed. People loyal to the government in Kiev have, of course, fled. A lot of other people have moved away, just tried not to live there. I mean, you see the footage of these places, it looks like footage from World War I, you know, in Verdun or something. It's grim. I mean, there are parts of Ukraine that will take, you know, decades to rebuild, but a lot of the worst damage is on the Russian side of the line.
I was going to say, I mean, you know, for Russia also to recover, it's going to take a lot of money, it's going to take a lot of effort, and again, the ultimate outcome is how are these two countries going to interact?
Yeah. I was in Chechnya, by the way, in 2000, Riz, and after the end of the Second Chechen War, and I saw the capital of Chechnya, Grozny, which looked like something out of World War II. It looked like it had been bombed by multiple air raids, hit by multiple air raids in World War II, absolutely devastated. And Putin decided the way to bring Chechnya back into Russia was by simply picking a Chechen dictator whose son is now still in power and pouring in billions and billions and billions of dollars that they could basically use as they want it. So they rebuilt it into this amazing city. But that took decades, hundreds of billions of dollars, and, you know, for an area the size of Vermont. Eastern Ukraine, that's going to be a whole different ballpark. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a poison pill, I think, actually. Fine, take your, 4 eastern districts of Ukraine. Good luck with that. Yeah, you've destroyed all the industrial capacity. You chased away most of the human resources. Now you get to have it.
But the trouble is also guerrilla tactics would come into play and the resistance would build.
Yeah, well, and that is happening now. It's a great observation, Riz, because, in a lot of those places under Russian occupation, there's a really vibrant resistance movement going on, sabotage, assassinations. It's not at all quiet and docile there.
So Vladimir Putin is building his relationship with other countries in order to kind of bolster his position, and especially growing with North Korea, it seems, as well. Yeah. What's going to be the relationship growth between those two countries as a result of this? And what does North Korea get out of it?
Well, that's a great question. So last year, Putin went to North Korea. He was received with great fanfare. And after that, Russia and North Korea signed a friendship treaty that aligned them even more closely than they had been aligned before, which is actually pretty close. So what do the two sides get out of it? Russia gets North Korean troops. Most importantly, perhaps, it gets artillery shells, because North Korea makes a lot of those and has a lot of those in its weapons depots. You can't have too many of those, okay? So those are two really important things, soldiers and shells. What does North Korea get out of it? North Korea gets a closer relationship with the Russians. They are probably getting Russian energy, which is absolutely vital for them. And they are getting combat experience. That is something that Kim is very, very interested in. To be sure, a lot of their troops have simply been getting mowed down on the battlefield, but the ones who don't have gone back to North Korea, and they've imparted lessons to other soldiers there. And I think that's the one thing that Kim thought his armed forces were really lacking. You know, they have not had an active foe in many, many years. Now they're getting amazing, up-to-date combat experience on a 2025 battlefield. And any veteran will tell you, you can train all day, you can come up with the most brilliant weapons. Combat experience is everything. There's nothing like the experience of actually fighting in a war against an enemy.
Now, information out of Russia is not that easily gleaned.
Yes.
And it's hard to know what real support Vladimir Putin has. Now, I know you said you suspect it's quite a lot. What's going on with President Zelensky? Now there seems to be some backlash, at least.
Yes, well, there have been a lot of criticisms of President Zelensky by pro-democracy activists in Ukraine. I remember talking to some of them back in 2023. They were worried about certain things that were happening. And now I think those concerns have really come out into the open because Zelensky, pushed through this law in Parliament that was designed to eliminate the independence of anti-corruption watchdogs. And the thing is that those anti-corruption institutions are not just random things. They are the very centerpiece of Ukraine's evolution as a democracy. Ukrainians have put enormous amount and effort and blood and tears into building up this anti-corruption infrastructure with very active support, I might add, for the Americans and the Europeans, because corruption was seen as one of the biggest problems in Ukraine. Again, a legacy of the old Soviet Union. And passing the legislation for those institutions and embedding them in the Ukrainian government was a huge triumph for pro-democracy forces. And by trying to clamp down on them and subordinate them to the government, Zelensky seems to have committed a pretty major error because people took to the streets. That's what Ukrainians do when they don't like something that you're doing. And they don't treat Zelensky like some kind of idol who's above criticism. It's not how they think. It's just not, and he's clearly made a big mistake, and now he's promised to reverse it. I'm curious to see if he will actually follow through on that.
Has the recent change, where now Donald Trump is pointing the finger at Vladimir Putin, for example, really improved Volodymyr Zelensky's position? Or is he simply on the sidelines watching?
No, I think it's improved his position to a large extent. If nothing else, it has boosted his position with the Europeans. And again, we Americans talk about ourselves a lot. We love to talk about the United States. But Europe is a pretty big force in all of this. They have actually supplied more financial aid to Ukraine than the United States has, which is perfectly reasonable because they're right next door. It's really their problem. And now they're really picking up speed on the military aspect as well. So, I don't think many Americans realize just how active the Europeans have become. So I think that Trump's shift has enabled the Europeans to embrace Zelensky even more strongly, and also, very importantly, to criticize him when he needs to be criticized, as they have done in the wake of this stupid move to curb the anti-corruption agencies. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The other important thing, Riz, of course, is that now within Europe, there are a number of different, especially in terms of security, there are different speeds as far as, defense policy. And interestingly enough, it's the Nordics, the Scandinavian countries, the Poles, the Brits who are outside of Europe but in NATO, who have been especially tough on Russia and especially passionate in their defense of Ukraine. Some of the other European countries, a little less so, other countries in the middle. But you've got this sort of multi-speed NATO, as it were. And that, I think, actually is a good thing because it enables the countries that are really determined to support Ukraine to be able to do it.
It seems that NATO's backing of Ukraine to this degree probably wasn't what Vladimir Putin would have expected.
Well, exactly right, Riz. He clearly did not expect it. You know, when he invaded Ukraine in 2014, the West basically yawned, you know, and imposed a couple of small sanctions, but he got away with it. Let's be frank. The West rolled over. So I think he was expecting that to happen this time too. Whatever the West threw at him, he could take it. And lo and behold, he has, by doing this, revitalized Western defense. You know, Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. I don't think that would have ever happened without this invasion. And now we've got a whole different ballgame as far as NATO is concerned. And, you know, Trump is to be praised, in my view, for getting tough with the Europeans and making them spend more on defense. But I think we've now reached a point where they don't need to be persuaded. A lot of them are doing it themselves.
What do you think, Christian, is the worst case scenario for Ukraine going forward?
That's a good question. I think the worst case scenario is the United States completely abandoning any sort of commitment to Ukraine. You know, to see more of these right-wing extremist parties come to power in Europe, which would then dilute European support for Ukraine. You know, Ukraine desperately needs support from the West to keep going. I don't think they'd just give up without it, but of course the fight becomes much, much harder. So I think, you know, the Ukrainians will keep fighting no matter what. I remember a taxi driver telling me that if they took Kiev, people were going to go back to what they were doing in the late 40s and early 50s when there were anti-Soviet guerrillas in the woods fighting Soviet troops still long after the Second World War ended. So I don't think anybody would be giving up. But, of course, the fight becomes much harder without foreign support.
So then what's the worst case scenario for Russia?
I think the worst case scenario is that a strong and revitalized NATO pushes ahead really decisively with support for Ukraine, seizes all of the assets, the Russian financial assets that have been frozen, mostly in Europe. It's about $300 billion. It's quite a nice chunk of change, and that would finance a lot of weapons for Ukraine. I think that would be very difficult for the Russians. And I think a major economic downturn would be a huge problem for Putin. He's managed to get by so far with some very clever management from some of his technocrats. But I think, you know, collapse in the oil price would pretty much do him in. So, you know, and then, you know, collapse of the Putin regime itself, I think, is probably the worst case scenario for the Russian regime. It might be a good case scenario for the Russian people.
Well, you have the advantage, Christian, of being able to go to places like Russia and Ukraine, speak directly to people, so it's not through interpretation. When are you heading back to that region? Do you know?
I don't know. I hope to be going back to Ukraine sometime in the not too distant future, but that's very unclear. I just came back from Georgia, which is, you know, another place that used to be part of the Soviet Union. And there's an authoritarian government, very pro-Russian authoritarian government. This is very aggressively asserting control after decades of democracy. And so that's a very ominous sign of how things are going in parts of the former Soviet Union.
Are you optimistic in any way that there will be a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire anytime soon between Ukraine and Russia?
I'm cautiously optimistic, as the diplomats like to say. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it's quite possible. You know, time is not on the Ukrainian side. They're the first ones who will tell you that. Putin thinks that he has the advantage because he can go on and on and on. I don't think he has maybe quite as much time as he thinks he does, but that's how he views the situation. The Ukrainians will tell you, you know, we can't win an attritional war. We just don't have the people. We don't have the resources. You know, we can't stretch this out forever. So I would hope to see us reaching a point where whether it be through international pressure or internal economic problems, Russia has to kind of call it a draw and lay down its guns. That doesn't mean they'd be pulling out of eastern Ukraine. They might be staying there for the foreseeable future. But the point is, we cannot recognize that in legal and political terms. We can have a ceasefire and armistice, as we did in Korea, and move on from there.
And this is where it comes down to finding solutions that work for both countries. And that's the tricky part now, isn't it?
That's very much the tricky part.
Well, Christian, I know I'm going to be speaking with you again. Thank you so much for making the time.
It's my pleasure, Riz. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Christian Karl of Foreign Policy magazine there, giving us a closer look at the latest developments in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guatemala. Adventure awaits at Guatemala. You can dare to explore the jungles or go on a canopy tour. The rainforests at Guatemala are perfect for thrill seekers to engage in many action-packed adventures. Guatemala is in fact known for its great outdoors. Its subtropical rainforests are protected, so people can enjoy nature-friendly activities such as hiking, biking, and horse riding. You can also hike up the Mayan pyramids. Tikal is a famous archaeological site hidden deep within the rainforest, where 70-meter or 230 feet high pyramids are seen through the canopies. It is a known UNESCO World Heritage Site that has more than 3,000 structures. And if a pyramid isn't enough for you, then you can also try hiking up an active volcano. Guatemala's Volcan Pacaya remains one of the most hiked volcanoes in the country. Molten lava slowly pours through its summit, creating huge dust and lava fields that admittedly create an impressive landscape. Also popular in Guatemala is the breathtaking Caribbean coast. You can reach it by boating along the Rio Dulce. It is a highly recommended trip as you'll get to experience a unique, isolated island feel. There, you'll arrive to hammocks and a rustic-themed beachside. Of course, you should go meet the locals. Explore the unique highlands region of western Guatemala, which is also known in Spanish as El Altiplano. Many of the modern-day indigenous Mayan groups reside there, and it's fantastic to listen to them speak in their native tongue. The locals retain the sacred rituals of their ancestors too, and you'll definitely enjoy the view of the great mountains and untouched beauty of the region's surroundings. Take a trip to the city proper. Although most tourists would rather skip the traffic-induced capital, you should still pay a visit. The place still has enticing gems yet to be discovered. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump's top envoy Steve Witkoff meets Putin in Moscow just days before the ceasefire deadline. Netanyahu clashes with his army chief as reports of a full Gaza occupation spark alarm at the UN. Trump says it's up to Israel to decide. And Japan marks 80 years since the historic US atomic bomb on Hiroshima. Now, US President Donald Trump called Russia an extraordinary threat to the US national security as he unveiled his first major round of sanctions against Moscow. The move follows a high-stakes 3-hour meeting between Vladimir Putin and Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff. The visit comes ahead of the president's Friday deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine or face broad economic sanctions. Earlier, I spoke to former senior intelligence official Norman Rule, who had this to say ahead of Trump's deadline day.
I think the president's position, based upon his statements, is that he has been extraordinarily patient and generous with Moscow. But there have been hundreds of civilian strikes. The Russians have not demonstrated sincerity in any of the talks. They have not provided the president with any indication that his patience would lead to any sort of truce. And at this point, the president needs to provide a package of pressures, and that pressure will be sanctions, support for Ukraine, public statements that shows that America is united in this statement, in this position, and a constant pressure as he moves towards Friday's plan for secondary sanctions on Russia's trade partners.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Fedi Gray, who will join us from London shortly. Michael, let's start with you. And this is not the first time we've talked about Witkoff going to speak to Vladimir Putin. It's actually his 5th time that he's gone to meet the Russian president, so it's nothing new in the discussion. However, is it fair to say this looked the friendliest meeting so far? Big smiles as the two men met each other?
I think so. I also think that there's, you know, this is when the high-stakes game of diplomacy begins, I think, for Vladimir Putin. He recognizes there are a lot of cards on the table. there are a lot of options that Donald Trump has, at least with tariffs when it comes to some of Russia's allies, countries that have been buying oil. And I think that Vladimir Putin wants to give the impression that he's willing to engage. He wants to make sure that Steve Witkoff leaves with a good impression. He wants Steve Witkoff to go back to Donald Trump and say, I think he's willing to talk. I think he's willing to engage with us. These are the key parts that Vladimir Putin has to project so that Steve Witkoff can feel like he has a partner that Donald Trump can speak to. And hopefully that can start the ball rolling for ceasefire talks. But I think the game that Vladimir Putin is playing is to make sure that he continues to do what he needs to do on the battlefield while also making sure that Donald Trump is engaged.
Yeah, because that's what I am just looking at, the smoke signals coming out of this meeting earlier. So obviously we did hear the Kremlin saying the talks have been constructive. That was a positive signal out of them. Of course, Steve Witkoff will report back to President Donald Trump. Trump had a conversation with Zelensky on the phone shortly afterwards. European leaders joined that conversation. So there's been a lot happening today ahead of that Friday deadline. But then what I did find interesting is Donald Trump did come out and he did say that there was an extra 25% tariff on India because they're buying Russian oil. And he also said, quote, he called Russia an extraordinary threat to US national security. So are our smoke signals right? Is Trump just so frustrated with President Putin now?
So Donald Trump would say one of his strengths is that he waits till the last minute before he lets anybody know what he's doing. He has said many times that he relies on his gut. And, of course, I think he wants to come across as strong. He had that social media back and forth with the former Russian president, Medvedev. And he is wanting to make sure that everybody understands that he holds the cards. That is, I'm being a little bit of a psychoanalyst when I say this, but I think Donald Trump is somebody who wants to project a certain level of power at all times, and he wants people to know that he has the upper hand.
But it has appeared for a long time that President Putin has been holding the cards and he believes he is in the top position and Trump is playing the sanctions card. So we're seeing this kind of dance around, is Russia going to give the US concessions to keep them appeased and to stop these economic sanctions coming on Friday, which could cripple the global economy and dent Russia. But while this is all going on, we can't forget that people are still dying in Ukraine and people are losing their lives and the situation is difficult.
And this is something that, to his credit, Donald Trump has talked about, right? He wants the war to stop. He wants the Russians to stop killing people. He's been quite clear about that. And he may have ulterior motives, and the cynics among us may think that there are other issues at play as well. But if he was truly serious, he would be flooding the Ukraine with weapons, with more Patriot defense missiles, maybe even the occasional offensive weapon as well. But instead, he's taking a slightly different approach. He's not meeting Vladimir Putin head on. He's going after the countries that are buying the oil, which the U.S. is saying is fueling the weapons that the Russians are able to generate, that they're able to fire at the Ukraine.
Because as Donald Trump said, he said India doesn't care about how many people are being killed by the war in Ukraine. And that was strong words today when he put that 25% tariff on India. And of course, that's an extra, so it adds up to 50. So that's quite a difficult situation that it puts India into. But when it comes to these discussions that we've been having for weeks, you and I, and the talks, it doesn't seem like President Donald Trump is getting any closer to Vladimir Putin. He's still sending Steve Witkoff, his special envoy. And when are we possibly going to see Putin and Trump together in the same room? Because he berated Zelensky when we saw Zelensky go to the Oval Office. But it doesn't seem any closer that this meeting between basically, that's who Putin wants to meet. He wants to meet Trump.
During the campaign trail, of course, Donald Trump said, I'll have this war sorted in 24 hours. And of course, that's not the case. the other thing that you have to remember is that Donald Trump really does want the quick headline. And it's something that he talked about in the early days when he was in office. He just wanted to have that meeting. He wasn't talking about it, but people around him were saying that that's what he was going after. He was going after that sort of Russian-American summit where he could be up on stage with somebody who he, at the very least, seems to respect. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked out because Donald Trump is dealing with somebody who's not intimidated by him. Vladimir Putin has kept, for the most part, a low profile. He has stuck to his goals and his strategy, and he's achieving, you could argue very easily, from a military point of view, he's doing everything that he wants to do, and he's achieving that.
Yes, but realistically, if we have a look at the big picture of it, you know, Russia thought they would go into Ukraine and it would be a fairly swift job, and they would get the land that they were wishing to have, and things would work out much differently to how it has. And I don't know if we're now 4 years into this Russia-Ukraine conflict that actually, realistically, Russia looked quite weak as a military because they have lost a lot of men and they didn't complete this in the time that they actually thought they would. So how much does Russia have left in it, I think, is also the big question. Can President Putin keep on delaying, or does it become a time where they've lost so many men and there's no more concessions that they can give? What happens?
So I think if there's anything that Vladimir Putin does that would signal defeat, I think that's what he definitely would not do. Now, I would say that, yes, I would agree with you. The world thought that there would be, a swift victory for the Russians. So I would say the process has changed and Vladimir Putin has adapted. But his goals and his strategy seems to be still on track.
And that's imperialism, isn't it? And we've seen that and we've heard that from Vladimir Putin right from the beginning, haven't we? We've heard the Russian narrative that Ukraine is essentially their country and Ukrainians are Russians. Many Russian analysts I've spoken to in the past have basically said that exact word to me, that that's how they view Ukraine. But I do think this is becoming a bigger issue for Europe. If we have a look at Europe as a whole, they've put sanctions on Russia themselves. They've been putting money into a pot to try and send weapons to Ukraine. They're really trying to protect their borders. And NATO, too, has a big role in this. And I just wonder if Europe should be at the table right now when we're trying to get the ceasefire deal with Russia. Is America not including them into the big picture? Because they're basically on the border.
So they are, and I believe that the European leaders are definitely involved in what's going on. President Zelensky would, of course, be engaging with them, as would Donald Trump and his team. But you have to remember that for so long, Vladimir Putin was paying attention to domestic issues.
And he was iced out, really, until Donald Trump came back into power, wasn't he?
Yes.
From the international stage.
And so the mission in Europe seemed to be economic growth. That's what the world wanted. That's what the world relied upon. Things changed when Donald Trump came in office because, of course, he said, you now need to devote 5% of GDP to military. You now need to start paying more of the freight. We're not going to be carrying you. And so I think their perspective has changed, but they've been caught a little bit flat-footed. They are definitely fearing, that Russia is right on the border with Ukraine and that Russia is being the aggressor. But I do believe that they're at the point where they've recognized that this is a real threat, a present threat, clear and present danger, an existential threat. They're not going to be caught off again in the future because in the past they believed they could rely solely on the Americans to come to their rescue.
Yeah, absolutely. And many people criticised the EU for not getting their act together in the first term of President Donald Trump's and then having to make up that shortfall now. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we now move on to another story. And tensions are rising within Israel's leadership, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly clashing with Army Chief Eyal Zamir over plans to fully occupy Gaza. Defense Minister Israel Katz has publicly backed Zamir amid talk he could actually resign. At the UN, diplomats called the reports of expanded military action deeply concerning. And when asked where he stands, Donald Trump says it's up to Israel to decide. Freddie, let's go to you first on this story. So Netanyahu is even facing down critics now from inside of Israel. Is it enough to make him stop, think, and possibly change his tactics? Or will we see him plough on with his military offensive plans?
I think the internal opposition, the domestic opposition to Netanyahu, is the only thing that could make him stop at the moment. It's quite evident that international pressure, short of Donald Trump joining the condemnation of what Israel is doing in Gaza, is not going to deviate or change the way Benjamin Netanyahu is carrying out his plan for Gaza. I think what we're seeing now is a major flashpoint in internal Israeli politics. And that is his biggest fear, because remember that this is the sort of underreported story of what's been going on in Israel since the war in Gaza began, is that Netanyahu is under tremendous domestic political pressure. He has a corruption campaign hanging over him. He has, there are hostage families that do not approve of his strategic policy towards Gaza, towards Hamas. He's in trouble domestically. And I think that this full occupation of Gaza, which is a radical move in many ways, but in many ways it's a sort of inevitable consequence of what Israel has been doing so far. But it's prompting this backlash, this internal backlash among military figures, among political figures, and that is a big concern for Netanyahu right now.
Yes, absolutely. And I do think that what Freddie said, Michael, is absolutely coming to light, isn't it? It's domestic, and it's this internal political struggle that he's really having. And also people in Israel are so split over the war in Gaza, and they want the hostages home. They want things to end. So is he also losing public support? Is things just becoming almost untenable at the moment for Netanyahu?
So he goes on TV and he'll talk about what his goals are, right? The elimination of Hamas and to bring the hostages home. But he hasn't explained in detail, and maybe he will after this cabinet meeting, but he hasn't explained what the strategy is, right? Now he's talking about taking over Gaza. But he's facing, just as you said, and I agree with what Freddie said as well, it's an underreported issue, and it's definitely one that he's facing on a regular basis, which is the domestic pressure from soldiers for hostages, a group of IDF soldiers who have said they won't fight anymore, as well as the families. Young conscripts just recently were shown burning their conscription card because they don't want to go to Gaza. You know, the Jerusalem Post, if you look at some of the reporting they've done, as well as France 24, they both, if you combine the reports, there are 44 IDF active and non-active soldiers have died by suicide over the course of the past 22 months. And of course, tomorrow is the 22-month anniversary of October 7th. If you were to extrapolate that, you're looking at one IDF soldier dying by suicide for the entire duration of this war every 2 weeks. That's how bad it's become, from an emotional toll on the soldiers, as well as emotional and mental toll, as well it's become that bad for the men and women who are there fighting, and also for the families who are back home, and also for the entire population, who I think are going through a bit of a, they're trying to figure out where they stand on the global stage. It was just the other day that the Prime Minister of Israel used that word that I didn't think any Israeli Prime Minister would use publicly. He said Nazis when he was talking about Hamas. And that, to me, seems like maybe that's one of the last cards where he's trying to get the global sympathy card so that everybody can understand that this is how bad things are. But to Freddie's point, he's facing so much pressure at home that if the right-wing members of his cabinet leave, then the government could fall, and then he could be facing some corruption charges in court.
Yes, exactly. And Freddie, I want to speak to you a little bit more about that because, as Michael said, you know, he could be facing corruption charges, Benjamin Netanyahu. He could be facing court. What consequences could lie ahead for Netanyahu if we do see this coalition fall apart, which is all something that's speculation, of course, at the moment. But tomorrow he's meant to be having this cabinet meeting, and I don't know which way you think it's going to go. Are they going to move forward with a full offensive into Gaza?
Well, it'll be very interesting to see. Certainly there's a lot of resistance within higher echelons of the Israeli establishment. I don't get the impression there's a lot of resistance within the sort of top tier of the Israeli government, which suggests that it will probably go ahead. If they want to do a full occupation of Gaza, it will probably go ahead. The question is, will they want to do it because it doesn't make a lot of sense? What is actually the plan to fully occupy Gaza? Are they going to try and run a kind of prison state within parts of Gaza, which they'd have to, which would be hugely controversial, would lead to more international condemnation and so on? Park that issue for a moment and think about Benjamin Netanyahu's internal politics. If it wasn't for the war that he is currently waging in Gaza, he'd probably be in serious legal, and certainly he'd be out of office, I think. He'd certainly be in serious legal trouble, even if he was in office. And that's where he and Trump are very similar. They are both victims of what they would call deep state conspiracies against them. And they are both unbelievable survivors. The most amazing political survivors we've seen are currently the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of the United States. So it's a fascinating dynamic. Just as a sort of political observer, it's a fascinating dynamic. But I think the key question in terms of peace in Gaza is, does the Israeli deep state, the military and so on, do they resist the full occupation of Gaza? At the moment, I'm not sure they are in a position to.
And I think they have to think of the practicalities of a full occupation in Gaza, because as we know, Israel is fighting wars on lots of different fronts and could lose many soldiers if they do decide to do this. But thanks so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And Japan has been commemorating 80 years since the United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. It killed some 80,000 people in an instant, but many more died from their injuries and radiation sickness. The country's Prime Minister vowed to continue the country's work against the proliferation of nuclear arms. So that means never again means never again. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
A bell to mark the moment that killed thousands. Officials, school children, and people from around the world held a minute's silence as they took part in the 80th anniversary commemorations of the US bombing of Hiroshima. It was the first time the atomic bomb was used. Some 140,000 people died. Most were civilians.
As Prime Minister, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the souls of those who fell victim to the atomic bomb. I would also like to offer my heartfelt sympathy for the survivors who are still suffering from the after effects of the atomic bombing.
Over 50,000 people from around the world took part in the memorial ceremony. They laid wreaths and flowers. Nearby, the flame of peace continued to burn. For as long as nuclear weapons exist, Japan has said it will keep the flame alive. Japan is the only country in the world to have been subjected to a nuclear bomb. That means that there is a painful, detailed knowledge here of what that looks like on the ground. So successive leaders have pledged to try to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons, but many people here are afraid that that won't be enough. Peace activists gathered at the riverside for their own moment of remembrance with a view of Hiroshima's atomic bomb dome. It's one of the few things that was still standing at Hiroshima's ground zero. The Peace Park and its dome serve as a powerful reminder of what's at stake.
I truly want the world to be peaceful, but there's just far too much mass killing going on of ordinary civilians. What's happening in Palestine is really the worst, isn't it?
flower petals for a river that became poison. In the wake of the bombing, badly burnt people rushed to Hiroshima's multiple rivers for relief, but the water was radioactive. Once a place of carnage, now a place of culture.
After people see this, I want them to notice a painting they've never seen before, and to make them think. Thinking about things like this can become a starting point for thinking about peace, and that's something I truly hope for.
Though the number of nuclear weapons in the world have fallen well below their Cold War peak, there are still some 13,000, and each one is far more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. As Japan mourns, it also warns. This could still happen again. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
80 years since Hiroshima happened, Michael, and the city's current mayor has actually issued a warning to the international community, and that's really regarding the lessons that should have been learned during this time. It was quite strong, provoking words. Do you agree with the sentiment?
I do, and I think that the world needs to stand up and take notice, because Japan is the only country that can lecture the world on nuclear war and the effects of dropping an atomic bomb. They experienced it. They live it every day. In the city where this bomb was dropped at 8:15, which is when the bomb did drop, every morning there are chimes. So it's a daily reminder of how awful it can be. And just to put it in context a little bit, as the report said, that when the bomb dropped, 80,000 people died instantly. And we've been fighting a war in Gaza now for 22 months, and we're at 60,000. There were probably about a total of 250,000 who died, but the scale we've never seen since in 80 years, and hopefully, and this is the sentiment that was expressed today, we'll never have to go through that again.
Yes, and Freddie, this was historic, the first nuclear attack that ever took place, and it's the only one since, as Michael said. And do you think that that's almost a miracle?
It is absolutely a miracle. And I mean, there is this theory of mutually assured destruction, that in fact nuclear weapons have prevented very serious conflicts, because nobody wants to start a nuclear fight with a fellow nuclear power, because it will end in massive destruction and death on a scale that is sort of unimaginable. But while that makes sense in international theory terms, I think it doesn't take into account that human beings are irrational, bigoted, dangerous people, and we are quite capable of doing extremely terrible things. What my fear is with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 80 years on, is that for the last 8 decades, we have avoided nuclear conflict, partly because of the fear of what happened before. My worry now is that we are dealing with a world that seems to have forgotten how dangerous that was, how awful and terrible that was. And I think that, when you think about the strikes on Iran, when you think about India and Pakistan, when you think about all these sort of potential nuclear conflagrations that are happening all over the world, they usually get resolved one way or another. But I worry that the theory of mutually assured destruction, that nobody's going to attack someone else because they might have a nuclear power, or they might have the ability to respond with nuclear power, I worry that's not holding. And if that doesn't hold, we're in a very, very dangerous world. And I think Donald Trump's worried about that. I think Modi in India is worried about that. I think even Xi Jinping in China is worried about that. And that's the new world that we're living in.
Do you agree with that sentiment? Because actually, it was really interesting, as Freddie said, that atomic bomb hell must never be repeated. And that's what the survivors in Japan are also saying. But like Freddie says, the rhetoric around nuclear weapons has been ramping up, and we've seen it, as in Pakistan and India. Of course, we've also seen submarines, US submarines being moved closer to Russia because there's nuclear rhetoric there. you know, what is the situation?
So it was just last week on social media where you had a former Russian prime minister who sort of invoked the word nuclear. And then you had Donald Trump who sort of repeated it back to him. And then he took a step further to say that I've actually now moved 2 nuclear submarines into the appropriate area. And it feels a little bit flippant, especially as we mark the 80th anniversary of the dropping of this bomb, that there are arguably the world's most powerful man is getting on social media and talking about these things. And there needs to almost be some sort of recognition by the world that this is incredibly serious and we need to sort of step back and tone it down. And it sounds like something that you would say to somebody in kindergarten, right? Which is go and sit by yourself for a little bit and think about what you did. And I don't know how you get to the point where you can have sensible conversations with certain world leaders to express to them how reckless some of their actions and some of their words seem to be. When you had the Israeli National Security Minister, Ben-Gvir, purposefully breaking the law by praying at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, that is to incite bad blood and to get the people who believe that, as he does, that we can do what we want. But it's also to anger, you know, the people on the other side. And there just doesn't seem to be that great global diplomacy that used to go on not that long ago, where people would talk, people would have conversations, and that seems to have gone amiss.
And now we see diplomacy being played out on social media, as you did say. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Freddie and Michael. Let's move on to another story now. And Hollywood actress Sydney Sweeney seems to have become the Republican Party's latest poster girl. It comes after President Trump discovered her political allegiance following her American Eagle jeans marketing campaign. But if Donald Trump wasn't familiar with the Euphoria star before, he certainly is now. Take a listen.
Now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
Well, Trump later took to social media saying, Sydney Sweeney, a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there. It's for American Eagle, and the jeans are flying off the shelves. On the other side of the ledger, Jaguar did a stupid and seriously woke advertisement. Or just look at woke singer Taylor Swift. She was booed out of the Super Bowl and became no longer hot. The tide has seriously turned. Being woke is for losers. Being Republican is what you want to be. Freddie, let's start with you. So is it cool to be a Republican now? Is Donald Trump completely right?
Well, I mean, yes and no. It's been countercultural to be right-wing for a long time. And certainly there's been a sort of online reaction to what you might call woke or progressive thinking that has been bubbling up for a long time. And the Sydney Sweeney story is a very good example of how marketing men, advertising men, who are very clever at figuring out social currents, have managed to prick a particularly good story that would create a row. It's about a very attractive woman. It has the word jeans. It's a sort of play on jeans with a J and jeans with a G. And therefore, they sort of deliberately rustled up a bit of antagonism among the progressive left in America and elsewhere, suggesting that, this was sort of racist stuff because they were talking about genetics and white supremacy and so on, which, of course, they were on one hand, they were fishing for that reaction. But on the other hand, it's just an advert for jeans with an attractive blonde woman. So it's a perfect culture war dividing issue, which is what advertisers try and do. And then Donald Trump, who also has a very good antenna for what people are talking about, what people are arguing about and so on, has jumped on board this issue. And I think the thing for us as the public, the point is, us as the public, we should not be manipulated by these stupid confected rows between marketing agencies and politicians to boost their own popularity or boost their own brands. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with Sydney Sweeney being an attractive woman. There's nothing wrong with her trying to sell advertising. There's nothing wrong with her leaning over a car bonnet and talking about, you know, how much she loves America. But let's not fall into this culture wars rhetoric, which is what everybody wants us to do other than ourselves, I think.
I've been completely manipulated by this, and I'm glad that Freddie reminded me not to be in the future. But I don't know if you agree with what Freddie was saying there, but I actually wonder, because I've been reading a lot about this on social media and on the internet, has she really just been bullied, Sydney Sweeney? She's a really good-looking woman. We've heard nothing from American Eagle. A lot of people have come out in her defence. And is it just unfair that this is all unfolding?
I don't know if it's unfair. I think it's the world in which we live, to sound sort of maybe a little bit too in touch with my feelings. But I think it is the world. Like, she hasn't come out and said anything. They don't know that she's a Republican, other than having done some research, as good journalists will do, and they found out that she's registered, at least in the last election, as a Republican in Florida. But I would also want to say that a couple of things, when Donald Trump talked about, you know, if you're not a Republican, essentially you're a loser, I'd want to fact check some of those posts, because they were absolute BS. And I would also want to remind everybody that before Donald Trump entered the world of politics, he was undecided. People weren't sure if he was going to become a Democrat or a Republican. Now, we all know he's a Republican. But I would also say that the idea of what's happening here, when he spoke about Taylor Swift no longer being hot, there are 340 million Americans. I checked before we came on the air. Taylor Swift, on her her Instagram account, has 280 million followers. So she is the epitome of someone who's not hot. She is most definitely somebody who is at the top of her game and seen that way by the majority of Americans.
I wonder if Taylor Swift can shake that off. But Freddie, if we actually talk about things, and when it comes to celebrity and it comes to political parties in the US, we obviously saw Kamala Harris. She had so many faces backing her in the last election, but it just didn't work. So I don't know, Michael and Freddie. Freddie, we'll start with you. Do people care about what celebrities think anymore, especially in the US, when it comes to politics?
No, I don't think they do. And I think people don't care about the relationship between celebrity and politics in the way that celebrities and the media think that they do. And I think a very good example of this, there was a great interview in 2016, just before the Trump-Hillary election was about to be held. Beyonce gave a big concert with... what's he called? I've forgotten his name. Beyonce's man. What's he called? He's very famous. Jay-Z. They gave a concert in, I can't remember, it was Chicago or something. And the CNN, MSNBC went out to interview all the people outside the concert to say, you know, are you inspired to vote for Hillary Clinton because of this? And a couple of the people who were interviewed were like, no, we love the concert, but we're still going to vote for Donald Trump. And the whole purpose of the concert was to persuade people not to vote for Donald Trump. So I think it's glorious that people don't get told what to do by famous people who sing songs. I think that's healthy. And I think we have got to get away from this world where, I mean, I have a teenage daughter. No, she's not teenage. She's pre-teenage. But she's a big Taylor Swift fan, and she's obsessed with Taylor Swift's political opinions. And I just want to say to her, don't be obsessed with what Taylor Swift thinks about politics. It's not important. What I think about politics is not important. It's about what you think and so on. We shouldn't be brainwashed by celebrity. I'm glad if that's ending.
Well, there we go. That was a real truth bomb from Freddie there. Do you agree with Freddie? But Donald Trump did so well, and a lot of us think it was because of the podcasters. He didn't embrace celebrity. He embraced the culture when it comes to YouTube and podcasts with the likes of Joe Rogan and Theo Von.
He embraced the idea of, how can I speak to the greatest the largest audience? And Taylor Swift has 280 million followers on Instagram, and I think that's what Democratic pollsters love when she endorsed Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. But the last time I checked, the Joe Rogan podcast had more than 50 million views when Donald Trump was on it. And what Trump, to Freddie's point earlier, Trump has this great instinct for sort of recognizing what is going to work. Where Kamala Harris didn't want to go on the podcasts with some of those right-leaning type guys or in the manosphere, Donald Trump was 100% comfortable going on them. And I think that what's happened today and why celebrities matter today, I mean, JFK was trying to get Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra back in the 60s. But what matters today is, I think, that social media audience where a message from a celebrity might not matter because it's coming from the celebrity, but what it matters, at least from the candidate's point of view, is that it can reach so many more people than I as a candidate could reach if I was on ABC News.
No, absolutely. Yes, indeed. And as we did say, Donald Trump went a lot on, did well on those podcasts. Thank you for your thoughts on both of that. And finally, Michael and Freddie have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Michael, yours is all about a yacht belonging to a Russian, and it's up for sale. How much is it going to cost? What's the story behind this oligarch's fabulous yacht?
So this is a great story. So in May of 2022, just a few months after Russia invaded Ukraine, U.S. officials seized the super yacht of a Russian oligarch in Fiji, and they sailed it back to the States. It's now going up for sale by auction, actually a blind auction, on September 10th. So what that means, the U.S. in the maintenance and also in the transportation, they say they spent about $32 million on this super yacht. The yacht itself was delivered to the owner by the Russian shipbuilder in 2017. So it's only 8 years old. And the estimated price is probably $300 to $325 million. Now, since it's a sealed auction, the thinking is that you could submit, presumably the American government wants to recoup its losses or its investment, so $32 million plus $1. Or you could go for $150 million, you could, whatever it is. And the government, once they unseal all the bids, that's when they will decide who is the new owner, because they will give it to the one with the highest bid.
Yes, that's very interesting. And it's got about 6 floors, doesn't it? It has 2 hair salons. It could be a place where I could be quite comfortable with for a few months.
So it's 348 feet long. It's got 6 decks, as you said, a hair salon. It's got a 32-foot swimming pool. It has a movie theater. Of course, it has a helipad. I don't know if the helicopter comes with it. It has everything that you could possibly want. It can accommodate 16 guests in 8 staterooms, plus a crew of 36. So this is almost like a floating mini apartment building.
Does it have a tennis court and a gym?
For you, I'm sure that you can make sure that it happens.
I'm not going to be putting a bid in for that. And Freddie, we're going to come to you now. And yours is all about the Swedish Prime Minister. He's come under fire for using ChatGPT, something all of us use. Tell us a little bit more about this story.
Well, I love this story because Scandinavians have this sort of disarming ability to be very honest. And it's just particularly honest when a prime minister admits that he's running government policy by ChatGPT. A lot of us are sort of checking our work with ChatGPT and AI, but it's quite special when a prime minister says, "Oh, I checked my work with AI, with ChatGPT." And this brilliant response to this story was, "We voted for you, we didn't vote for ChatGPT," which is a fair enough point. And that leads me on to my rather boring, pretentious point about this, which is that the problem with AI is not AI itself, it's real stupidity. It's not artificial intelligence, it's real stupidity. And that we are becoming so reliant on the algorithms and the bots to tell us what to think, to tell us how to critically think. And the fact that this has crept up to the level of government, even if he says it's not to do with national security and so on, the fact that a prime minister is checking with an algorithm that we know lies, that we know hallucinates, and they are asking whether it's a good idea to do a certain policy or not, even if they're not going to take their advice, that should worry all of us. And I think it's a great combination of a silly story and something that is a little bit alarming.
Freddie, have you checked any of your work with ChatGPT? Because I know every now and again, I have a little sneaky look.
I'll tell you an embarrassing story about it. If you've got time. Have you got time?
Yeah, I've got time.
So I once I remember that there was a quote about politics being like dog food, and I couldn't remember who said it. And I thought it was Newt Gingrich. So I said, which is an American politician. So I couldn't find it online. So I said to ChatGPT, I said, did Newt Gingrich say politics is like dog food? And ChatGPT said, yes, he did. And I said, great. And I said, when did he say it? He said it in 1995 to the Washington Press Corps in a speech and blah, blah, blah. So I thought, oh, that seems legit. I put it in an article. Luckily, for my sake, The Spectator has very good fact checkers. And they said, we can't find the record of Newt Gingrich saying this. So I went back to ChatGPT and I said, did he definitely say this? And it said, yes. It tried to style it out. It said, yes, Newt Gingrich definitely said this. Washington Press Corps, 1995. And I finally said, I can't find any other record of this. And it said, no, I may have got that wrong. So that is a great lesson to why journalists should never, ever use ChatGPT for their facts and their figures.
Who actually did say politics was like dog food? Did you ever get to the bottom of it?
I'm sure it's a quote. It said, I think it actually might have been about a candidate, and I thought it was Newt Gingrich, but I think it's a Republican in the 1990s.
If anyone remembers, let us know. Freddie and I know.
Please do.
Yeah, please do, because it'll be really interesting.
Let's crowdsource this.
Yeah, indeed. Let's crowdsource this out. But I just want to say thanks so much to today's guest, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali. Home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Michal Prendergast. And today, we have a special debate on Netanyahu's threat to reoccupy Gaza amid a worsening humanitarian crisis. And joining me on this is Cenk Unger, host of the Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley Botek, who describes himself as America's rabbi. Let's dive in. Thanks so much for your time, gentlemen. I'd like to start with you, Rabbi. Is Israel using starvation as a weapon of war, or is Hamas blocking aid as Israel claims?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on, and it's nice to debate my adversary and maybe one day friend, Cenk. I would ask Cenk at the beginning of this debate, let's try to have a somewhat civilized debate. In the last debate that we did, he called me a Nazi, bulging sinews from his neck. And let's just try to keep this a little bit civil. I'm not a Nazi. And if that's the way this is going to go, I will fight you, but it's the detriment to the audience. So let me address the question. Israel is not only not using starvation as a tactic of war. Israel is the first country in history to actually provide food, water, and all the necessities to its enemy. Remember that the Palestinian people, who are innocent, but they still elected Hamas as their representative. Since then, they've been suppressed by Hamas. Israel has delivered 2 million tons of food. That is the equivalent of what the Allies delivered in the Berlin airlift under President Truman between 1947 and 1951, when Stalin cut off all land routes into West Berlin. It is being hijacked by Hamas. There are videos of Hamas shooting the people who gathered at the distribution points. Hamas is taking 80% of the food for their fighters. 2 million tons of food. Where the hell did it go? Then you have the other issue, that the United Nations is refusing to allow the IDF to escort them and protect them militarily. The UN hates Israel. We know that so many of the employees of the UN were actually on the Hamas payroll. They were actually terrorists who participated in the October 7th massacres. And they're insisting that only the blue police of Hamas, which are the terrorists, escort them in. So you have all this food rotting. There was a Wall Street Journal, a firsthand report of a reporter who said there's crushed carrots, there's crushed peas, all these baby formulas that are sitting and baking in the sun, as the UN says to the IDF, you cannot distribute it. Now, why is that? Because the more of our innocent Palestinian brothers die in Gaza, the more people like Cenk can falsely accuse me. How disgusting is that? Of being a Nazi. I'm in Budapest right now, where 600,000 Jews were killed by the Nazis. And you know what, Cenk? You owe me a frickin' apology. And if you were human in the slightest, you would finally deliver it. Because the name of your show is Young Turks, who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. It's like calling my show the Gestapo or the SS. That's disgusting, and you should be ashamed. And one more thing. The New York Times now admits that they lied on their front page. They put a picture of an emaciated, starving Palestinian child 1 week ago on Wednesday on their front page. Later, they were forced to admit the child had muscular dystrophy. He was born with a muscle disorder. That's why he's emaciated. There was a picture of his brother right next to him, which the UN cropped out. He is completely normal. There's a picture of his mother holding her. She is completely normal. There is no starvation in Gaza except for the starvation of Hamas stealing the food. Finally, we know there is starvation in Gaza of Jews who are truly emaciated and were forced by Hamas to dig their own graves in Gaza. Cenk has his show named after a group that killed 3 million people in the true genocide. Cenk, you're an embarrassment. Change the damn name of your show. Thank you.
Allow Cenk to respond now.
Yeah. All right. So these days, Israel is split into two. So there's some folks who are truly horrified to find out that this was not about self-defense, that this was about the occupation of Gaza, to murder as many Palestinians as possible, move them out, ethnically cleanse them, starve them, and take Gaza. So the people who discovered that, including, by the way, hundreds of military officials in the IDF, and the former head of Shin Bet and 2 former Israeli prime ministers are all speaking out and saying, oh, my God, we didn't know that Netanyahu and these monsters running the Israeli government were going to do this. And now the Israeli government has admitted they are going for a, quote, full conquest of Gaza. So we were right all along. It was never about self-defense. It was always about slaughtering the Palestinians and taking their land, which unfortunately is the history of Israel. So, of course, everything that Rabbi Shmuley said is a lie, because if an Israeli supporter of this current Israeli government is talking, they're lying. So he says, oh, my God, there's no problem of food in Gaza. Well, 196 people have starved. I'm sorry, 193, and 96 of them are children. So we're supposed to ignore our eyes and ears. We're supposed to ignore those pictures. And so this is what they always do with the one case, right? In the beginning of the war, there was a bomb that landed on a hospital, and Israel was like, I can't believe it. How could anybody say that we would ever hit a hospital? It is it's a mistaken reporting, and it's all anti-Semitic and blah, 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 and blood label, and we're the victims. And then they destroyed almost every hospital in Gaza. So they say, oh, there's one kid who already had a pre-existing condition, so it was okay to starve him to death. Well, how about the other 95 kids? How about the other 192 people that starved to death? So they keep telling us lies, thinking that we're going to believe it when we could all see it. I mean, it's actually a super stupid strategy. It makes the rest of the world hate them even more. 61,000 dead now at a bare minimum in Palestine. Over 30,000 women and children, now approaching 40,000, a stadium full of murdered innocent civilians. Israel has now killed 50 times this number of civilians as Hamas. That makes them 50 times the terrorists. If you think they didn't intend it, American doctors come back and say, there's 5-year-olds, there's children. I mean, not one or two, a lot of them with sniper shots to the head, to the chest. They definitely intend it. Now, what's amazing and interesting, and that's why, look, I don't want hatred to spread because that doesn't solve anything, okay? I want there to be peace, but Israel's government is saying, no, we don't want peace. So their absurd offer in the ceasefire talks was, give us back all the hostages. We'll give you a couple of weeks break. Then we'll go back to starving and bombing you. And we're going to conquer Gaza. Well, that's not a peace offer. That's a slap in the face. Okay, hold on. You spoke for about half an hour. Let me finish.
No. You're into
monologues.
What? You're never into response.
All right. That's all the Israelis have. Interruptions.
You spoke.
Okay.
Now. I'm not.
No, you're just lying, as always.
They
said it's a conquest.
Stop.
So, Rabbi Shmuley, you know that they said it's a conquest,
right? I do not hold an Israeli passport. I'm an American. Now, let me go back. Now, notice that Cenk did not.
I said Israeli supporters.
Note you said Israeli. We can go back and tape. You lie all the time, but it's on frickin' tape and it'll air tonight. Now listen to me. Number one.
I don't really care. You support the Nazis of the current Israeli regime. So what do I care which particular Nazi you support?
I want everyone to notice. Number one, Cenk did not respond to the fact that his show is named after the Young Turks, who every historian on earth agrees.
He's trying to distract you because he's supporting a genocide.
3 million people.
He supports starving children to death.
After a true genocide, and he won't even change the name, which is an abomination.
Rabbi Shmuley, you know your beloved Israel is murdering children right now. Does it not cost you any conscience? Don't you feel guilty at all?
I am going to respond with fact because Cenk is an utter ignoramus. I'm going to respond. He says that Israel decided to attack Gaza because it wanted land. Cenk, there was something called October 7th. Israel withdrew from Gaza 20 years ago.
They're taking the land, aren't they, Rabbi?
Don't interrupt
They're taking the land, just like I said they would.
It is the 20th anniversary of Israel's withdrawal. Today, exactly. Today. I'll tell you something else. And Israel withdrew. By the way, in your ignorance, you don't even know that Netanyahu at the time was savaged by his political base for voting for the withdrawal from Gaza. The Israeli army sent its soldiers in to destroy Jewish houses, to remove Jewish. You are just such an ignoramus. It's embarrassing. Go back and look at the videotapes on CNN.
Rabbi, nobody believes you. You can yell and scream all you want. We have eyes and ears.
The point is, you are ignorant of history in a way that it's shocking that anyone puts you on the air. Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Exactly today, this is the 20th anniversary today, August 6th. I'll tell you something else, which this is the anniversary of. Today is and Netanyahu voted for that withdrawal. Israel did not want any of the land in Gaza. They voluntarily withdrew. They were then savage.
Israel didn't want any land. They just happened to steal all of it.
They were then savagely attacked with women having their breasts cut off and terrorists playing baseball with them.
Israel has done 50 times worse.
You want dead Jews. That's what you pray for day and night.
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
Die.
That's total lie.
Jews like I have
it's
never
liar by a genocide-supporting freak.
You are an anti-Semite to your core.
No one cares what you say. No one cares about your insults. You're going to call me an anti-Semite. Ooh. No one cares, you genocidal freak.
You're an ignoramus. Now, stop. I'm a freak. Listen to your disgusting put-downs.
You're supporting the murder and starvation of children, and you don't think you're a freak?
Now, let me tell you. Now, listen to what Cenk is saying. Cenk is saying that Israel killed 60 times the people of those who were attacked on October 7th. So for him, by the way, that's a lie, because even if we accept the Hamas ministry numbers of 60,000, they don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. Israel, even according to Hamas, Israel has a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio. That compares to the British in the Second World War of 1 to 5. The British killed 5 civilians for everyone. The Americans
none of this is true.
The Americans killed 4 Japanese for every civilians for every 1 fighter. And guess what, Cenk? Today is August 6th, 2025. It's the exact 80th anniversary of Harry Truman dropping an atomic bomb on a place called Hiroshima. That killed 150,000 in 1 instant. You know how many died in Pearl Harbor? 2,300. So you must say that Truman, based on him having killed 50 times the number, was a Nazi as well. So just say it. Harry Truman was a Nazi. If you at least say that now, that Truman, FDR, and Churchill are Nazis, I will at least say, honestly, that you're at least true to your word, you're consistent. Say it. Truman, Churchill, FDR, and Nazis.
Can I ever talk?
You won't say it.
Can I ever talk?
You won't say it.
Okay, so let's know for the record that...
Allow Cenk to respond.
80% of the time.
80 years
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
150,000 people today. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Was he a Nazi?
Okay. By the way, this is a classic debating trick of Israeli supporters. Filibuster, talk over the other guests, try to drive them crazy, say nothing but lies.
That's what you do. That's what you do.
See, here he is doing it again.
You call me a freak and a Nazi, etc.
You see that?
Ad hominem.
I told you.
You have no vocabulary. You only know Mullah Salab.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
Nazi, and I'm not going to take.
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
I'm not going to call Jews Nazis anymore, you anti-Semite. Yes.
Allow Cenk to respond. Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
Rabbi, I laugh in your face at your stupid insults. Nobody cares anymore when you use that stupid trick of calling people anti-Semites because they're anti-genocide, because they're anti the murder of Palestinian children. Okay, so here's the reality. Right now, Israel has murdered 1,400 people trying to seek food. Totally defenseless, innocent Palestinians trying to prevent the starvation of their children. And Israel has slaughtered 1,400 of them. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, an American Special Forces operative who went there, confirms he couldn't believe it. They're just murdering children right in front of everyone that did absolutely nothing wrong. And their main defenses are, well, it might be a genocide, but it's not a Holocaust. We could have killed them all. We're so nice. We didn't murder all the Palestinians. We haven't murdered all their children yet. We're so nice. And look, we didn't drop a nuclear bomb like Truman did. So and that incinerated babies and grandmothers, etc. We could, but we haven't. Actually, that's not entirely true. The number of bombs that they've dropped in Gaza is the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs. And the idea that they're not intending to murder, here we go again.
He's this guy,
here we go again.
Makes things up.
So there's no point in debating Israeli supporters because they're genocidal maniacs who never stop talking and who never stop lying.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to move on to the next question.
No, wait, one second. What is the megatonnage of a singular nuclear bomb? Do you even know? You don't know. What is the megatonnage?
You know who explained that, Rabbi? I can answer it.
Fat boy, little boy dropped on Hiroshima. What was the megatonnage? Go ahead. You don't know, do you? You're such an ignoramus. You just make things up.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I know the megatonnage.
You asked me a question and you won't let me answer it. All he does is talk. Yap, lie. Israel loves genocide and he loves the murder of innocent Palestinian children. That's why he's yapping away like a monster.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Gentlemen, please. I have to move on to the next question. I'm going to direct this at Cenk.
He said that
hang on, Rabbi, please.
Killed 14 places. I need to know. Name one place.
This is why I don't talk. This is why I don't do interviews with Rabbi Shmuley. He never shuts up.
Name one place in Gaza that Israel killed the 280 people. Name just one location. Go ahead. Name the city.
So
name the place in Gaza.
the top Holocaust.
Was it Jabalia? Was it Gaza City?
Can I say?
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
Say the name. Go ahead. Say the name.
Okay. The top Holocaust historian in America, who's an American Israeli citizen, dual citizen, who was a former IDF soldier. This guy's never going to like. There's no point in this.
What is the name?
Rabbi, please. Rabbi, please.
Okay.
He
the
doesn't
top
know.
Holocaust
Thank
historian.
you. That's all. That was my point. He doesn't
Will
know.
you shut up?
He cannot
Okay, this
name
is
a
pointless.
single place. He cannot name a single place.
I want to move on to the next question. I want to move on to the next question, please.
Ignoramus. Nothing is based on fact.
Rabbi, please, I want to move on to the next question, and I want to direct it at Cenk.
He doesn't know the cities. You are an ignoramus. You don't know history.
Rabbi, please, I want to move on to the next question. I'm moving on now.
A freak. You're a
Rabbi, I'm moving on to the next question.
Just cut his mic. He's pointless. In fact, you should get him off.
Okay, Cenk. Okay, Cenk. I'm going to direct this at you.
Baboon, like just yell and scream. I love killing Palestinian children.
Both of you, please. I'm moving on to the next question. I'm directing it at Cenk. We've seen a lot of horrendous footage of people being shot, attempted to get food in Gaza. How can Israel defend this?
Well, it's obviously indefensible. That's why a lot of great Jews and Israelis across the world are now speaking out. What I was trying to say before the baboon interrupted me was that the top Holocaust historian in the country.
You're calling
Here we go
Jews
again.
monkeys and apes? Disgusting. How vile are you?
You murder Muslims for fun. You don't get to talk about racism. You murder Palestinian children for land. You're a disgusting genocidal pig. So you don't get to talk about racism and anti-Semitism. Oh, poor little victim. And by the way, I got, 5 seconds in before the baboon interrupted.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to answer. Allow Cenk to answer, please.
Call me a baboon? You're just
please go, Cenk.
You're just an embarrassment.
Soon he'll be throwing feces onto the screen.
You're an embarrassment.
Okay.
You're just an
Please continue, Cenk. Please, Rabbi. You'll get your time to respond. You'll get your time to respond, Rabbi.
This is unacceptable. You will not call Jews monkeys and apes. You are a disgusting, vile Jew hater to your core. I've never met anyone like you.
I don't care what you
think.
You're a genocidal freak.
Jews are apes. Disgusting.
What does the
Nazi
think of my language? Oh, I'm so concerned. What does the murderer of children think of my language? Oh, the problem is my language. The problem isn't that you're murdering Palestinian children.
I got it. Go ahead. You said Jews are apes.
No, they're not.
Keep on going,
I'm just defending Jews. I was just defending Jews when you interrupted like a baboon. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about you who can't shut up
you are
and throw
a
your
rancid
verbal diarrhea at us 24/7.
You are a rancid hater who is so
absolutely everybody hates the Jews. That's your excuse for murdering Muslims.
You don't know anything. That's what bothers me. What bothers me is that you don't know history. Genocidal.
Hey, brother, there's no point to this conversation.
Killed 3 million
there's no point to
got
this
it?
conversation.
Your show is
the
called
idiot won't
Young
shut
Turks
up.
Who killed 3 million
This is the only thing Israelis have.
Stop.
Just talking over people because they're such grotesque liars and murderers.
Okay, please, Rabbi, I'd like to ask you a question. I'd like to ask you a question, Rabbi.
I didn't get to answer. No, I didn't get to answer. The baboon won't let me talk. He even looks like one.
Rabbi Shmuley, please allow Cenk. Please allow Cenk to finish.
What we're listening to, I will never use an ad hominem attack against how he looks ever, because I have dignity. I'm a human being. This man.
Please allow him to finish.
Day one. You'll never use an ad hominem attack. All the Israelis have is ad hominem attacks.
No wonder. By the way,
oh, hey, watch us starve children to death. You called me something. You said I'm starving children. That's all this baboon has.
Now you know. Now you know why he has no issue with Mengele experimenting on Jews, because for him, Jews are apes.
I hate the Nazis.
Experimented on laboratories.
I would have fought like hell to save Jews from the Holocaust. If you were a German, you would have cheerleaded and said, "No, they're lying about Hitler." That's what you would have said if you were a German, because that's what you're saying now in defending the genocide and murder of Palestinian children.
Credibility. I'm not going to take your insults, your ad hominem ignorance.
Then get the hell out there. Then shut up and leave.
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi. Allow Cenk. Allow Cenk to finish.
Okay, so my prediction is he will never allow me to finish. Okay, as I was saying, there are wonderful Jews and Israelis who now realize, oh my God, we thought this was about self-defense. In fact, the former head of Shin Bet had a great quote. He said, at first, this war was a just war, a defensive war. But when we achieved all military objectives, this war ceased to be a just war. That's Ami Ayalon, former director of Shin Bet. Okay, so 2 former prime ministers of Israel said it's obviously a genocide. One former prime minister said that they're building a concentration camp in the south. And that is what they're doing. And they're going to put all the Palestinians there, and everything that I've ever said that they were going to do, they did do. And why? Because I actually read Israeli press, and they're very clear in the Israeli press. They've said that they were going to take Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu brought a map of Greater Israel to the UN to rub it in everybody's face. We're going to steal this land, and now they're openly admitting it. They're calling it a conquest, and they're going to occupy all of Gaza. And they're going to starve they are starving the Palestinians, and then when they come to get food, they kill 1,400 of them, which, by the way, just starving people in line to get food unarmed, Israel has murdered more of them than Hamas killed Israelis on October 7th. So they keep complaining about October 7th, which is justifiable. October 7th was terrible. Then they go and do 50 October 7ths, and that's a stone-cold fact backed up by every human rights group and every news organization. The only people who disagree is the Israeli government. Everything that the Israeli government puts out has been proven to be a obvious, verifiable lie, including now, again, former and current Israeli military, political, spy agencies, every kind of person in Israel with a conscience is saying, guys, we didn't sign up to do a genocide. And a lot of the top rabbi in America said it. The top Holocaust historian said it. He's the one that said it's the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs.
Am I going to be allowed to
and he
speak
said
at all?
we can't have this on our conscience. Here we go, as I told you.
Am I going to be allowed to speak at all?
Yes, of course.
Interrupt me now, or can I speak without? He spoke for like 3 minutes.
You know what, Rabbi? You're kind of funny.
Can we ask him?
I mean, he's like a comic, right?
Can he stop?
He interrupts and talks 80% of the time. Then he goes,
am I going to be allowed to speak
at all?
Okay, now,
go ahead, defend murdering
children.
Okay,
I think you got a fair crack of the whip there, Cenk. Allow the rabbi to respond.
Okay. Number one, Cenk just invents and he knows nothing. As you see, he's looking away at the screen, even for the name Ami Ayalon. He probably has ChatGPT open. I've seen him do this before. Ami Ayalon never said that there's Ami Ayalon. See, he won't stop. Ami Ayalon never said there's a genocide. You are a liar. I'm telling you to your face. I want you to show me.
I didn't say that. I read his quote.
Yes, you did. Number two, of course there's political dissent in Israel. Don't interrupt me. Of course there's political dissent in Israel. That's the beauty of Israel. No one in Hamas or Gaza will say anything about Hamas and how they are stealing the food. They're beginning to say it, but they get right. They were killed by Hamas. That is correct. Hamas mows them down.
No, Hamas is all dead.
And they say now number three. There are Americans till today who question whether on the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, today's the exact day, whether we should have done it or not. That's political debate. That's what's happening in Israel. Israel did not achieve its military objectives because its military objectives was to finally stop Hamas from being able to kill the Palestinians, their own people, steal all their money. The heads of Hamas are billionaires. Ismail Haniyeh died with $8 billion. Yasser Arafat died with $5 billion. Yasser Arafat's daughter lives in Paris, is worth $5 billion, according to Forbes magazine. All of the money that was given, triple what was given during the Marshall Plan to Europeans, was given to the Gazans. It was all stolen by Hamas. That's why they were starving before October 7th. The Palestinians of Gaza have lived under the greatest brutality, and Hamas is worse for the Palestinians than they are for the Jews. That's why Hamas took the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas's people, and threw them off of rooftops so they couldn't compete in the 2006 elections. Notice that even Mahmoud Abbas hates Hamas. Mahmoud Abbas has not traveled to Gaza in 20 years. They would kill him the way they would kill an IDF soldier. Mahmoud Abbas wants to get rid of Hamas. Notice that not one Arab government, with the exception of Iran, because Cenk is an Iranian Muslim Brotherhood supporter, not one government, not where you are right now in Dubai, UAE, not Saudi Arabia, not Egypt. Nobody defends Hamas. They all hate Hamas. In fact, I fear for where you are.
I don't defend Hamas.
Dubai,
I hate Hamas.
Because Dubai, you are Hamas. Because Dubai right now is Dubai is everything an Arab country should be. I love Dubai. I travel there, but Dubai is now being infiltrated by terrible agents of Iran, and they know that they're Hamas-like people. I have a relative who just went to Dubai recently, and he was told that because he is my relative, he has to leave immediately because of Iranian agents who are operating. We had a rabbi that was killed. I'm worried about Dubai. I'm worried about Abu Dhabi. I'm worried about Saudi Arabia. I think that Mohammed bin Salman is the most courageous man in the Arab world, and that's why none of them are criticizing Israel. Because and by the way, when Cenk says Israel killed 1,200 people at distribution points, really, why would Israel bring them food to kill them? They were killed by Hamas, and that's why 1,400. And that's why when I ask him, name just one place where they were killed, he can't. And then when he says Ami Ayalon, he has to look to his notes. He doesn't know anything.
Well, I'm giving you the answer, but you don't want to hear it. The World War II was one of the worst, like probably the single worst atrocity in human history. The Holocaust was despicable, and the fact that now Israel is doing something similar breaks my heart. And it breaks the hearts of all good Jews across the world, and they've been screaming in pain and agony over it.
6 million
Holocaust survivors are sick with what Israel's doing.
Similar? No.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Hang on. Gentlemen, please. I want to move on to the next question. It's for you, Rabbi Shmuley. It's for you, Rabbi Shmuley. Yes. Right, okay.
I'll do one more question, but this guy doesn't, this is not a productive interview. He never
of course, please. And
correct.
I mean, for both of you, stop, especially you, Rabbi. Please, Rabbi.
To be experimented on by Mengele is not helpful. I agree.
Please, Rabbi.
You should be so ashamed. Disgusting.
It's going well so far. We're going to continue. Please. I have a question for you, Rabbi. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please.
You are a Hamas.
Please, gentlemen. I've got the next question.
No, I got to say one quick thing. This idiot keeps saying I'm pro-Hamas when I've said I'm anti-Hamas a billion times. A billion times. Hamas is all dead. All that's left is the murder of innocent Palestinians by baboons like this.
55 Israeli baboons again, calling Jews monkeys and apes.
I'm not calling Jews baboons. I'm calling you a baboon. I just told you all the wonderful Jews in the world fighting against baboons like you.
Any Jew that is self-hating is not a baboon, but a Jew who actually fights back and doesn't want to be gassed to you is a freaking monkey.
You think the top Holocaust historian and the top rabbi in America are self-hating? You think two former Israeli prime ministers are self-hating?
What do you mean? You said the most famous.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen, please.
You said the most famous rabbi in America. I'm the most famous rabbi in America, thank God, according to ChatGPT. But let's say that's not true. You said the most famous rabbi in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs leads the largest Jewish denomination in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs is the head of the Reform, very woke, ultra-left Reform Judaism. That's who you were quoting? Why did you say
the number one denomination, the largest denomination in America.
Orthodoxy
He's now smearing other Jews.
By far, okay?
I'm moving on to the next question now, gentlemen. Rabbi, please. Stop. Both of you stop. I'm moving on to the next question.
Disgusting.
Right, I'm moving on to the next question. Cenk, is a two-state solution impossible now?
So actually, I don't think it is. I mean, look, obviously, Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the current Israeli government have no interest in a two-state solution. They literally voted to never allow the Palestinians to have a state. They literally are saying that they are going to conquer and occupy Gaza and take it for Israel. So we've seen this over and over again. But I think that there is a way to do a two-state solution. Obviously, it requires the American government to stand up for Americans and for decency and not for Israel. So we can get into how AIPAC and the Israeli lobby completely control American government. But my guess is my rabbi will start screaming and hollering as usual. But look, I have a really important message for the people of the Middle East. If your leaders pressure America and Israel to get to a two-state solution and finally get a true independent and free state for the Palestinians, you should build statues of them and honor them, because it would be a great achievement of theirs. And
There's been a lot of reports that Benjamin Netanyahu intends to reoccupy Gaza. I'm going to direct this towards Rabbi Shmuley. Has this been his plan all along?
Okay. Netanyahu voted for the removal, the disengagement of all Israeli forces and all Israeli residents, including my wife's first cousins from Gush Katif. He was condemned by his base at the time. That was 2005. Today is the exact 20th anniversary that Israel did it. I cannot believe that Cenk doesn't know that. It's astonishing. Just Google it, Cenk.
Of course I know that. It was a stupid Israeli trick.
For that. Okay, Netanyahu voted. Yeah, it was a stupid Israeli trick for 20 years. They played a game. This is the kind of imbecility that we're hearing from this man who doesn't know history. Now, Netanyahu
How much more land are you going to steal?
It was done by a right-wing government under Ariel Sharon, someone I knew personally. He destroyed his reputation doing it.
You're going to steal Gaza, aren't you?
Now, let me respond. I believe that the people of Gaza should have a vote as to what they want their future to be. That's why I hate Hamas. Cenk is pro-Hamas, wants Hamas to stay in power and keep 55 Jews who are being emaciated, starved to death, and digging their own graves. He wants them to stay in power. I want the people of Gaza to have a vote. They have not had a vote. They have not. This is so childish. He had childhood bully tactics. They have not had a vote since 2006. This is what I'm saying. What Shmuley Bater thinks, what anti-Semite Cenk Uygur thinks, does not make a difference. It's what the people of Gaza think.
I laugh in your
should be given a
face,
vote.
genocide-supporting freak.
They should be given a vote. Now, President Trump said that he wants to make Gaza into an American protectorate. If the people of Gaza vote for that, I think they'd be very lucky. That would be my first choice. Make it into an American protectorate and let it be controlled not by Israel, not by the United States, and let the people of Gaza have the protection of the United States, say the way Puerto Rico does, the way Guam does, the way American Virgin Islands. That would be amazing. That would be my first choice, but it's still up to them. Number two, why is no Arab government allowed? Arab countries are 661 times the state of Israel. They have not taken in one Palestinian refugee. Israel took in 800,000 Jewish refugees when they were persecuted after the creation of the state, from Iraq, from Egypt, from Tunisia, from Iran, where my father was born. They took in 800,000. Not one Arab government has taken in one Palestinian because they don't want the Palestinians, because they think the Palestinians have been radicalized as Islamists. Saudi Arabia doesn't want them. UAE doesn't want them. Jordan doesn't want them. Egypt doesn't. Egypt is right across the border. The Sinai Peninsula, which I visited, is completely empty. It could take 1 or 2 million Palestinians tomorrow if the Palestinians not are forced out, but would choose to go, but they won't even take them. So it's the Arab governments that have failed the Palestinians. What I want is a vote. Now, I want Sheikh to now commit to what I'm saying. Give the people of Gaza a vote. Do they want to go to other countries? Do they want to come to, do they want an American protectorate? Do they want their own state? Give them a vote, but don't allow Hamas to shoot them in the streets, shoot them at collection points for food in order to control them as they've done for 20 years. The 1,400
Okay, allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. Allow Cenk to respond.
Hamas, and it's been shown in every video. They were killed not by Israel, and that's why he cannot name one location for the IDF. He can't name a single location. Name it now, Cenk. Give me one location.
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. I'm going to put the same question to Cenk. Has it been Netanyahu's plan all along to annex Gaza?
Yeah, if you notice, he threw out a lot of verbal distractions and squirrels there. Oh, well, let's go back 20 years. Let's go back 100 years. Let's go back to this or that, because he didn't want to answer your question, because Netanyahu has said it. They're going to occupy all of Gaza. They call it Judea and Samaria. They're calling it a full conquest. This is, let's be honest, a nation that was formed through land theft. Then in 1967, attacked all of its neighbors and stole more land. And they did a peace deal with Egypt. Here we go, the interruptions.
Please, Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
He doesn't know history.
Allow Cenk to finish.
1967, Gamal Abdel
There's no point in this.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish. Please, Rabbi, you'll have your turn after this. Allow Cenk to finish. Allow Cenk to finish. You'll have your time to respond after this. Please, go on, Cenk.
So after they attacked all their Arab neighbors in 1967, and you could all look it up, it's a fact, they then stole the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, West Bank, Gaza Strip. They brutally occupied those areas for 58 years. They claim they're a democracy while they keep 5.5 million Palestinians as hostages and prisoners. They don't have any rights. And then they did this comical trick of, oh, we left Gaza. Oh, if anyone objects to anything we're doing, we'll just murder, this 61,000 of you. We'll put you in a concentration camp. We'll level the whole place. But you guys have independence. Does it look like Gaza has independence? So this guy keeps telling you to believe things that are so obviously not true. But now, since he can't defend what the Israeli government is saying, he's making up these things, these fanciful things about a vote for the Palestinians in Gaza. Are you kidding me? I would love a vote. I would love a vote. And guess what they would vote for? They would vote for an independent state. And guess what would happen next? Israel would murder them and take their land, which is what they're doing right now.
Would they vote for Hamas?
They have no freedom. Israel is not a democracy. Israel does nothing but propaganda.
Gaza. All
here we go again.
Hamas to control Gaza. You're pro-Hamas.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm against Hamas?
No. Those are words. You want Israel.
What else am I supposed to do?
Netanyahu never said he's going to occupy Gaza. He said he's going to occupy Gaza until he dismantles Hamas. That's what he said. Israel does not want Gaza.
And then what, he's going to leave?
Gaza.
Are you really this much of a liar that you would say that they're going to leave after they occupy all of Gaza?
Let me respond.
Israel never leaves. Israel's a bully, imperial, colonial, genocidal government. The current government of Israel is a bunch of terrorists.
Won't let me speak. I'm now going to speak.
I won't let you speak. This is pointless.
Cenk just said, Cenk just said that Israel stole land. There was a 1936 Peel Report Commission where the British divided the land. The Palestinians rejected. There was a
British gave Palestinian land. One colonial gave another colonial power Palestinian land. I don't give a goddamn what the British thought of how the Palestinian land should be stolen and taken by the Israelis.
They rejected
Israel's
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got another question. I want to move on. I want to ask the rabbi a question now.
Deal with history. Then in 1967, Gamal Abdel Nasser declared war on Israel. He closed the Straits of Iran. He kicked out all of the UN peacekeepers.
After Israel destroyed his entire air force.
No, it was before. Your ignorance is abysmal. He closed the Straits of Iran, then Israel attacked his air force. I cannot believe what you don't know. It's just shocking. Read a Wikipedia page. Now,
or little Israel just happened to take all the land.
I cannot believe
little Israel just happened to attack all their Arab neighbors in self-defense.
Just read a Wikipedia page before you debate me next time.
No one believes it's self-defense.
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got a question for the rabbi.
Then Yasser.
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got a question for the rabbi. Please, rabbi.
90% of the West Bank under Bill Clinton, who called Yasser Arafat, you said, you made me a failure, Yasser Arafat. You don't want peace. You want the destruction of Israel. This has happened over.
I have a question for you, rabbi. I have a question for you, please.
Yes.
What does victory look like for Israel?
Total destruction of Hamas to the last fighter, because they are genocidal Nazis who in their covenant say that they're going to kill every Jew on earth, including President
Trump's
Trump's
daughter,
are
doing to the Palestinians.
Ivanka, okay, that's the first
You're
thing.
actually
Total
doing
destruction of Hamas. Total destruction of Hamas. Number two, a free vote among the Palestinian people once they're not afraid of Hamas because they've been mowed down, shot, killed, murdered, slaughtered, and all their money stolen by Hamas over the past 20 years. Number three, a peace treaty between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And I want to, again, this is Arabiya. God bless you, Mohammed bin Salman, most courageous man in the Arab world, who took on the Wahhabis, took on fundamentalist Muslim Brotherhood, people like Cenk. People like Cenk want to destroy the Islamic world. And people like MBS are fighting people like him, and I'm grateful.
Why would I be for Muslim Brotherhood?
You are an Islamist.
I'm an atheist.
You are a Muslim brother. Everything you say is just the talking points of the Muslim Brotherhood. You're an anti-Semite who calls Jews baboons. And
what does victory look like? And what does victory look like? Please continue.
This guy's just an inveterate, useless liar. Everything he said is a lie. So what's the point?
Victory means the toppling. Victory means the toppling of the government in Tehran, so that the people of Iran can have a free vote, not the Shah and not the Ayatollah Khamenei.
They want Iran too.
Iranian.
There's no end to their greed.
Iranian proxies of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they are all the problem destroying the Middle East. Every Arab country knows
Yemen.
That's
now they want Yemen too.
That's why you have the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords is about where you are right now in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, God willing, knowing that Iran is their common enemy and making peace with Israel. That is victory. Victory is destruction of Hamas, free votes for the people of Gaza, free votes for all of our Arab brothers and sisters, and the vision of people like Mohammed bin Salman to see a country's based on a beautiful religion called Islam, which is peace-loving. I love Islam. I love my Muslim brothers and sisters, and I despise Islamists like Cenk.
Should be super proud of your leaders if they manage to do that. But if they leave the Palestinians to die at the hands of the Israelis, and they, quote unquote, make peace with the Israelis where the Palestinians get nothing but endless slaughter, then your leaders have betrayed you. And they've decided to work with Israel and help their genocide. If they do that, you should be livid at that betrayal of Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians. So I hope that the Arab leaders do the right thing and push as hard as possible, not for Hamas. No one wants Hamas. But for the Palestinian people, a true independent Palestinian state. If that doesn't happen, of course you shouldn't make a deal with Israel. If you do a deal with Israel without helping the Palestinians and letting them die and starve there, then you've betrayed all Arabs and Muslims. And any leader that does that should be hated and despised. Again, though, if they get them a state, build statues of them, honor them, and respect them.
On to the rabbi.
May I respond?
Is a two-state solution possible, Rabbi?
Okay. Let me just be clear. A two-state solution, Palestinian state, was offered to our Palestinian brothers and sisters in 1936 by the Peel Commission.
Is it possible now? Is it possible now?
I'm telling you. there's 80 years of history where Israel has offered the Palestinians a state, and they have rejected it every time and resorted to violence. And Gaza is the greatest example, because Gaza was essentially a Palestinian state. Israel withdrew completely. There wasn't one IDF soldier there. And what did they do? They didn't build commerce. They didn't build universities. They took all the international aid, hundreds of billions of dollars, and used it just to buy rockets and build a tunnel network
had universities.
Than the New York subway.
Destroyed them.
Be quiet, please. The New York subway system, larger than just in order to kill Israelis. A Palestinian state, which is like Canada and Mexico, you could coexist with Israel, but there's no chance of there building a Palestinian state that is like Canada and Mexico. Right now, what we have are Palestinians who are like Cenk. They called Israel, what he just said, that I'm a monkey. They called Jews baboons, monkeys. How can you have a state with people who actually dehumanize you? I'm sitting in a city right now in Budapest.
You guys dehumanize and murder the Palestinians.
Shut your mouth, please.
And this guy's justifying taking their land.
Shut your mouth, please. 550,000 Jews were murdered here in Budapest. And it was because of people like Cenk, who's serving on this.
No, it was because of people like you. It was exactly because of people like you who dehumanize Palestinians and say killing their babies is no big deal. You sound exactly like the people who murdered those Jews in the Holocaust.
I have heard blacks called baboons in my lifetime. I've heard Jews called baboons. I've just never heard it on a respectable show.
I don't actually think I've ever heard anybody called a baboon
the fact that he has called me a baboon is.
And moving to the question, Rabbi, is a two-state solution possible?
Wait, the reason why they could experiment on Jews was because of the kind of things that this Joseph Goebbels propagandist says about Jews. Cenk
He's saying the Palestinians cannot govern themselves, that they're subhuman. And he calls us ironically quoting Mengele. You sound like Mengele. Call the Palestinians subhuman one more time.
Not only am I not going to say they're not subhuman, they are my equal before God in every way. I would never call you a baboon.
That's why you murdered their children?
Joseph Goebbels anti-Semite. You are a Joseph Goebbels anti-Semite who wants Jews experimented on.
You want. No one cares. Everybody on the planet Earth knows you're a liar.
Right now.
Just very briefly, Rabbi, we're just out of time.
Right now, there cannot be a two-state solution so long as people like Cenk Uyghur, anti-Semitic to the core.
They're going to take the land.
You hear Cenk, you hear that he doesn't know anything about history. He hates Jews to the core. He's a medieval anti-Semite. He believes that
I defended Jews. You're the one who attacked them.
And we hear
you're the anti-Semite.
Jews who want to surrender. You love dead Jews.
Okay, gentlemen, we're just out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there.
With a conscience, you're an anti-Semite.
A state like Cenk Uyghur, whose show is named after the people who perpetrated the Armenian genocide.
He admitted they're going to take Gaza.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there.
They're a bunch of thieves.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there.
The Palestinians and take their land. That's Israel 101.
Cenk Uyghur, the host of the Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. God bless you.
That's all we have time for on Global News Today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome back. The French car maker Citroen, which is part of the Stellantis group, has unveiled a new SUV model this week. Well, facing stiff competition in the electric vehicle sector, the company, which has a more than 100-year-long history, saw a drop in sales in Q1 this year. Well, we're going to speak now to the Citroen CEO, Thierry Koskas, about the new model, where he sees the industry heading, and how he aims to win market share in the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Koskas. Really appreciate you taking the time. Just behind you, I think I can see two of the new cars, the Citroen C5, I think it's called, Citroen C5 Aircross, in fact. It's an electric vehicle, and it's got quite considerable autonomy, doesn't it? So what does this tell us about where Citroen views the future of car making?
Well, actually, we are presenting with the new Citroen C5 Aircross, our new flagship. It comes with multi-energy, but particularly, as you said, with an electric version, up to 680 kilometer range. We really think that this is part of the future. At the end of the day, the world is electrifying, and we are proposing cars that not only are affordable, but also very convenient for customers with such a high range. So we think it's part of the future of the car industry.
Okay, so it's affordable, and that seems to be a key word here. Perhaps that explains the language you've been using to describe this type of car, accessible electrification. Who would you say is the target audience or the target buyer of this car?
Well, we have actually, with the new C5 Aircross, two targets for Citroen. Number one is families. This is a very roomy vehicle. You can sit with 5 people in a very, very comfortable environment. There is a lot of room, particularly in the second row. And the second one, this is very much a B2B car, a car for companies where many executives will love to drive this car. So two targets really for us, families from one side and B2B fleet companies from the other side.
Mr. Koskas, I gather this car's got what's called multi-energy flexibility. So it's basically a hybrid that's also electric. And that's an opportunity at the moment, isn't it? Because there are some countries that aren't ready for fully electric cars. Where do you think this car is going to be most popular?
Well, we indeed offer multi-energy. Actually, you can have 3 types of engine with this vehicle: hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. And, you know, in Europe and in the world, the situation is very different from one country to another. We have some countries, if you take the example of the north of Europe, that are now fully electrified. So we will sell, I would say, only the electric version. But we have other countries that are a bit remote in terms of electrification, and hybrid or plug-in hybrid version will be absolutely suitable. So as we have multi-energy offer, we will be able to adapt to any type of market. By the way, not only in Europe, but also in many countries in the world.
I was going to ask you specifically about your ambitions in the Middle East, because some parts of the Middle East aren't yet ready for fully electric vehicles. There isn't the infrastructure in a lot of markets outside the Gulf. Tell us a bit about which markets you think you're going to get, that you're going to zero in on in the Middle East. What's going to be your goal here?
Well, actually, we think that there is absolutely no fatality or no barrier to go electric. Actually, it's a question of do we have the right policies in place? When we look at the barriers for electrification, there is one, the price. At Citroen, we are addressing that. Then we have the infrastructure to recharge your car. And you can see that in some countries, some governments put a lot of effort to put a great infrastructure. So I think that we could see in the future in Middle East a lot of countries that would go electric. I think this technology is perfectly suitable for many countries. It's just a question of, do I have the right infrastructure? And this is very much something that we are welcoming at Citroen.
Mr. Koskas, Saudi Arabia is aiming for 30% electric vehicles by the year 2030. Is Saudi a market you'd like to see Citroen grow in?
Well, we would love to, because Saudi Arabia, first of all, it's a great market. It's one of the biggest markets in Middle East. And the fact that there would be a political willingness to electrify the market is really, really something that we would be welcoming. I think that at Citroen, we are, first of all, present already in Saudi Arabia, and we have the perfect range of electric cars. We have small and affordable electric cars with EC3, for example, and we have bigger cars with a longer range, like the new C5 Aircross that is behind me. So we can answer to that. We are welcoming this willingness to go electric, and Citroen will be there to offer electric cars for Saudi customers.
And just staying with Saudi Arabia, I mean, it's getting a little bit more competitive there now because Tesla opened a showroom in Saudi Arabia in the last couple of weeks. The Chinese EV maker BYD got in there sometime last year. And of course, you've got this population of more than 30 million people. So all in all, this ought to represent one of the most exciting markets in the region. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And you know, I think I first visited Saudi Arabia something like 20 years ago. So I know how the market is promising. And that's why it attracts so many brands, I would say, including, as you say, the Chinese brand. But I think that with Citroen, we have the right weapons to offer a great offer of cars in the Saudi market. We have very, very competitive products. You know, in Europe and in many countries in the world, including in Middle East, we are fighting against Chinese manufacturers, against others with great cars, including electric cars. So I think we are absolutely perfectly ready for the Saudi market, which is, again, a great market where we can sell both high-end cars, but also popular, smaller cars. So it's absolutely a great opportunity for Citroën, and we are extremely, extremely motivated to be present in the Saudi market.
I just want to ask you about the US tariffs. Are they having any impact on Citroën, and are they having an impact on your sales?
Well, actually, zero impact for the time being, because as you know, Citroën doesn't sell in the US. We are selling everywhere in the world, Latin America, Middle East, obviously, India, and so on, not in the US. So we are not directly concerned by the tariffs. Obviously, as part of Stellantis, Stellantis is, because we have within Stellantis American brands, but at Citroën particularly and specifically, we are not concerned by the tariff topic at the moment.
Okay, but what about supply chain issues? Anything you've noticed?
No, actually, you know that we were facing supply chain issues back 2 years ago with a specific shortage on some components or whatever. That has now been solved. I would say we have now today a normal supply chain, and we are able to supply any car that the customer would need. And that's obviously very good. The demand is very high. We have now a very, very recent range. C3 was launched a year ago, C3 Aircross 6 months ago. So there is a lot of demand, and we are able to fulfill the demand, which is obviously great news for our customers.
Okay, where do you see the future heading with regards to electric vehicles? Where do you think the industry is going to be in 10 years from now?
Well, actually, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you that electrification will go up. Now, will we be at 100% in 10 years? I don't think so, but I would suspect that in many countries, particularly in Europe, we should be above 50%. I really, really think it's the future, as long as you offer affordable product to the customers, and as long as you have the right infrastructure to recharge your car. If the two conditions are met, we can really envisage a growth of the electric market above 50% within 10 years.
Is there any slowdown in demand for electric vehicles, as some are suggesting, as perhaps people go back to hybrids? I mean, is that something you're seeing?
Well, actually, a lot of people are talking about slowing down. I can tell you that at Citroen, we are not seeing any slowdown. Our the share of electric cars, pure electric cars in our sales is growing every day. We are now above 20% in Europe, so it's really, really growing. And for a very simple reason, it's very easy to explain to a customer that electric is great as long as it's affordable. The running cost is super cheap because you are going to run your car on electricity. It's much cheaper than petrol in most countries in the world. So it's easy to convince customers. So I really don't see any slowdown, at least for us. We see, on the contrary, a growth of electrification, and that's obviously very positive for us.
Okay, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thierry Koskas, the CEO of Citroën. Appreciate your time.
Many thanks.
And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal. Do stay tuned.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Hello, hello.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Hope all is well.
Yeah, good.
Congratulations on the film. How much juice did you feel the story had from the very first one?
Well,
more story you wanted to tell after the first one.
the petrol, if that's the juice, was the audience's enthusiasm for the first film was undiminished. You know, most films you make, they kind of fade away. They take their place in the pantheon of whatever it is. But this one's just seemed to be still alive, and had been replicated, or it had inspired so many other different TV shows and other movies and things like that. But there is a connective line, a lineage through directly from the first film, which you haven't, and it's obviously it's in the figure of Cillian Murphy eventually, who you'll meet in the second film, and then eventually hugely in the third film. So yeah, there's lots of juice, lots of reasons to go back to it, which led us to get very excited about doing it, and now to let people see it in the cinemas.
Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war.
How exciting is it for the both of you to build those characters as if it's a little bit in a painting, each one of them so specifically different that they kind of match the whole picture?
Not to be kind of difficult, it's just it's not how I would see it. It's not so much how much does one enjoy it, and it's not really about like it's good if the Clockwork Toy happens to enjoy it sometimes or not enjoy it, but really it's just there's a task. That's it. It's something like that. It is. Yeah, but and obviously this kind of relationship with you now is different. You reach for reasons to justify things. You paint things with perspective, really. You know. But an element, I think what you're talking about is that Alex writes these characters, and then we hire actors who bring an identity. They give them an identity. They and they obey generally what they're asked to do by the script, but the identity that's created is uniquely them, and always it will be them. Really, whatever was in your mind, if indeed a person was in your mind, a particular person was in your mind for the character. So it's a stickleback thing, of course, as well, as it goes on.
The final question is the obvious fascination of audiences with post-apocalyptic type of stories. What do you think it stems from psychologically?
What I find is that people always project themselves into the story quite intensely. And if it's a rom-com, I don't think they do. I don't think they think, yes, I'll be like Jennifer Lawrence. You know, I don't think that's what happens exactly. I'm going to be taken to this Italian island and charmed by this person or whatever it is. I think with a zombie apocalypse or any kind of apocalypse story, nuclear, whatever it happens to be, aliens, they think, what would I do in that circumstance? Who would I go and find? Who would I get in a car or a bike? Or they sort of project into the stories in a different way. And I think it's because those thoughts are just in them anyway. They're turning them over in their minds, something like that.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. They're wrapping me up already, but congrats on the film. Cheers.
Thank you.
Judgment.
My children! There's no discharge.
A lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement. I think over the years I've been one of those canned red carpet stalkers, waiting for all of the looks to arrive, and especially with Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who has walked the red carpet for over 20 years now. She's really truly paved the way for all of us to be here at this sort of global stage. So to actually be here, it is pretty cool. Just from when I started 12 years ago, there was not as much focus on creating the same amount of opportunities for women than there is now. I think there's always been a strong female gaze and a strong female voice. It's always existed, and it's cut boundaries many times, very, very, very often. I'm just saying, coming from where I am, from India, from my mother India, went to the global stage back then, and I'm talking, over 2 decades ago. So I think for me, the light is being shone upon maybe now on the last couple of years, but the intent was always there. It always existed. It was my first co-production to go into a cinema, which is a different ballgame altogether. The first time I produced a movie that I also starred in, came directly onto streaming, onto Netflix, and it did really well. I was very grateful for that opportunity. It's a partnership that we all thoroughly enjoyed. This one was completely different because you have the pressure of box office numbers, you have the pressure of bringing people to the cinema. And while I do have some learnings from that experience, I think for me, my drive somehow has always been about the process. The process of bringing people together and working on a collective vision and being a part of that vision from the very beginning, which is not just as an actor. I think that's something that I enjoy the most. But the learning of what the public and what the audience wants to see, along with the vision and the story that you want to put out, is something that I'll take a couple of years to understand.
India पर attack कर innocent civilians को क्यों मारा? ध्यान से देखो तो हर शहर में एक जंगल है.
This is my first action film. It's my first film with Yash Raj Productions. It's my first spy universe film, and they have, really mastered that space over the last couple of years. Shiv is a, wonderful guy. This is his first feature film as well. He's done a show before this, which again did exceptionally well. Really had a blast working on this film because it's been extremely challenging. Physically, after giving birth, having a baby, getting into an action film is not the simplest thing to do for your body. But I'm really glad I did it because I think it challenged me physically in ways that I have not experienced before. I've also got to share screen space with Sharvari, who is my co-actor in the film. I won't speak too much about it, but she's also wonderful, and I think we've struck a very special bond. And since we're here talking about worth, and we're talking about L'Oréal Paris that is known for promoting the feeling of sisterhood, it's something that I keep very close to my heart, because I think in gossip circles, you always like to pit women against each other. I think that's something done very casually. Whereas actually, if you actually put us together in a room and there is a mutual love and admiration and respect for each other's being, personality and craft, it's actually really powerful, and I think that's what scares people sometimes, because if you come together, the power is sort of infinite. So this film is really about that power. I'm really curious to see how people take to it.
You must be new. That is Bruce Wayne.
Pleasure to talk to you guys. Nice to see you again. First of all, we see those iconic characters in very different moral, physical ways. How much was it an enjoyment to tackle them in a fresh start?
It was. I loved it. I mean, I came on board and they had already been, a ship that it was already running. They had already done a whole movie, and so I was catching up a little bit. But it was a lot of fun. I mean. And it was fun to kind of come into a movie where everybody did already, the ship had already, was running full steam, and so everyone was in, good running order, and I loved it. I had a great time, and the cast was great, and these guys were all just fun to work with, and it made it very easy for me to do what could have been a very difficult thing.
Oh, you did it very well. So.
Thank you.
Most of the world doesn't share your opinion, Mr. Wayne.
Maybe it's Gotham City and me. We just have a bad history with freaks dressed like clowns.
He's quite morally conflicted in this one.
Mm-hmm. He is. With this one, what makes it interesting, what made it a fresh approach on Superman particularly, was that we're seeing the evolution of Superman. We're seeing the development, we're seeing him in a nascent state, and it's not the finished product. And within that story come mistakes and hopefully lessons.
Oh, you don't realize...
Oh, you don't understand?
Do you get excited about turning up on those sets because they can be so enormous? I know a lot of them is making your imagination work as well. How much do you enjoy the experience itself of those sets?
It was nice because it wasn't all green screen. When it's all just green screen and all special effects, it's like, it's very frustrating because nothing seemed real. But Zach did a lot of in-camera stuff and built a lot of sets, so you actually could see the inside of the Kryptonian mothership, or all these real builds, and that the real Batcave, that really makes it land like, wow, this is a big movie.
I never got to visit the Batcave, unfortunately. I'll have to
next time
try and revisit that opportunity when I can. Again, same answer as Ben. It's having that world exist was a lot of fun. With the CGI stuff and the green rooms, that they can become exhausting after a time. And because especially there's no depth perception in that green, and so you can start to go a little loopy. But it is also nice to exist within your own imagination during the shooting of those scenes.
Absolutely, this is where it all started after all in comic books. Do you get as excited as the fans, to put them all together even on the same screen?
Yeah, it definitely hits you when you see the other people in their characters, and then seeing even some of the other new characters, being tested out and coming and going, and getting the feeling that it's mounting an even bigger and bigger world of heroes and preparing for Justice League. That was like even cooler, feeling like the potential that this was really going to expand into something bigger was definitely a kind of high geek ecstasy moment.
Absolutely, I wouldn't describe it better. It's great.
Civil liberties are being trampled on in your city. Good people living in fear.
Don't believe everything you hear, son.
And that's the cool aspect. There's also all the themes there, the moral compass, the journalism, father figures, religious figures. There's so much there. It's quite a rich content, isn't it?
And absolutely. And one of the wonderful things about this movie, I think, is it mirrors the the genius of comic books in the sense that everyone can take a little bit of something from it depending upon their own personal perspective. And that's the idea, and if the movie does well, then people will.
It does resonate very well.
I think so, yeah, because I think it's you know, it's a story that emerges from our time and our reality, and so it feels very current. It doesn't want to take you away to some imaginary land. It brings these heroes to our world and says, well, what would it be like if there really was a Superman here today, now among us?
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some might.
It's a lot of fire.
It's a lot. Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions.
My actions? I stopped a war.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you. What an exciting adventure this one has been, because how easy or difficult is it to jog your creativity for a story that's been known for audiences for such a long time?
Well, I was daunted by it at the beginning. So people know I was offered Superman like in 2018, and I said no. But the idea stuck in my head. How would I attack Superman if I was to make that story? It's this problem in my head that I was trying to figure out. And I think eventually, you know, I started to see what I could do with it. And so when they came back to me and asked me to do it again, I said yes.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you're gonna be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman. Did you consult with the president?
I love that it was quite emotional, this one. It's not man of that aspect.
Well, I think it's fun to get to know a character in a real way. And I don't think he's especially fragile, but I think we are getting him at a time in his life that is very, very difficult, both on an emotional and personal level, in his relationship with Lois and his relationship to himself, and what's going on with him and the rest of the world, and finally facing an adversary in Lex Luthor, who is his equal and maybe more than his equal. And so we're meeting Clark, Superman, at a very important time. But I love getting to know these characters in a way that we get to see what their personalities are, what his flaws are, what his strengths are, and really getting to know him in a way that maybe we haven't been able to do in other movies.
You seemingly acting as a representative of the United States.
I wasn't representing anybody except for me and doing good.
I suppose the challenge was when you cast, not only to find David, but to find the matching actors where they would all work together.
Totally.
Yes, it was not only finding one person, it was finding the energy of all of them.
And in fact, David was one of the easier people to find, as was Rachel. The hardest people to cast were Mr. Terrific, who was Eddie Gathegi, and Eve Teschmacher, who's Sarah Sampaio. Those roles we looked at, you know, so many people for, because I couldn't find somebody that was speaking in the voice that I heard in my head. Whereas other people, like Skyler, was at the top of my list for Jimmy, so he was pretty quick.
Hey, buddy, eyes up here.
How much does the technology help the storytelling in any of these stories?
Well, the technology helps in terms of you couldn't tell this story in the 80s because you couldn't do it in a moral way, at least ethical way, because you couldn't get a dog to fly. And if you did, I don't think it would be very kind to the dog. So being able to create crypto based on a real dog, based on my dog, based on all of the videos of my dog, but he's made by computers. That's something that you just couldn't do when I was younger. So being able to do that, and then having so many people come in here and say, hey, you know, how much of the dog was an actor? And I'm like, none of the dog was an actor. It was all computer.
Your choices.
What are you most hoping for audiences to find in this one? Obviously, as we said, you know, this is a story that's been around for decades. This is a new flair to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully, you know, younger audience will come to love Superman as I did when I was young and saw Superman the movie. And also, I think that Superman exemplifies a sort of kindness or earnestness that can be considered old-fashioned in some ways, but I think is really the most rebellious thing you can do in a world that is so overcrowded with meanness and irony, that being pure and simple and true is really the coolest thing you can do.
Your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
That's about working with Nicholas and the other flair that he brings to Lex Luthor.
I love it. I mean, Nick is just such a great guy. People know he auditioned for Superman first. And I think it's only fitting, like Lex, that he became Lex. And I think that Nick brings a depth to Lex Luthor and really is the truest version of this character ever in film. So eaten up with envy that he's taken it upon himself as almost a spiritual quest to take down Superman, and really has rationalized that he's doing something good for the world because of it.
Yeah, he does believe it.
He's not a man. He's an it. He's somehow become the focal point of the entire world's conversation.
The final question is about, the balance between pleasing an audience and pleasing your vision. How do you manage that?
First of all, I'm the first audience member, so I'm lucky and I'm kind of basic. Like, I like things that most people like. So when I sit and watch a movie, I'm the first person that's watching it. And if I enjoy something and am proud of something, I usually find out that audiences like it as well. I am very conscious that I'm making a movie that is for as many people as possible. And I'm making when you're making a movie, you're making a machine to give people an excellent time, not only, in terms of the thrill ride of it all, but in the emotions of it, the story, how it moves you. And so I do show the movie to many, many people, kind of seeing what works and what doesn't with other people. But I always have to balance that against what my core belief is.
Thanks ever so much. It's lovely to see you again.
You too.
Toilet, so I was praying that somebody didn't flush one behind me, and then I was very intimidated, but also really excited to get started. I think it's perhaps necessary now more than ever to keep asking questions about what the truth is, how we find it, and how we share to say it. I think it's vital as it's always been, and maybe with renewed urgency.
I think that Superman at the end of the day is somebody who wants to be human. I think that we all want to be him. We want to fly and have beams come out of our eyes and do all of that stuff. But what he wants is what we have, being one of us, being able to connect with each other, to love and be loved. That's what Superman wants at the end of the day. Rachel is a lot like Lois Lane, so I really love her as an actor. She's a very controlled, dynamic actor who is able to be assertive in the same way that Lois is. She questions everything in the same way that Lois does, and she really puts herself completely into the role, and she's amazing as Lois Lane.
He has a certain indefatigable nature, an ability to just keep putting on his boots and going to work. It's not easy to take a day off when you're Superman because you know how much a difference you could be making. And I love a day off when I can get one.
وهلا للبيج اكسكلوسيف انترفيو مع كل فريق عمل الفيلم بنشوف سوا. First of all, it must be so much fun to be touring for this. I saw all of you guys' Instagram posts and stuff like that. How much are you making it entertaining for you?
It was kind of scary to begin with because I don't think any of us really knew what we were doing with those videos or anything. But luckily we have a fantastic marketing team and a lovely social team who has who are tapped into the trends and
Who's
whatnot.
taught us a lot about TikTok.
Yeah. So and then once we gave over to them, it was a lot of fun to make all these crazy, ridiculous videos.
And you know how to vanish from your seat.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you very much. It's mostly just been nice to get the band back together again.
Yeah.
I'm on my way to London. London? She's on her way to London. London!
We've had a great time.
Yeah. And then there's Nick.
And then there's Nick, who's blonde now, apparently.
Yes, have you seen him?
Yes,
it's working.
Yes. It's working. It works even for Lex Luthor. I just asked James, it's not only a question of, you being a Superman and you being Lois Lane, it was a question of the whole group having this cohesion and chemistry together. Is it the right impression?
Yeah, James does ensembles very well, and although this isn't an ensemble film in the same way that Guardians of the Galaxy is, he knows how to populate a world with characters who feel full and vibrant, and where you sort of do feel like I'd go watch a whole movie, with just Guy Gardner or just Hawkgirl or Jimmy Olsen's spin-off series, and that it's bittersweet, because on the one hand, it's amazing to have so many great actors come and give such love to these parts, and on the other hand, you feel like you don't get enough of all of them, because the movie does have its central focus and its central relationships, but then you feel like you want more of all of it.
Being a child, I loved the purity of Superman. It was a time when I was starting to understand what movies were.
How did you feel the Lois and Clark chemistry needed to be?
We talked about this a lot. Because we're dropping into the middle of their relationship and we're not meeting them when they meet each other or when she discovers that he's Superman, as we've seen in the past, we felt like we needed to give them history and wanted to make sure that you felt the intricacies of their relationship, the intimacy of their relationship as soon as you come into the movie with them. And so we spent some time together, we spent some time with James figuring out what that would look like at this point, 3 months into their relationship, where they're wondering if this was a fun fling or a forever thing.
It felt quite emotional to me anyway. This is a version of Superman that feels much more emotional and introspective. Were you guys aware of that, and did you enjoy this aspect?
Yeah, well, it's always great as an actor being presented with a character, especially a character with such a rich, storied history, to see that your writer and director wants to explore all the interesting things about them. And James has said he was led by the question of what if it were real? And it really did feel like, as you were reading these scenes, what would this fantastical character in this fantastical world really feel and really think and really be worried about, really be affected by? And that's all you do as an actor is just try to figure out what this person would do.
Yeah, we get asked a lot what it felt like to take on these iconic roles. And of course, we knew, that we were stepping into big shoes, but at the same time, because it felt so real, in a way it felt like the work was exactly the same. We just had to find our way into these characters, and James laid such a fantastic roadmap for us and was a real guiding force for us throughout the process.
And finally, what do you feel makes the audiences endure with their love of those characters after decades?
Well, who doesn't want to watch passionate people go to the ends of the earth for the things that they believe in, whether that's love for each other, love for humanity. I think this movie in particular is filled with people who are not always graceful in their pursuit of that, but who will band forces and do it together. When don't we need a Superman in our very complicated history as a global community?
I think we have so many great heroes who have this sort of have greatness thrust upon them, great superheroes and iconic characters who have a bitterness or a chip on their shoulder, and they're cool and they're edgy and they're really good at what they do, but maybe they wish they could do something else, or There's a sort of a cool darkness to them, and I think Superman is just the other side of the spectrum, which is the enjoyment of watching somebody go to work and really love what they do. Somebody who has all of this power and has these responsibilities, but also has this great joy and playfulness in taking them on and in fulfilling them. It's not to say that he doesn't have his struggles, but ultimately he loves what he does.
You've talked a lot about that hope being contagious. That kind of feeling of stepping in and helping and doing the right thing. When one person does it, and especially someone as aspirational as Superman, it inspires other people to do the same.
And he can lift the girl up. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Effortlessly.
Thank you so much.
Superman is a character who's good.
Who is filled with hope. He saves people because it's the right thing to do. We could use a little bit more of that.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Palm Springs. Palm Springs is a desert resort city in the Riverside County, California, United States, within the Coachella Valley. Palm Springs being about 94 square miles or 240 square kilometers in size, it becomes the largest city in the country by land area. The city is famous for its mid-century modern architecture and the design elements that come from it. You can also indulge in it by trying out everyday activities such as biking, golf, hiking, horseback riding, swimming, and tennis, which are all major recreational activities in Palm Springs. The most popular is golf. There are numerous things Palm Springs is known for, and these are a few. First is that it is considered Hollywood's hideaway. Because during Hollywood's golden age, actors were contractually bound to stay within 100 miles of the studio for last-minute shoots. And because of this, stars like Marilyn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, and Dean Martin traded the hustle and bustle of Hollywood for palm trees and poolside cocktails in Palm Springs, exactly 100 miles from Hollywood. But today, celebrities, the A-list ones, continue to flock to the desert for the Palm Springs International Film Festival, the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival, and the Stagecoach Country Music Festival. This is where you can experience a taste of Hollywood and the desert by touring the Walk of the Stars in downtown Palm Springs. Meanwhile, the city is also a breathtaking place to appreciate modernism design. From floor-to-ceiling glass windows to clean lines and simple designs in its defined architecture, you'll see how the city's design heritage is evident in its structures. Last but not least is the natural beauty of Palm Springs. This is all thanks to the fault lines and deserts to waterfalls and natural oases that surround the city. You can go ahead and experience the desert for yourself via the hiking trails. There are numerous ways possible. But the most popular ones include the Indian Canyon Trails, the Bump and Grind Trail, and the Coachella Valley Preserve. That's the 17,000-acre site with trails that wind through the San Andreas Fault. Definitely a must-try for adventurous tourists. Siem Reap, the Cambodian center of culture. It's got glittering temples, street food that you should definitely try, and bustling markets to discover and explore. Travelers love flocking to Siem Reap, and there are many reasons why. Of course, there's the popular Angkor Wat temple complex, but there are many more to discover aside from that. Just brave enough to explore more of the area to discover what a gem Siem Reap in Cambodia is. The city boasts of a colonial and Chinese-style architecture in the Old French Quarter and around the Old Market. Here, there are the museums, traditional Apsara dance performances, a Cambodian cultural village, souvenir and handicraft shops, silk farms, rice paddies in the countryside, fishing villages, and a bird sanctuary near the Tonle Sap Lake. It's definitely become one of the popular tourist destinations today, with its large number of hotels, resorts, restaurants, and businesses specially made for tourism. But really, most frequent the city for its Angkor temples, which are undoubtedly the most popular tourist attraction in Cambodia. Temple hopping is certainly a must-do here. It's recommended that you begin with Angkor Wat in the sunrise, land a spot in either just outside of the temple or inside, right by the famous lake, so that you can snap that iconic reflection photo. And then, of course, you should stop by the floating village. Those that want to marvel at the fisherman's way of life will want to visit Tonle Sap Lake. This, in fact, is Southeast Asia's largest freshwater lake, and the place to be to witness how the fishermen live. Wooden houses are built on long, sturdy stilts to avoid possible floods, thus making it an area perfect for fishing. Last but not least is the night market. It's a place you must visit because Siem Reap's nightlife, in fact, doesn't happen at the bars, but in this market. The Angkor Wat night market will dazzle you with Khmer artwork, local handicrafts, and sumptuous street food. And it's just a 2-minute walk from the famous pub street, so you can definitely make the most out of your time in the evening. Prague. The largest and capital city of the Czech Republic, Prague. It is also the 15th largest city in the European Union and is also the historical capital of Bohemia. It is located in the northwest of the country on the Vltava River and is considered home to up to 1.26 million residents. The city has quite a temperate climate with warm summers and chilly winters. Some of the popular attractions in Prague include the Prague Castle, the Charles Bridge, Old Town Square with the Prague Astronomical Clock, the Jewish Quarter, Petrin Hall, and Vyšehrad. Also, since 1992, the extensive historic center of Prague has been included in the UNESCO list of World Heritage Sites. Meanwhile, Prague is also frequented for its Czech beer. Pivo, which means beer, and pivnice, the place to drink beer, are just some of the words you need to learn to find it. Prague, after all, is one of the places in the world where beer is cheaper, even more affordable than fruit juice. Prague is a city with a very medieval feel. It is crammed with narrow alleys and cobblestone streets, which have become great sights to see too. The best way to get around Prague is on foot, so it's best to wear the proper shoes for walking. The sidewalks in Prague are paved with exquisite mosaics of white, gray, and red granite cubes, and its full bumps jotting corners and deep grooves. So tourists have to be careful while walking and sightseeing at the same time. Prague is also termed the City of 100 Spires. Stand on the Letna Hill and you'll see a forest of towers stretched before you. Water towers, church spires, donjons, and steeples reach towards the sky. Rows upon rows of drab, prefabricated high-rise apartment blocks stand tall on the periphery, reminders of the social realism style. Indeed, Prague prides itself with several thousands of towers and spires. Last but not least are its historical hotspots. The Charles Bridge bristles with statues and is a popular hangout for visitors. This is where they want to listen to the buskers and buy souvenirs from the hawker's stand. They've also got an old town square that's filled with cafes in summer, and the Christmas market in winter is a traditional heart of the city. Las Vegas. Officially named the City of Las Vegas, but more often called Vegas. It's the most populous city in the state of Nevada, the county seat of Clark County, and the city proper of the Las Vegas Valley. You've probably heard of it because of its popular gambling, shopping, dining, and nightlife hotspots. But more than that, it is known as the leading financial, commercial, and cultural center for Southern Nevada. It was in 1931 that Nevada legalized gambling, and Las Vegas took the lead to make the place to be for that. Soon after, Vegas went on to make a name for itself as one of the thrilling places to be when you're looking for a place to bet. It's not just about the casinos. You'll find slot machines, poker machines, and many convenience stores right at the airport. Then, of course, there's the Strip, the city's iconic thoroughfare, where you can gamble as you please. There are more game machines, sports, books, table games, and more to choose from. There's the blackjack and the craps, and the roulette and keno. Beginners and frequent visitors alike always have a fun time in Vegas, guaranteed. Another of Vegas's top attractions, quite literally, are the showgirls. They walk on stage with huge feathered headdresses, wear high heels and sequined bikinis. Definitely not a sight to miss. In fact, the showgirls have become emblematic of the city. They can be spotted for a performance in the Jubilee, one of the Strip's ongoing production shows. Speaking of the Strip, it was once known as the Las Vegas Boulevard. It's about a 5-mile stretch where you'll find some of the world's largest hotels. And finally, one of the top things Vegas is known for, the celebrities. Celebs in Vegas come to town for many reasons: to attend events, host parties at nightclubs, or even grace the stages in the shows themselves. Vegas is a place to be to bump into celebs, from the A-list types to the reality show stars. They love to frequent the place to get caught by the paparazzi. And then, of course, the visitors come to the place to get a glimpse of them. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, the US President Donald Trump says that the United States is going to be sending, quote, very sophisticated equipment to Ukraine. And by that, he appears to mean Patriot air defense systems. Well, the US president says this decision is to help Ukraine fend off the threat posed by Russia. Well, that statement comes as his relations with the Russian President Vladimir Putin appear to be turning increasingly sour. Let's take a listen.
I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some, because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice, and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it.
Well, for more analysis, we can cross to London and speak to Jim Townsend, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy at the Pentagon. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Jim. We just heard the US President there saying that some sophisticated weaponry is going to be sent in the direction of Ukraine. I mean, that seems to be a bit of a U-turn, doesn't it, by President Trump? And I'm wondering what you read into that.
Well, I think it is a bit of a U-turn. And I think what was very interesting to me was he said, well, you know, this is just going to be business. And he said the EU is going to pay for it. We're not going to pay for it. But the Ukrainians need it. So in a sense, he's kind of painting this as if it's a business deal to Putin. Like, hey, don't worry, it's just business. I still love you. But this is also the beginning of this idea that has been kicked around now that the European Union or European nations themselves will be buying these weapon systems from the United States and transferring them to Ukraine. And again, it's business for the U.S. And the Europeans will be the ones providing the assistance.
I'm wondering if part of the audience here as well is his own support base that were against the idea of this war continuing. And if President Trump can portray this as being, you know, a lucrative business for the United States, providing this weaponry to Ukraine, but have the EU pay for it, I mean, will that perhaps make them think it's perhaps a good idea that the war carries on?
Well, I mean, it's a very good point. You know, the audiences that he speaks to are many. And I think the audience that's considered his base at home, you're right. He's painting this as business. This is something that's good for the United States. It's America first. And so people shouldn't feel that the U.S. is getting sucked into this, or we're giving away all this equipment for free, or this kind of thing. So he is kind of covering his political tracks there with that base. And at the same time, those in the Congress who are very pro-Ukraine, he is also throwing them a bouquet by saying, look, we're going to give it to Ukraine. They need it. And so I'm going to give them what they need to protect themselves, to defend themselves. And then the audience, of course, is Putin. And he's saying to Putin, look, my patience is running thin. You're tapping me along, as he said earlier. And so we'll see if this is going to be a real sea change with Putin. It may not be.
I mean, we've heard President Trump sounding increasingly critical of President Putin. That's not the sort of thing we were hearing from him, let's say, 4 or 5 months ago. I mean, what do you think President Trump's next moves are going to be with regards to how he approaches Moscow?
Well, it might be this legislation that's moving through the Congress that supposedly is very, very big on sanctions, that it's going to have sanctions that really hurt. It's going to impact the oil business that Russia really depends on. It's going to impact other areas that have been kind of off limits in terms of sanctions. So this is something that I think will be the next move. The first one being, okay, we're going to give them some Patriot missiles. I mean, we're not sure exactly how many missiles, and if this is it the whole system or is it just missiles? What is it that they're going to provide? But I think, to answer your question, the next move is going to be will be with the Congress. And of course, the president will have to sign that bill. So let's see what happens in the next few days.
Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about the same set of sanctions, but there is a bill sponsored by Senator Lindsey Graham, and President Trump is saying if anyone so much as deals with Russia, if indeed they go ahead with this and impose this next round of sanctions, they will be hit by 500% tariffs on their products. I mean, that would be a very, very strong deterrent. And I'm just wondering what you think the consequences of that will be.
Well, that's exactly, you're right. That's exactly the legislation I was mentioning earlier. And that's a key part of that legislation is the secondary sanctions on nations, as you point out, that nations that do business that buy the oil. So how will that work? I mean, with India, a country that's very important to us, they buy a lot of Russian oil. So will they really get a 500% tariff levied on them? So a lot of time what he does is these are negotiating tactics or these are signals being sent. And he goes right up to the abyss and then pulls back. So we don't know. But I think what we're seeing, though, is if this legislation passes and he signs it, then for Putin, this is certainly a sign, whether it's assistance to Ukraine or it's this legislation, that he's starting to push Putin, and then we'll have to see what Putin does.
Right. I mean, what we've seen Putin do, at least in the last few weeks, is really step up the aerial campaign in Ukraine. I mean, hundreds of drones on an almost daily basis have been raining down on Ukraine. I mean, it really looks like Russia is in absolutely no mood for compromise. And any talk of a ceasefire at this particular juncture looks like very wishful thinking, doesn't it?
I think that's right. I find it hard to believe that these sanctions and the assistance to Ukraine will move Putin. He's right now feeling he's in the catbird seat, as we say. Yeah, he thinks that he's got the time on his side and momentum on his side, and he's going to wait us out. He's playing Trump, trying to avoid being trapped into some kind of sitting down at a table to talk about a ceasefire. So, he's trying to walk both sides of the street. He'll appease Trump on the one hand. On the other hand, he'll bomb to smithereens the Ukraine as much as he possibly can. So, a lot. We'll have to see how much Putin will take, and it could very well be that these sanctions, if they are as tough as the Congress seems to think they are, maybe that'll have an impact. I don't know. But I just, like you said, I find it hard to believe at this point that Putin is going to be in any mood to sit down and talk about a ceasefire or even a peace treaty. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at what's happening on the battlefield, I mean, if one were to get inside the mind of the Russian president, he would say, why would I? I mean, clearly the Russians are making gains on the battlefield, whether anybody likes it or not. That's the reality. And so perhaps it would be, unrealistic to think that the Russians would think other than, let's carry on with this.
Well, it's been hard to find what it is that gives Putin enough pain to make him agree to sit down and talk about a ceasefire. A lot of people have pointed to the economy, the Russian economy, that it can't sustain this kind of defense spending and these kinds of costs that come with the war in Ukraine, and that maybe he's got another year under this current wartime economy before he's going to be in real trouble. But I've always felt that we overplay that point. But if these sanctions come in and no one's buying the oil, and also there's other methods being used to counteract those ghost ships, that are those tankers that are moving the Russian oil around. So there are efforts being made to really to impact his oil sales. If that's impacted and he doesn't have the resources coming in the coming year that he had last year, then it will be difficult. But I think we're talking in terms of a year or two. We're not really going to see a turnaround no matter how hard the sanctions will hit, no matter how many ships that they seem to pull out of action. I think we're not going to see a turnaround for a year or so, even in the best case.
Right, because a lot of people we've spoken to on this channel have given us a whole series of indicators as to why the Russian economy is starting to look like it's really in trouble. And that could spell further trouble for President Putin in turn, who could start to feel some real pressure from his own population, maybe ministers in his inner sanctum. But you don't seem to be thinking that we're at a point that this is really beginning to feel like an Achilles heel, at least not yet.
Not yet. He doesn't have to worry about his next election. He doesn't, the Russian people seem to be, they're not in the streets. The price of bread hasn't skyrocketed. He has talked about the economy being, feeling the pinch of this war. But it's not like in the West, I think, where, if in the U.S. or in some European countries, if our economies were showing this kind of strain, there would be people in the street, or there would be a political liability for the politicians. But in Russia, it's just not that way. And I don't think we can judge them on how we can't judge them on how we would react. They're different. And I just don't see Putin being moved by his economy and the impact of his economy on the Russian people. I don't see him being moved to go to the peace table anytime soon. I really don't. Not within a year or so.
Yeah, but I mean, up until now, the Russian economy has had growth, and President Putin's been able to shrug it off and say, not having any effect on us, those sanctions, so try something else. But if it does start to happen, then perhaps he'll have a different way of approaching things.
Well, that's right, and he's still selling his oil, and I believe there's some Europeans and others who are even buying the oil. So that's the thing. His oil is his Achilles heel, and that's what Ukraine is trying to do. That they're firing drones and impacting the pipelines and where the refinery and that's this type of thing in Russia. So they're hitting the production of gasoline of all types and oils. They're also hitting, as I said, the ships that are carrying the oil. And if these sanctions hit the countries that are buying the oil, then, you know, maybe there won't be that kind of oil revenue coming into Russia. But again, for all of that to happen together, to have a major impact, it's not right around the corner.
I mean, it's starting to look, 6 months into the second Trump presidency, that the US president's approach to Russia and to Ukraine really isn't particularly different from that of the previous administration, is it?
Well, you know, people are saying that. I think it's different to me when it comes to the assistance to Ukraine. You know, the assistance going to Ukraine still today is a bow wave from the Biden assistance. You know, it was already in the pipeline, or it was moving into the pipeline when Trump was inaugurated. So Trump right now has not put together a package of assistance that he can call his own. So he certainly has not been providing the assistance. And what we have been so worried about in terms of he and his staff just parroting Putin's talking points, that seems to have modified somewhat. We're not hearing that anymore. The relationship with Zelensky has gotten better. So, he's starting to move into Biden territory. But let's see if that results in assistance. That's what we really need. Is assistance, and he's announced that, something, and he's gonna talk to the NATO Secretary General today, I believe, and so things are beginning to move. And let's see what he does in terms of his relationship with Russia. That will really tell us if we're going to see something more helpful in terms of assistance to Ukraine.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, things have changed immeasurably since that infamous Oval Office encounter between President Zelensky and President Trump. At that time, the Ukrainian leader was described by President Trump as being a modestly successful comedian and a dictator. I mean, now they seem to be getting along quite well. Do you think this is now going to be the end of the road for that rapprochement between, well, that attempted rapprochement between Washington and Moscow?
I don't think so. And I hate to say that. It could be the beginning of the end, but I think the relationship that Trump wants to have with Putin still really colors a lot of what he does. He sees business deals. He wants to be buddy-buddy with a strong man like Putin. He wants to do something that makes him desirable in terms of the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, there's a lot of things that motivate him. And he doesn't want to be embarrassed, though. He doesn't want to be humiliated by Putin, by being tapped along, by being taken advantage of. I don't think he's ready yet to throw in the towel. But we'll have to see how Putin reacts, if he will actually do something that Trump can take to the bank in terms of a change in attitude towards a ceasefire or something along those lines. We'll have to see. But this is still a negotiation, and these are negotiating tactics. And Trump is trying to shape what Putin does. And nothing has worked so far, and he's getting frustrated. And so let's see what Putin does as a result of these tactics that Trump is using, and then let's see Trump's response. It's like watching a tennis game. We're just watching the ball go back and forth, sitting in the stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's turning into a long game of tennis, not quite the overnight game of tennis that we were told it would be, along the campaign trail and well into January. I mean, what do you think the original strategy was by President Trump at the beginning? To try to appease Putin, to vilify Volodymyr Zelensky, and then what? What was the point of all that, do you think? What do you read into it?
Well, it's hard to tell. I think he certainly came in with an incomplete understanding of the complexities of this war between those two countries and the hatreds and the fact that he can't just force them both to sit down and throw bones to each of them and somehow make each of them agree to give up this and then I'll give up that. It's not a business deal. It's not getting too recalcitrant land developers to sit down and cut a deal between the two that benefits Trump. It's different. And so the only thing I can think of is that going into this and talking about settling it in 24 hours, Trump was just assuming that he could bring Putin along and that Zelensky has no other option. they will both be kind of forced into coming up with some kind of agreement. And of course, that wasn't something that Putin was going to do. He didn't want to, make that kind of play. And then for Zelensky, he'd do anything that Trump tells him to do as long as he can get assistance coming into him. And he's not ready for the ceasefire table either. Unless he feels he can get something, acceptable to him, which I don't think he feels that's the way it is right now. So I think with Trump in coming into this situation, he really had a superficial understanding of the complexities, and that both parties are not ready to sit down and talk, and there's nothing he could do to force them to sit down.
Okay, and just lastly, Jim, I mean, were you to be called upon to offer advice to the US president as to what he should do next, I mean, what would your advice be in order to try to break this impasse and bring things to a conclusion?
Well, I think I would carry on with what he seems to be doing now, which is sending Ukraine a lot of assistance and making sure Putin understands that there's a lot more where that came from, and that he was no longer trying to twist the arm of Zelensky, that he in fact has not changed sides. And so I would do that, and at the same time I would really go after Russian oil and really make that hurt Putin, and then see where this goes. But he's got to understand he doesn't have all the time in the world. This is Putin. Trump's got to make him understand that he doesn't have all the time in the world just to wait everyone out. And he's got to make sure that Putin knows that we're going to provide Zelensky all the assistance he needs to make sure that there's not going to be a win on the battlefield. And then the third thing is to make the sanctions really hurt, particularly on oil, and then talk about business deals, in the future if Putin comes along. But he's got to make Putin hurt, and he's got to make Zelensky really strong. And then let's see if the economy begins to really falter, if the oil begins to dry up.
Okay, well, if he's watching and he's listening, perhaps he'll take that on board. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO Policy at the Pentagon. Thank you for your time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Amsterdam. Trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam, other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam, and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, you can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings, such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.